June 11, 2004. The Palace of Auburn Hills Lakers vs. Pistons. It was Game 5 of the 2004 NBA Finals. On the court, the shot clock showed 40 seconds remaining. The score was 9,788, Lakers trailing. In this series, the Lakers were down 31. Another loss, and it was over. Lin Hao stared blankly at the court. Wasn't I playing NBA 2K at home? How did I end up in an NBA arena? Lin Hao's mouth fell open as he looked around, taking in the familiar, yet unfamiliar faces on the Lakers bench. Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe Bryant, Karl Malone, Gary Payton, Devine George, Slava Medvedenko. The Lakers bench was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere with disappointment and dejection written on every face. Kobe Bryant sat in the front row, trembling all over, his eyes rimmed red. Shaquille O'Neal sat beside him, his expression icy, his eyes filled with murderous intent. But the most sorrowful were Malone and Payton. They had once been the brightest stars on the court. This season, to chase that championship ring, they sacrificed their pride to join the Lakers. Now everything had turned to dust. If they lost this finals, they might never get that ring. Damn it, none of you can score or defend your all like women. The championship is gone, we're all going home. O'Neal glared, shouting at the bench. In this series, he was the only one playing well. He had every right to berate the whole team, even that kid fighting for the top spot. Kobe, what are you looking at, Chinese kid? If they play like crap, you're worse than crap. O'Neal glared viciously at Lin Hao. Why is he yelling at me? Lin Hao was stunned. Then memories flooded him like a tide. He had transmigrated into a Chinese player with the same name. The original host once harbored a basketball dream. After countless days and nights of hard work, he finally stood at the 2003 NBA draft. He played small forward, known for tenacious defense and good shooting. General manager Mitch Kupchak saw his potential and brought him to the Lakers. In the 2004 season, Karl Malone and Gary Payton joined the Lakers, forming the luxurious F4 lineup. But the Lakers' small forward position remained as weak as ever. Thus, the whole Lakers organization had high hopes for the original host, expecting him to share the perimeter defensive burden with Kobe and hit some three-pointers. However, after receiving a salary of several $100,000, the original host quickly fell into decadence, often missing practice. As time passed, his physical condition visibly declined. This fall not only ruined his career, but also earned him contempt from everyone. Teammates began to shun him, coaches lost faith, and even fans and media mocked him. After O'Neal finished cursing Lin Hao, the bench fell silent again. If they lost this game, the series would be 41. It was Game 5 of the NBA Finals, fourth quarter, 40 seconds left, Lakers down by 7. The game was completely out of reach, both teams had already pulled their starters. The championship seemed already in the Pistons' pocket. The entire crowd had started celebrating early, and Pistons staff even brought out champagne. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the arena. Mehmet Okur nailed a three-pointer, extending the lead to 10,088. Only 38 seconds remained. Phil Jackson used the Lakers' final timeout. Ding! Basketball Mad Dog system integrating. A mechanical voice echoed in Lin Hao's mind, and a huge screen appeared before his eyes. He was ecstatic. The system had finally arrived. Wait, what's a Mad Dog system? Why such an ugly name? Lin Hao quickly asked. Think it's ugly? You can unbind. Damn, this system is so arrogant. Then at least tell me what you can do. Ugly or not, it's better than no system. Once a dog goes mad, it can tear a piece of flesh from any strong enemy. Therefore, whenever the host gets the better of a star player, you gain 13 attribute points. Whenever you help the team, you gain 35 attribute points. Additionally, after a win, you get a chance to draw prizes: star players' skills, injury potions, or stamina potions. Then a huge attribute panel appeared before Lin Hao. Name: Lin Hao. Age 20. Height 201 centimeters. Weight 105 kilograms. Wingspan 210 centimeters. Bench press strength 84 kilograms, 71. Vertical jump 85 centimeters, 83. Speed 83. Agility 82. Stamina 80. Lin Hao was stunned. The original host's static talent was incredible. Though not comparable to top stars like Jordan or James among Chinese players, it was top tier. Take Yi Jianlian, for example. His vertical jump was only 78 centimeters, and as a power forward, his bench press was 84 kilograms. But Lin Hao's vertical jump surpassed Yi Jianlian's, and his bench press was equal. Moreover, as a 2.01 small forward, his speed of 83 and agility of 82 were quite good. No wonder the Lakers had such high hopes for him back then. But the following stats were rather hard to look at. Free throw 45. Mid-range 35. Long range 3.71. Dunk 60. Post-up 20. Footwork 23. Rebound 31. Pass 23. Dribble 28. Defense 72. Steal 48. Block 30. Overall rating 38. 60 is the baseline for an NBA starter. Except for three-point shooting and defense, everything else was severely subpar, especially passing and dribbling. Even benchwarmers were better. In truth, Lin Hao wasn't originally this weak, but he had wasted nearly an entire season and his skills had severely declined. You just said that if I get the better of a star player or help the team when I gain attribute points. How do you interpret that? What's the criterion for a star player? And how is getting the better of judged? Lin Hao suddenly thought of something and quickly asked. The system determines the star player criterion. NBA players are divided into 3 levels: ordinary star, all-star, and superstar. As long as you get stats on them, it counts as getting the better. Lin Hao quickly understood. Kobe was a superstar with elite offense and defense. So if he scored over Kobe, he'd gain 3 attribute points. Similarly, if he successfully defended against Kobe's shot, he'd also gain 3 attribute points. Gary Payton, nearing the end of his career, was an ordinary star. So getting stats on him would yield only 1 attribute point. And these attribute points could be freely allocated by Lin Hao to any ability he wanted. Before he could rejoice, the system issued a mission. Ding! Detected host participating in the 2004 NBA Finals. Choose whether to accept the mission, reverse the deficit, and help the Lakers win this game. Success rewards 1 lottery chance. A failure punishes the host by running naked on the streets of Los Angeles. Of course, he would accept the system's task. The moment Lin Hao clicked the accept button, he suddenly froze. Wait. In just half a minute with a double-digit deficit, the task was to help the Lakers win this game. And if he failed, he would have to run naked on the street. The host has accepted the task. Please claim your newbie gift pack, a Tracy McGrady 35-second 13-point experience card. The cold system voice now sounded like heavenly music. Lin Hao was almost overwhelmed with excitement. Back then in the game against the Spurs, McGrady scored 13 points in just 35 seconds, leading the Rockets to a comeback victory. Such a miracle was enough for even a superstar like McGrady to boast about for a lifetime. With this experience card, wouldn't this game be a sure win? Coach, I want to play, Lin Hao said excitedly to Phil Jackson. Everyone around was stunned. You're just trying to pad your stats in garbage time, aren't you? Gary Payton's sneering voice rang out. This remark triggered laughter from the crowd. You don't train hard, and you want to play in the finals. Dream on. I've seen freeloaders like you before. Your contract is about to expire, so you want to rack up some points to get an extension, right? Too bad with your lousy skills you can't even score in garbage time. With his skill, if Kupchak extends his contract, he's blind. Coach, I don't want to pad stats, I want to win. Lin Hao grew anxious, his voice trembling. But his defense only made the bench players laugh harder, as if watching a farce. Half a minute down by double digits, even Michael Jordan couldn't win. And this guy says he wants to win. That's the funniest joke I've ever heard. Phil Jackson didn't join and just gave Lin Hao a cold look. It didn't matter if Lin Hao played in garbage time, but the Zen Master had no respect for him. When he first joined the team, Jackson had high hopes. Now the disappointment was just as great. Missing training, zoning out during games, being unsociable. He was nothing but a cancer to the team. The Lakers needed players who truly dedicated themselves to the team and fought for victory. This guy wanted to step onto the final stage. Dream on. After his 1-year contract expired, get out. Lin Hao's heart sank to the bottom. If he didn't even get a chance to play, he would be a laughingstock forever, and in a few days he would have to pack up and return to China in disgrace. What to do? Coach him willing to stake 300 and a return ticket to China for just 1 chance to play. Just as Phil Jackson turned to whisper with O'Neal, Lin Hao's determined voice came from behind. Everyone paused, then burst into laughter. This guy is joking, right? If you're going to bet big. What's with $3,000? To these NBA regulars, 300 was barely enough for one night's expenses. The Zen Master was getting angry. He was already in a bad mood. Lin Hao's almost joking words added fuel to the fire. Just as the Zen Master was about to explode. This is almost all I have. If I lose, I won't even have money for a ticket home. Lin Hao said calmly. This statement silenced the bench. A flicker of surprise passed through Kobe's eyes. This kid had guts. The original had signed a 1-year contract with the Lakers totaling several $100,000 in salary. But he had squandered it all. Now he only had a little over 300 and a plane ticket home. Phil Jackson looked over in surprise. He saw in Lin Hao's eyes a reckless light of Bernthboat's determination. All right, I'll give you this chance. If you win, I'll give you 300. Phil Jackson finally spoke. If this lost game turned around, his gains would far exceed 300. If he lost, he'd still pocket a meal's worth. Either way, he wouldn't lose. Thank you, coach. Lin Hao's heart nearly jumped out of his chest. Finally got the chance. The buzzer sounded timeout over. The Lakers' substitutes stepped back onto the court. This time the Zen Master replaced Devine George with Lin Hao. As he passed George, Lin Hao tried to high-five him. George extended his hand, but just before contact he sharply pulled it back. Not only that, but he also curled his lip, contemptuously swaggering off the court. The spectators erupted in laughter. This was blatant humiliation. Lin Hao felt a fire burn in his chest. Forget it now is not the time to settle scores. He calmed his mind. Hey, the Lakers subbed out George and brought in. Barkley's commentary came to an abrupt halt. He was frantically flipping through the Lakers roster. Why would he bother memorizing a benchwarmer like Lin Hao? His name is Lin Hao, his partner Kenny Smith reminded. Oh, Lin Hao. Barkley's face showed a trace of embarrassment. Phil Jackson actually put in a Chinese player who barely ever plays in the finals. Looks like the Lakers are giving up on this game. Kenny Smith added, can't blame Phil. With so little time and such a big gap, not even Jordan could save the Lakers. Stepping onto the finals stage for the first time, Lin Hao's breathing quickened with nervousness and anticipation. His heart pounded like a war drum. He felt that with McGrady's experience card, his whole body was now brimming with power. From this moment on, I am unstoppable. The Lakers inbound the ball. Derek, give me the ball. Derek Fisher just got the ball and saw Lin Hao calling for it. Fisher, ever the good guy, passed it without a second thought. The game was hopeless anyway, so letting him play around wouldn't hurt. The moment he caught the ball, Lin Hao transformed into a bolt of lightning, dribbling across half-court. About a step behind the three-point line, he suddenly stopped, rose gracefully, flicked his wrist, and the ball flew toward the basket. The Zen master sat up straight. As a professional, he could tell at a glance that Lin Hao's shooting form displayed professional precision in every detail. And there was even a touch of elegance. He couldn't help thinking of that silver-speared white-horsed man. Swish! The ball cut a beautiful arc and swished through the net. 10091. In the commentary booth, Barkley and Smith cheered. Nice three-pointer. That was a great shot. Just a lucky shot. Lin Hao's basket didn't stir much emotion in the audience. Just an unknown player hitting a three-pointer. Everyone gets lucky sometimes. But none of them knew that this was only the beginning. The start of a legend. The Pistons inbound the ball. Chucky Atkins had possession. Phil Jackson had already conceded the game, too lazy to even intentionally foul now. What your coach gave up. Sending a bench warmer in. Atkins sneered at the yellow-skinned Chinese player guarding him. But soon that contempt was replaced by shock. Lin Hao clung to him like a fierce, ravenous wolf, relentless and unyielding. His defense was like an invisible, yet tenacious net trapping the opponent firmly within. Chucky Atkins attempted a forced breakthrough. Lin Hao's arm shot out swiftly, effortlessly knocking the ball from behind, executing a brilliant steal. His steal rating was only 48, a failing grade. Yet under the boost of the 35 seconds, 13 points experience card, it soared to an astonishing 89. Beautiful. A spectacular steal. Barkley let out an excited roar. Lin Hao dribbled rapidly across half-court, returning to the three-point line, leaping high and raising the ball above his head. Kid, not this time. Lindsey Hunter lunged fiercely, attempting to block the shot. But Lin Hao remained undaunted, adjusting his posture midair and releasing the ball from an almost impossible angle. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air like a meteor streaking across the night sky, hurtling toward the hoop. Just as it was about to nestle into the net, the referee's whistle blew. Hunter had fouled. Simultaneously, the ball sailed cleanly through the net. A three-pointer plus the upcoming free throw. Lin Hao completed a thrilling three-point play. The scoreboard flickered to 10094. My God! Unbelievable! Barkley exclaimed from the commentary booth. Great shot. Even the ever-composed Zen master couldn't help but leap from his seat in excitement. On the Lakers bench, every player rose to their feet in unison. They glimpsed the dawn of victory. Kobe stared intently at the scene, his heart racing, a surge of warmth flooding his chest. Maybe there's still hope for a comeback in this game. As long as the game hadn't ended, a sliver of opportunity remained, and he was willing to give his all for that glimmer. In stark contrast, silence reigned on the Pistons bench. The players' faces were etched with disbelief. Fisher sprinted joyfully toward Lin Hao, slapping him in a high five. That three-pointer couldn't have come at a better time. Lin Hao stepped to the free throw line, took a deep breath, and readied his shot. His free throw rating was a mere 45. But under the influence of the McGrady 35 seconds, 13 points experience card, his current free throw rating had skyrocketed to 97. As expected, Lin Hao sank the free throw. 10095. Pistons head coach Larry Brown called an urgent timeout. With 25 seconds remaining on the clock, Lin Hao had cut the deficit to 5 points in just 10 seconds. Chinese kid, you're incredible. I apologize for what I said earlier. As Lin Hao approached the bench, O'Neal eagerly grasped his hand, his eyes brimming with admiration and respect. Lin, well done. Kobe also stepped forward with a smile, patting Lin Hao's shoulder with his powerful hand. Only then did Lin Hao truly feel the warmth of acceptance. When he was just a bench warmer, his teammates barely glanced at him, as if he were invisible. Now everything had changed. Lin Hao's eyes reddened slightly, his emotions stirred. With his merged memories, he knew all too well how he had endured this season in torment. The coach's endless disdainful looks pierced his heart like daggers. His teammates' constant taunts were like thorns burrowing into his soul. The hardships of those days could never be fully expressed in words. Enough, no more chatter. Phil Jackson said sternly. Shaq, Kobe, Gary, and Medvedenko, you'll be on the court. We're going to employ a foul strategy. Gary, once you have the ball, pass it to whoever has the better shot between Kobe and Lin. Karl Malone is injured and can't play. Shaq, Medvedenko fight for every rebound. Any objections? None. O'Neal, Kobe, and the others nodded. I have an objection. A discordant voice rang out. Everyone turned in surprise. Once anyone gets the ball, pass it directly to me. Lin Hao declared firmly. Kid, you make 2 shots and your tail's already in the air, huh? Kobe growled menacingly. Hell, if it weren't for those 2 consecutive baskets, you wouldn't even be on the floor right now. And you want to take the clutch shot. The Zen master frowned too. This kid was pushing his luck. I gave you a few chances to shoot, and now you want them all. I'm on fire right now, and the basket looks as vast as the ocean to me. Give me the ball, and it'll lead us home. Lin Hao shot back, looking around with unwavering determination. He had to fight for this. The Pistons would likely send in their starters, most of whom were star players. With the McGrady experience card, his shots were a sure thing. Plus, the odds of winning this game were high. That way, he'd earn at least 10 attribute points from this match alone. Lin Hao would never let such a golden opportunity slip away. Kid, stop your boasting. If you miss, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Kobe taunted. O'Neal watched the spectacle with a grin. He too found Lin Hao's arrogance off-putting, but he despised Kobe the usurper even more. He'll bet another $135. All I have left. If we lose this game, he'll be begging on the streets. Lin Hao said calmly. Gasps rippled through the crowd. This kid had guts. Fine. If we win, he'll pay you $10,000. Kobe stared him down. But if we lose, you'll lose more than just money. You'll lose the trust of all of us. No problem. Lin Hao replied evenly. There was no turning back now. It was do or die. The timeout ended, the game resumed, and all 5 Pistons starters were on the court. The Pistons inbound. Payton intentionally fouled and Billups sank both free throws. 1-0-2-9-5. 23 seconds remained. The entire audience rose to their feet, their hearts pounding as if about to leap from their throats. Payton crossed half court and directly passed the ball to Lin Hao. Hamilton lunged at him like a ravenous wolf. Kid, you've got some skill to force all our starters onto the court. But the game ends here. You won't get another chance. Lin Hao shot him a disdainful glance, then swiftly drove to the right with the ball. His dribbling ability was only 28, but boosted by the experience card, it reached 96. Hamilton hurried to his left, but his fast-moving body collided with a mountain of flesh. My God, unbelievable. Shaq actually set a screen for that unknown Chinese kid. Kenny Smith exclaimed. Of course, it wasn't out of O'Neal's sudden conscience. For one, he wanted to win this game. For another, he was eager to see that detestable Kobe lose his bet. Lin Hao seized this rare opportunity, leaped high, and released the ball swiftly. The ball traced a beautiful arc and swished through the net. Nice shot. The Lakers bench erupted. Players who had already given up on the game now felt hope surge within them. A flicker of excitement gleamed in the Zen master's eyes. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. That Chinese kid hit another three-pointer. Barkley exclaimed. Hamilton stared at Lin Hao in disbelief. 1 three-pointer was luck, 2 was coincidence, but 3. Was this kid possessed by Reggie Miller? 1-0-2-9-8. The gap had shrunk to 4 points with 19 seconds left on the clock. There was real hope of winning this game. Beep. Pistons head coach Larry Brown called another timeout. You bastards, did you spend all your energy on women? In just over 10 seconds, you let that kid sink 3 three-pointers. If you don't want to win, get the hell off the court. Larry Brown roared furiously at the Pistons, starting 5. Coach, that was my mistake. I didn't expect Shaq to come out and set a screen for him. Give me another chance, and I won't mess up. Hamilton vowed. As the timeout whistle blew, the players returned to the court, and the game resumed. Billups received the ball again, and Payton rushed toward him ready for a tactical foul. Billups tried to run down the clock, so he tossed the ball toward Prince. Just as he made the passing motion, the corner of his eye caught a purple and gold figure. Lin Hao appeared like a bolt of lightning on the passing lane, his reactions astonishingly quick, and he intercepted Billups' pass. The crowd and commentators burst into exclamations. My God, the Chinese kid has stolen the ball again. Incredible, that's his second steal. Barkley and Kenny Smith shouted simultaneously. Stunned by Lin Hao's sudden steal, Billups chased after him desperately, trying to regain possession. Meanwhile, Hamilton appeared ahead of Lin Hao, forming a double team. Damn it, you should be guarding Payton. Coach Larry Brown, seeing this from the sidelines, angrily yelled at Billups. In his view, a mere benchwarmer didn't warrant such tight defense. But the next moment turned his mood from dark to bright. Facing the double team, Lin Hao showed no fear. He leaped high, challenged the defender's block, and attempted another shot. Beautiful. The kid's getting cocky. No way he scores with 2 defenders on him. Larry Brown cheered excitedly. Phil Jackson, however, was frantic pass to Peyton. Peyton's wide open, shooting a 3 over 2 defenders. Did he think he was Reggie Miller? But the next instant their expressions shifted to shock. Lin Hao's shot was like a stroke of genius. The ball traced a graceful arc and swished perfectly through the net. At that moment, the Lakers bench players couldn't contain their excitement, jumping up in joy. 1-0 to 1-0-1. The Lakers trailed by just 1 point with 8 seconds left. Beep. A furious Larry Brown called yet another timeout. Before the game, they had spent all night in the video room studying O'Neal, Kobe, Peyton, and even role players and substitutes like Devine, George, and Fisher were thoroughly analyzed. Yet they had somehow overlooked that benchwarmer in the number 3 jersey. Before the game, they had stayed up all night in the video room analyzing their opponents. From the Lakers' stars to every player on the bench, their technical traits and game habits were all scrutinized repeatedly by Larry Brown's team. But they had completely ignored the obscure guardian of the bench wearing the number 3 jersey, Lin Hao. His name had never appeared in any report, and his game footage had never played on the video room screens. After this game, I want all the information on Lin Hao. Larry Brown's voice was low and forceful, carrying an unyielding authority. The coach's fury swept through every Pistons player like an electric current. Disgrace. This was an utter disgrace. A game destined to be won was now being controlled by a benchwarmer. In just over 30 seconds, he had scored 13 points. If they lost this game, they would be forever nailed to the pillar of shame. Barkley and Smith chatted excitedly. Old pal, who did you see in that Chinese kid just now? Reggie Miller. I thought of Reggie Miller. Is this kid about to pull a Miller time? No, if the Lakers win this, it'll be even greater than Miller time. Right, Miller time happened in the Eastern Conference Finals, but this is the Finals. Kid, you hit 3 3-pointers and a 3-point play? Unbelievable. O'Neal came over and hugged Lin Hao. What? What did you just say? Lin Hao's face changed. I said you're unbelievable. No, the sentence before that. I said you hit 3 3-pointers and a 3-point play. Lin Hao froze, then quickly did the math in his head. 3 3-pointers and a 3-point play meant he had scored 13 points in total. That meant the 35-second 13-point experience card had expired. Now only a few seconds remained, and the Lakers were still down by 1 point. That meant they would have to intentionally foul and send an opponent to the free throw line. If so, he would need to hit another 3-pointer. Damn it, poor math was a killer. Why hadn't he calculated the score before accepting the task? His heart sank to the depths and a chill ran through his entire body. This is the end. Once the trial card expires, can he still sink that clutch 3-pointer? He had just made a bold claim. Haha, kid, you must be overjoyed. Shaq chuckled. Lin Hao couldn't even respond, hurriedly pulling up the system. System, has the trial card expired now, eh? Yes. Then what do I do? From here on, it's up to you, host. What the hell? Lin Hao was utterly dumbfounded. What kind of crappy system is this? This is a total disaster. I'd have to run naked. Don't worry, host. Didn't you just sink 2 3-pointers and make 1 steal against ordinary stars? Now you have 3 attribute points. Believe in yourself. You can make the shot without the trial card. You trying to screw me? I just made 4 shots and 2 steals. How come only 3 attribute points? Lin Hao was furious. What kind of system was this? Skimming his wages. The first 2 makes and the steal were against ordinary players on both ends. Lin Hao finally snapped back to reality. Damn, it was true. Something was better than nothing. Helpless, he dumped all 3 attribute points into 3-point shooting. He didn't choose to boost mid-range shooting. His mid-range rating was only 35. Even if he poured everything into it, he'd still be at the bottom of the NBA. Thus, his 3-point rating rose from 71 to 74. Damn, a 74 is only above average among NBA starters. Lin Hao was on the verge of tears. Even top shooters like Ray Allen Curry and Klay Thompson couldn't guarantee a clutch 3-pointer. His 74-point 3-point rating was utterly inadequate. The system began to console him. This system is named Mad Dog. As the host, you must embody the spirit of a mad dog. No matter how powerful the enemy, you must tear a piece of flesh from them. I thank your ancestors. I'd rather tear your flesh. Lin Hao gritted his teeth in fury. In truth, he had another option: pass the ball to Kobe for the crucial shot. But the problem was he had just made a bold claim. Give me the ball and I'll take you home. Those words still echoed in his ears. A man could lose the game, but never his pride. On the Pistons bench, coach, let's double team that kid. He's on fire tonight. Yeah, I agree. In this series, Kobe and Peyton's shooting percentages are low. Just play them unknown. Billups and Hamilton said to Larry Brown. The The three-pointer Lin Hao had just made under their double team had left them psychologically scarred. If Lin Hao heard them, he'd probably cry. Damn, my trial card expired. Please no double team. No, Kobe is our primary focus. Kobe is Kobe no matter how low his shooting percentage in this series, you can't ignore him in the clutch. That kid, he's just had a stroke of luck. Their proposal was flatly rejected by Larry Brown. Tayshaun, you guard that kid. Larry Brown thought it over, and for safety assigned his team's best perimeter defender to shadow Lin Hao. Lin Hao, I thank your ancestors for thinking so highly of me. The timeout whistle blew and the players returned to the court. The Lakers intentionally fouled, sending Billups to the free throw line again. The Palace of Auburn Hills fell silent as Pistons fans held their breath, afraid to disturb his shot. Billups took a deep breath, adjusted the ball in his hands, and released it with his trademark smooth motion. Clang! It missed. Yes. The Lakers players erupted in cheers, some jumping up to high-five each other. They had expected Billups to make both free throws. If he had, even if Lin Hao hit another three, the game would go to overtime. Who would have thought this clutch player would choke at the critical moment? Billups made his second free throw. 1-0-3-1-0-1. 6 seconds remained on the clock. The Pistons regained a 2-point lead. Damn it, I'm going all out. I refuse to believe I can't make a shot without the trial card. Deep within Lin Hao, an unyielding flame blazed fiercely. The advantage from the trial card had vanished. He would have to rely on his own abilities to face the coming challenge. He wanted to prove to himself that he wasn't just a system-dependent loser. Chinese kid catch. Peyton had already passed the ball. The moment Lin Hao's fingers touched the ball, Prince clung to him like a shadow. He coiled around Lin Hao like a python, poised to strike, his long arms waving incessantly in front of Lin Hao's face, trying to disrupt his vision and rhythm. This man, a four-time NBA All-Defensive second-team selection, used his defense to show the world why his name would be etched in league history. His defense was suffocating. Lin Hao tried several times to shake him off, but with his dribbling rating of only 28, it was futile. Prince didn't go for the steal. He could have if he wanted, but he knew a steal attempt might leave him out of position. At this critical moment, he couldn't afford even the slightest risk. As long as he maintained this pressure, Lin Hao's mistake was only a matter of time. The tension on the court grew thicker. All eyes were fixed on him. Pass the ball. The usually unflappable Zen master was now pacing like a cat on a hot tin roof. You made a big claim. If you miss this shot, I'll teach you a lesson when we get back. Kobe was frantic too. You think I don't want to? But I can't pass now. Lin Hao cursed inwardly. He was certain that under Prince's tight defense, any pass would be intercepted. His passing rating was even worse than his dribbling. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Screw it, I'm going for it. Lin Hao gritted his teeth, leaped high, and forced a jump shot from beyond the arc. The Zen master closed his eyes, unable to watch. A role player like Lin Hao had already used up all his luck by hitting 4 straight threes. And now he was taking a contested 3 against defensive ace Prince. Jackson now regretted his earlier impulsiveness. If this shot had been given to Kobe, the odds might have been better. But now he could only trust Lin Hao. Prince reacted instantly, leaping high with his long arm extended, trying to block. But in that moment, all of Lin Hao's abilities peaked. A standing vertical leap of 85 centimeters combined with a 210 centimeters wingspan was not something Prince could easily block. Just as Prince's fingertips were about to touch the ball, it had already arced beautifully toward the basket. The audience held their breath, their eyes fixed on the basketball in the air, as if time had frozen at that moment. After completing his shot, Lin Hao closed his eyes. He dared not look at the impending result. The arena was deathly silent. Have I failed after all? A chill ran through Lin Hao's heart. It's in. The ball is in. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the court. Teammates rushed towards Lin Hao in excitement, surrounding him tightly. What? Startled by the sudden cheers, Lin Hao opened his eyes. He looked up at the scoreboard, which clearly displayed 1-0-3-1-0-4. Only 0.1 seconds remained on the game clock. In such a situation, even a deity could not save the Pistons. Lin Hao's heart pounded, and a surge of disbelief and joy flooded through him. The teammates around him radiated elation and excitement, embracing each other and high-fiving in celebration. I did it. I really did it. Lin Hao leaped with joy, his hands raised high above his head, as if proclaiming his victory to the world. O'Neal rushed towards him excitedly and pounded on him. I knew you could sink that damn shot. This shot was a piece of cake, buddy. Lin Hao spread his hands with a slight smile. The moment to show off had finally arrived. Man, you made a miracle. In the last 30 seconds, you hit 4 three-pointers and 1 4-point play. You'll make the front page tomorrow. Gary Payton approached, shaking Lin Hao's shoulders with excitement. However, after the cheers came a massive chorus of boos from the home crowd. Their emotions shifted from initial shock to disappointment and anger. Their jeers surged like waves, one after another, completely drowning out the cheers on the court. What the hell are you doing? How can you blow such a big lead? You guys suck. My grandma could play better than you. A bunch of losers. Some furious spectators hurled insults at the Pistons players while others threw cans and donuts at them. The Pistons players showed varied expressions, but all hung their heads in silence, revealing an unmistakable sense of loss and dejection. Don't lose heart, kids. In this game, God was on the Lakers' side. But it's okay. We'll win the next one. The usually stern Larry Brown was exceptionally gentle at that moment. Indeed, the Pistons players lifted their heads and regained their spirit. The series now stood at 32, and in the next game, they needed only one more win to claim the championship. The advantage was still on our side. Lynn, don't leave yet. Come with me to the press conference. Phil Jackson walked over and said calmly. Lynn Howe was stunned. Just moments ago, he was a bench warmer worrying about his next contract. Now he was qualified to attend a press conference. Yo, here comes our 38-second, 16-point man. As soon as Lynn Howe entered the Lakers' locker room, O'Neal shouted loudly. Lynn, you created a miracle. You were like Miller possessed out there. Peyton said excitedly. Lynn, good job. I'm impressed. Kobe still wore a cold expression, but the amusement in his eyes was unmistakable. Everyone stay calm. We're still far from victory. We have 2 more games ahead, and we can't afford to lose a single one. Phil Jackson's words instantly tensed the atmosphere in the locker room. Ring, ring. As Lynn Howe walked through the player tunnel to the press conference, his phone suddenly rang. Strange, who's calling me at this hour? He was puzzled. The original owner of this body had almost no friends in America. Moreover, due to high international calling rates, relatives and friends back home rarely called him. This call was truly odd. Lynn Howe picked up his phone and saw the contact name displayed as Sweetheart. What a cheesy nickname. He felt utterly disgusted. Lynn Howe, let's break up. I think we're not right for each other. I have a new boyfriend now. Goodbye. As soon as he pressed the answer button, Lynn Howe heard a woman's voice on the other end. After just 2 sentences, she hung up. At that moment, Lynn Howe suddenly recalled everything. This woman was Wong Meiling, the original owner's girlfriend. In truth, she had agreed to date him only because of his money. In just 1 year, the original owner had spent over $100,000 on her. But seeing that his 1-year contract was about to expire and the team had yet to renew him, Wong Meiling decided to break up. What the hell? Lynn Howe shook his head. The original owner wasn't just a muscle-bound fool with a simple mind. He was also a simp. No wonder he had sunk so low, no wonder he had only about $3,000 left. It was all for this gold-digging woman. Lynn Howe followed Phil Jackson, O'Neal, and Kobe to the press conference. The spacious room was packed with journalists armed with cameras and microphones. Phil, what was your intention when you put a bench warmer on the court in the final 38 seconds? Could you foresee that he would create a miracle? As soon as the press conference began, a reporter eagerly asked. If I had the ability to foresee the future, I wouldn't be doing this thankless job as an NBA coach. The Zen master smiled slightly, then turned serious. Lynn Howe volunteered during the timeout. He told me that if given the chance, he could lead the team to victory. To prove it, he even bet all he had, $3,000 and a plane ticket back home. Upon hearing this, the journalists exchanged glances, their shock palpable. This was explosive news. Kobe chimed in, adding, I'd like to add that after Lynn hit 2 3-pointers, Phil wanted to give me the final crucial play. But Lynn bet $135. He told me that if he lost, he'd have to beg on the streets. Hiss. The reporters gasped in disbelief. What a ruthless character. Lynn Howe, how could you be so sure you'd lead the team to victory? In just 38 seconds, with a deficit of over 10 points, even Jordan wouldn't dare claim he could win. A reporter posed a sharp question. In China, we have an idiom called burning the boats, which means to fight to the end in a desperate situation with no retreat. Our team had lost 2 of the previous 3 games. If we lost this one, our season would end early. Besides, my 1-year contract is about to expire and the team management hasn't renewed it yet. I'd already bought a ticket back home. For both the Lakers and me, there was no turning back. So why not give it everything in those final moments? Lynn Howe spoke with ease and confidence. As far as I know, since signing with the Lakers, you've fallen into a slump and have been consistently missing team practices. The entire organization has lost hope in you. Yet the willpower and fighting spirit you displayed in this game were completely different from before. I want to know what caused such a great change in you. Another reporter suddenly asked. As these words were spoken, even O'Neal and Kobe fixed their gazes firmly on Lynn Howe. They too wanted to know how a person could undergo such a tremendous transformation overnight, both in character and skill. Lynn Howe found this question somewhat troubling. A poorly crafted answer could expose his identity as a time traveler. Suddenly recalling the phone call he had just received, an idea struck him. A year ago, I fell in love with a girl, and we quickly became deeply involved. I spent over $100,000 on her. For her sake, I often skipped team practices to be with her. Lin Hao's voice was low. The hundreds of people in the room were all stunned. Hey, this is a post-game press conference, not a sharing session for your romantic experiences. But it turned out she valued my wealth more than me. Just before the game, she called to tell me she had found a wealthier new boyfriend. In that moment, I lost faith and love. The only thing driving me forward now is basketball. Lin Hao's subsequent words excited the reporters. This was a goldmine. This wasn't just a story about basketball, but one about love and dreams. The next day's headlines were already rich with material. In an instant, Lin Hao became the focal point of major media across the United States. But he paid no heed to this, even turning down O'Neal's invitation to celebrate. Instead, he holed up alone in his apartment as the system had begun issuing rewards. Ding! Detected host hitting a three-pointer over ordinary star player Prince. Reward 1 attribute point. Ding! Detected host helping the Lakers win Game 5 of the NBA Finals. Reward 5 attribute points. Ding! Detected host helping the Lakers win Game 5 of the NBA Finals. Reward 1 draw opportunity. Lin Hao was thrilled he could finally draw. However, he first had to decide how to allocate these 6 attribute points. His 2 strongest skills were currently three-point shooting and defense, also the traits the Lakers valued most in him, with ratings of 74 and 72 respectively. After much deliberation, he finally decided to put all 6 points into three-point shooting. This brought his three-point rating to 80, an upper-tier level in the NBA. If he had allocated all points to defense, he would have only reached an upper-mid level. At last, it was time for the exciting draw. Lin Hao took a deep breath and opened the lottery wheel. The dazzling array of star skill cards was overwhelming. There was Kobe Bryant's fadeaway jumper, Tracy McGrady's pull-up jumper, Stephen Curry's incredible three-point shot. There was also Kawhi Leonard's claw defense, Allen Iverson's crossover, Dwayne Wade's Euro step, as well as LeBron James' tomahawk dunk, Dirk Nowitzki's one-legged fadeaway. Additionally, there were injury recovery potions and stamina potions. Lin Hao nervously pressed the draw button, and the wheel began to spin. His eyes were glued to the wheel, his heart pounding like a drum. Wade, stop. Just give me McGrady. Iverson would do too. Fine, I can accept Leonard's defense. The wheel gradually slowed, landing on Kobe's fadeaway jumper icon. Perfect. Lin Hao was about to leap for joy. Kobe's fadeaway was elegant and smooth. More importantly, it could sink all kinds of difficult shots. It was the skill he desired most. Even more importantly, this wasn't a temporary card. It was permanent. Oh no, it hasn't stopped yet. Lin Hao's heart suddenly tightened. The wheel's pointer slowly slid past the fadeaway icon, finally stopping on an icon he had never seen before. Richard Hamilton's enduring stamina. Damn, what the hell? Lin Hao was dumbfounded. Hamilton, the king of off-ball movement, possessed boundless energy, capable of running any opponent into the ground every game. This skill was certainly good, but Lin Hao was destined to be the one and only basketball god. Compared to other skills, this one was indeed a bit underwhelming. I want a refund. I want a refund. Lin Hao's howls echoed through the apartment. Early the next morning, Lin Hao's name dominated the headlines of nearly every sports media outlet. 16 points in 38 seconds in the finals. Chinese player creates a miracle. NBA Finals witnesses a Miller time moment. The spirit of burning one's boats drives Lin Hao forward. Lin Hao bets everything. Give me a chance, and it'll lead the team to victory. One phone call changes a player's fate. One girl decides the champion. I lost faith and love. The only thing driving me forward now is basketball. Across the ocean in China. At a newsstand. Boss, give me a copy of China Daily. Coming right up. A middle-aged man in a neat suit took the newspaper from the vendor. His name was Wang Chong, an ordinary office worker. Every morning, he bought a newspaper here, a habit he had maintained for years. Wang Chong glanced over the paper briefly and hurried away. Wait, what did I just see? Suddenly, he stopped and reopened the newspaper. After seeing the front-page headline, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Have I been working so much overtime that my eyes are going bad? The headline read, NBA Finals witnesses a miracle, 16 points in 38 seconds. Chinese player Lin Hao writes a legend. Wang Chong had loved playing basketball and watching the NBA in his youth. He knew full well how miraculous 16 points in 38 seconds was. No one had ever achieved it, not even the basketball god Michael Jordan. And now he was being told that an obscure Chinese player had done it. And in the finals, Wang Chong stood by the roadside, engrossed in the article, oblivious to the fact that his work time was approaching. Gradually, the excitement in his eyes grew and the blood in his veins began to boil. Then Wang Chong took out his phone and dialed a friend. Old Zhang, let's play some basketball tonight. Wang, have you lost your mind? Haven't touched a ball in over a decade, have you? What's gotten into you today? I'm just so pumped. Have you seen the news? A Chinese player in the NBA Finals. Inside an internet cafe. Damn it, can you even play? You can't hit a shot from this close. A teenager was playing CS with his friend, cursing incessantly. His name was Li Mingqi, a middle school student who had skipped class today to play games with his friends at the cafe. Just then a pop-up window suddenly appeared in the bottom right corner of the computer screen. Li Mingqi glanced at it out of the corner of his eye and instantly froze. The game in his hands suddenly lost its appeal. Gee, why are you standing there like an idiot? The enemy is at our base. His friend urged him. Come quick. A Chinese player just made a miracle in the NBA Finals. Li Mingqi cheered excitedly. What are you talking about? Didn't the Rockets get eliminated by the Lakers in the first round of the playoffs? I'm not talking about Yao Ming. It's Lin Hao from the Lakers. Who is Lin Hao? Just look and you'll see. Several of his friends put down their games and gathered around. What? Lin Hao scored 16 points in the last 38 seconds of the finals. Awesome. Lin Hao is mighty. Awesome doesn't even cover it. It's like Jordan incarnate. Even Jordan never had a performance this magical. After reading the news, Li Mingqi and the others were still brimming with excitement. They no longer had any interest in playing CS and instead launched into a heated discussion on the forums. Overnight, Lin Hao became a legend in Chinese basketball, a hero in the hearts of the Chinese people. Kid, let's go on. Lin Hao arrived at the training facility early in the morning, and a basketball flew towards him, followed by Peyton's cold voice. What's going on? Lin Hao caught the ball stunned. I just woke up, haven't even brushed my teeth, and you're challenging me to a onion. Kid, you're not scared, are you? Was yesterday just luck? Now that your luck has run out, you don't dare to compete, right? Peyton looked at him contemptuously. What's going on? Lin Hao was bewildered. Wasn't this guy pretty friendly to me yesterday? Why does he seem like a different person today? Looks like I hit the nail on the head, huh? You make a few lucky three-pointers, and you actually think you're someone special, eh? Peyton continued his sarcastic taunts. Bastard, bring it on. Lin Hao's anger flared. He picked up the ball, walked to the center of the court, and crooked his little finger at Peyton. Come on. If you're a man, let's do this onion. Just then, O'Neal, Bryant, Fisher, and other players entered the training facility. Seeing the scene before them, they were all stunned. What's happening? How did these two get into a conflict? Phil Jackson stood with his arms crossed, silent. No one noticed the faint smile in his eyes. Gary Payton had been performing terribly in this series, averaging 4.2 points with a shooting percentage of only 32. For a former top-tier superstar, such performance could only be described as garbage. He must have understood that the gas in his tank was running low. If they lost this series, he might never have another chance at a championship. Peyton was surely using this onion to mentor the rising star Lin Hao. The onion began. Lin Hao had the ball on offense. The moment he got the ball, Peyton clung to him like a ghost, waving his large hands in front of Lin Hao's face, constantly disrupting his vision and rhythm. He really is a former DPOY. The pressure from this defense is immense. Lin Hao thought to himself. With his dribbling ability rated at 28 points, he simply couldn't break through Peyton's defense. Just as Lin Hao's focus wavered slightly, Peyton keenly spotted his opening. Smack! A crisp sound cut through the air. Peyton seized the moment, made a precise steal, and snatched the ball from Lin Hao's hands. What? Lin Hao was taken aback. He was about to continue dribbling, but was shocked to find the ball gone from his hands. Looking up, he saw Peyton effortlessly completing a layup. Our 38-second 16-point man, is your skill really only this limited? If my grandmother were on the court, she could probably guard you with ease. Peyton said with a provocative tone, looking at Lin Hao sideways, his words filled with mockery and disdain. Damn it. Now it's my turn to guard you. Lin Hao was furious. Peyton had the ball on offense. Lin Hao stuck to him like glue, constantly trying to steal the ball. Although Peyton was well past his prime, his dribbling skills were still among the elite in the league. Lin Hao's stealing ability was far from sufficient in his eyes. However, Hamilton's enduring stamina proved useful. No matter how Peyton tried to drive, Lin Hao followed him like a tireless mad dog, constantly using physical contact to disrupt Peyton's rhythm. Despite several attempts to shake him off, Lin Hao remained like a shadow. His defense presented Peyton with an unprecedented challenge. The 10-second shot clock was running out, but Peyton still couldn't get free. He was forced into a contested shot. The shot clanked off the rim, and Lin Hao grabbed the rebound. A flicker of surprise crossed Phil Jackson's eyes. This kid's defensive ability is better than I expected. With his three-point shooting, he's the perfect complement to Shaq and Kobe. Next, it was Lin Hao's turn on offense again. This time was even worse. He dribbled the ball off his own foot, and Peyton stole it again. Peyton leaped up, preparing to lay the ball into the basket with a smooth motion. But Lin Hao quickly recovered, clamping his large hands firmly onto the ball, brutally securing a terrifying chase-down block. Oh my God! The Zen Master and the Lakers players all exclaimed. This kid is really fast. However, for the rest of the unknown, Lin Hao had no more chances for steals or blocks. Both of his abilities were below average. The earlier success was simply because Peyton wasn't paying attention, combined with his age, which had severely diminished his jumping and speed. The unknown session ended, and the result was dismal. Lin Hao had only made one basket. His best weapon, the three-pointer, never had a chance to be released under Peyton's tight defense. Do you know how terrible your shot is? Kid, this game really exposed you, didn't it? You're nothing but a scrub. Yesterday's game was pure dumb luck. Peyton started his sarcastic remarks again. Hearing this, Lin Hao was absolutely furious. But just as he was about to retaliate, suddenly, ding! Detected host scoring one basket over ordinary star player Peyton. Reward 1 attribute point. Ding! Detected host completing one block against ordinary star Peyton. Reward 1 attribute point. Ding! Detected host grabbing one rebound in front of ordinary star Peyton. Reward 1 attribute point. Ding! Detected host successfully blocking 4 shots from ordinary star player Peyton. Reward 4 attribute points. This series of system notification sounds instantly filled Lin Hao with excitement. So unknown duels can also earn rewards. This system is called the Mad Dog system. You can gain attribute points by taking advantage of star players, the system explained. Lin Hao decided to allocate all 7 attribute points to his dribbling. Now his dribbling ability had reached a value of 35. At that moment, his gaze toward Peyton turned scorching, like a mad dog spotting a succulent steak. This wasn't an opponent, it was a walking experience point package. Your eyes are wrong. What are you up to? Peyton tensed up instantly. Let's have another round. A sinister grin spread across Lin Hao's face. Since he could harvest attribute points from him, he could keep doing so until the end of time. Hamilton's legendary stamina was no joke. A chill ran down Peyton's spine. Why did this kid's gaze look so terrifying? The second round began. Once again, Lin Hao was no match for Peyton, but Peyton felt the pressure mounting. First, Lin Hao's dribbling had improved, forcing Peyton to exert more effort to guard him. Second, thanks to the endurance card, Lin Hao's stamina remained undepleted, while Peyton, older, now suffered a severe decline in stamina. Lin Hao lost this round, but he managed to score 2 baskets and complete a steal. This time, he earned 8 attribute points. Without hesitation, Lin Hao added them to his dribbling, raising his ability to 43. He failed to notice the astonishment in the eyes of Kobe Bryant and the Zen Master. This kid is improving so fast. I'm starting to feel overwhelmed, Peyton said, wiping sweat from his brow, ready to leave. What? Scared? Too afraid to compete? What a waste. Lin Hao's voice rang out from behind, freezing Peyton in his tracks. What did you say? Afraid of you? If not, then let's go again. Fine. And so Lin Hao and Peyton went head-to-head for 5 straight rounds. Peyton was nearly collapsing on the court. He propped himself up with his hands on his knees, gasping for air. Beads of sweat the size of beans covered his forehead, and his chest heaved violently. What's wrong with our former defensive player of the year? I just scored 10 baskets on you. Lin Hao's taunting tone nearly infuriated him to death. Just as Lin Hao wanted to continue, the Zen Master stepped in to stop it. Peyton's old bones couldn't withstand such torment. If they kept going, the Lakers' starting point guard might not be able to play the day after tomorrow. With a game coming up, Phil Jackson only arranged some light recovery drills. After practice, Kobe picked up his bag, ready to leave the gym for extra training. He was deeply dissatisfied with his performance in this series. Averaging 22.6 points per game with a shooting percentage of only 38.1. For someone as perfectionist as him, such a performance was utterly unacceptable. Hey Kobe, how about a unknown? Lin Hao chased after him, his tone eager. The moment the words left his mouth, the entire training facility fell into dead silence. Everyone's eyes widened in utter shock. Had this kid lost his mind? Challenging Kobe to a unknown. Didn't he know that when it came to unknown, no one in the entire league could beat him? Just because he got the better of Peyton, he thought he could provoke Kobe. Are you serious? Kobe turned around, a predatory glint in his eyes. Of course, Lin Hao showed no fear. Instead, he was brimming with excitement. Kobe was a top-tier star. Getting the better of him would earn 3 attribute points. Peyton couldn't compare. Kobe let out a bitter laugh. Now even nobodies dared to challenge the Black Mamba. I'd have to teach this kid a lesson to show him his place. His gaze sharpened. He slowly put down his bag, took off his jacket, and revealed the familiar No. 8 jersey. The two stood at opposite ends of the court, their eyes locking in a silent duel. All right, let's get started then. Kobe's voice echoed through the gym, and Lin Hao nodded. Want to make a bet? Want to bet on how many shots this kid can make against Kobe? O'Neal laughed with delight. Seeing someone provoke Kobe was as sweet as a donut to him. Shaq, stop joking. Kobe will destroy him. Devine George chuckled. Just because he got the better of Gary doesn't mean he can match Kobe. After all, Gary's old while Kobe's in his prime. Plus, Kobe's offense is on a whole other level, Fisher said seriously. So none of you want to bet with me, eh? O'Neal shrugged helplessly. The moment Kobe caught the ball, Lin Hao lunged at him like a beast unleashed from its cage. Kobe tried to shake him off with crossovers, but Lin Hao clung to him like an unshakable piece of taffy, his eyes filled with determination and ferocity, as if declaring, "This is my turf." But no matter how fierce the gaze or strong the will, it was useless. Kobe was Kobe after all. With a sudden burst of speed, he drove past Lin Hao on the right. Lin Hao stayed close, half a step behind, but still stretched out his hand desperately to disrupt the shot. Kobe pulled up for a jumper, the ball arcing beautifully through the air and swishing cleanly through the net. He sneered, "Kid, thought you were something special. This is all you've got to challenge me." Lin Hao picked up the ball, took a deep breath, and began his own offensive. He tried to confuse Kobe with crossovers and fakes, but nearly got stripped. His dribbling skills were CB level in the face of the Black Mamba. Forced into a hurried jump shot, Kobe leaped high and swatted the ball away with a massive block. Wow, the gap is just too huge. O'Neal couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. In the following possessions, Kobe showcased his kaleidoscopic offensive arsenal and elite defense. Whether it was drive shots or passes, Lin Hao was caught off guard every time. Yet his eyes remained unwavering, and he gave his all on every defensive and offensive play. Even when knocked off balance, Head quickly regained his footing and pounced again, relentlessly hassling his opponent. This kid's got some serious grit. He's insane. What if he gets hurt playing like this? I'm scared just watching. The onlookers were deeply shaken by Lin Hao's mad dog tenacity and reckless abandon. Still, willpower could never bridge the gap in skill. The score quickly widened. Lin Hao was scoreless while Kobe had easily racked up over a dozen points. "Kid, go home and practice some more." Kobe sneered, picking up his bag ready to head home. But Lin Hao refused to concede. The day after tomorrow was Game 6 of the finals. How could he pass up such an invaluable experience against Kobe? This is only the beginning. "Do you dare to play another round?" Lin Hao stared intently at Kobe. "You do have some nerve. Very well, I'll indulge you." Though Kobe's tone was cold, a flicker of admiration for Lin Hao gleamed in his eyes. He had always held the utmost contempt for players who refused to put in the effort. Despite Lin Hao's lack of skill, his relentless drive was enough to earn Kobe's respect. Thus, the two engaged in 5 unannounced sessions. Shaq, Phil Jackson, and the others grew weary of watching and gradually departed. Rip Hamilton's endurance card began to take effect. After dozens of rounds, Kobe was panting heavily, while Lin Hao seemed utterly tireless. Leveraging his physical advantage, Lin Hao played as if divinely inspired. At 7 p.m., Phil Jackson drove to the Staples Center intending to discuss the upcoming game with his assistants. The mere thought of the next match gave the Zen master a headache. The Lakers' lineup appeared formidable on the surface, but was in truth fragile. The team was rife with internal conflicts, each player fighting for himself, and the Stars' performances had noticeably declined. The third core, Malone, was injured and out for the season. Payton had become an overrated liability. Kobe was in a slump, his stubborn mindset yielding only 22 points on 22 shots per game. Only Shaq remained to hold the fort. In contrast, the Pistons boasted tenacious defense, high tactical discipline, seamless teamwork, and a deep, balanced roster. Had it not been for Lin Hao's transcendent performance in Game 5, the Lakers would have already been eliminated. Yet expecting him to replicate such heroics every game was clearly unrealistic. As the Zen master approached the arena entrance, he heard the rhythmic bounce of a basketball and the squeak of sneakers against the floor. Stepping inside, he froze in astonishment. Kobe and Lin Hao were still going at it. He had left the arena at 4 p.m., and now it was already 7 p.m. Subtracting their dinner break and the time spent on earlier rounds, they had been locked in a duel for a full 4 hours. Had Game 6 not been scheduled for the day after tomorrow, the Zen master would have intervened. Just then, a scene on the court caught Phil's attention. Kobe leaped into the air, poised like a war axe to slam the ball through the hoop. But Lin Hao was right behind him, soaring high and clamping his right hand firmly onto the ball, snatching it cleanly. What a block! My God, what did I just witness? A role player blocking Kobe. The Zen master clutched his head, overwhelmed with shock. But it wasn't over. Lin Hao rose again, driving past Kobe's defense to slam the ball ferociously into the basket. A poster dunk. An actual poster dunk. My God, this is insanity. The Zen master's mind buzzed, his face a mask of utter astonishment. Yet Lin Hao's next words deepened his shock. "Kobe, I've got 1 block, 1 steal, and 5 baskets on you." Kobe, unwilling to admit defeat, retorted coldly, "If I weren't exhausted, you wouldn't have gotten the better of me." The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them. True to form, Lin Hao's reply left him speechless. The strong never make excuses for failure. Indeed, wasn't stamina also part of one's ability? A loss was a loss. No room for excuses. And don't even think about slacking off. We're continuing tomorrow. Lin Hao turned and walked away, tossing the challenge over his shoulder. Given his stamina, Lin Hao could have played another dozen rounds. But what if he wore Kobe out? The experience boost had to be preserved for continued use. Kobe gritted his teeth in frustration. Wasn't that his own line? He had always been the one pushing others to train, and now someone was pushing him. A spark lit up the Zen master's eyes. This kid had incredible stamina and decent defense. Perhaps he would be the key to victory in Game 6. Back in his apartment, Lin Hao eagerly opened the system panel. Ding! Detected host scoring 6 baskets over All-Star Kobe Bryant. Reward 12 attribute points. Ding! Detected host making 1 block on All-Star Kobe Bryant. Reward 2 attribute points. Ding! Detected host making 1 steal on All-Star Kobe Bryant. Reward 2 attribute points. Lin Hao was dumbfounded. System, are you sure you got it right? Kobe isn't a top-tier star. This system has not aired. Kobe is still in his developmental phase on par with McGrady, Iverson, and James. He won't begin to ascend to top-tier stardom until after the 0-5 season. Fine. Lin Hao sighed in resignation. Who was he to argue when the system defined the criteria for star players? Lin Hao had earned 16 attribute points from Kobe. Combined with the 30 points he had previously gained from Peyton, he now had a total of 46 attribute points to allocate. However, deciding how to distribute them left Lin Hao perplexed. Logically, he should pour them all into dribbling and mid-range shooting. That would shore up his weaknesses and give him an edge in tomorrow's duel with Kobe. But the more pressing concern was the game the day after. On a Lakers team featuring Peyton, Kobe, and Shaq, a 3-and-D player was the most valuable asset and the most effective contributor to victory. Moreover, winning the game would grant him a lottery draw, a prize far more valuable than attribute points. In the end, Lin Hao chose to invest his points in defense and 3-point shooting. As a result, his 3-point rating soared to a staggering 100 and his defensive rating reached 98. Am I now the league's premier 3-and-D player? Lin Hao felt as if he were dreaming, his heart ablaze with fervor. The next day, he sought out Kobe for another duel, but his gains were limited, earning only 8 attribute points. For one, Kobe had recovered his stamina. More importantly, with the game looming tomorrow, the Zen master strictly forbade them from continuing their unknown sessions. This rendered Lin Hao's 90-point stamina stat useless. Ultimately, he allocated those 8 points to stamina and defense. Now his defense was maxed out and his stamina had reached 96. The 2004 NBA Finals Game 6 arrived as scheduled. On this star-studded night, all of Detroit was immersed in an atmosphere of intense tension and excitement. Outside the palace of Auburn Hills, the crowd surged. This arena had become the focal point of the world's attention. The Lakers, clad in their purple and gold jerseys, stepped onto the court one by one, greeted by a deafening chorus of boos from the home fans. The unified roar of thousands of fans coalesced into a powerful sonic torrent that pierced the eardrums. The previous match was inexplicably lost to the Lakers, leaving the team in a state of extreme anger and dissatisfaction. The audience seemed poised to unleash all their pent-up grievances at that moment. Kobe had grown accustomed to various situations, yet at this moment his brow slightly furrowed. Shaquille O'Neal, the king of the basketball court, took a deep breath in the face of the overwhelming boos, his expression gravely serious. Peyton, a seasoned veteran, also felt the immense pressure, a flicker of confusion flashing in his eyes. However, Lin Hao showed no signs of nervousness at all. Rather, he appeared extraordinarily excited. Tonight, I will shock the entire league and the world with my 3-point shooting, defense, and endurance. Currently, these 3 abilities have all reached their maximum potential. In other words, in terms of these 3 abilities, there is no one in the league who can compete. This kid truly has a big heart. No wonder he managed to score 16 points in 35 seconds with such a miraculous performance. Seeing Lin Hao's extraordinary performance, Zen Master's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Thinking of this, he whispered a few words to his assistant beside him. Phil, you must think carefully. This is the finals. The assistant's face showed a look of shock. I have made my decision. Zen Master nodded emphatically. Due to Lin Hao's presence, the Chinese television station broadcasted this match live. Su Kun said, in the last match, our Chinese player Lin Hao scored 16 points in 38 seconds. What do you think, Teacher Zhang? Zhang Heli replied, I have been following Lin Hao ever since he entered the NBA. His strengths lie in his 3-point shooting and defense, but he has not showcased his advantages during the regular season. For a long time, his performance could even be described as poor. His last match was indeed very impressive, even miraculous. Although Lin Hao is our compatriot, I must say that an occasional explosion does not prove anything. The number of role players in NBA history who have had 1 or 2 astonishing performances is countless. But Lin Hao's 16 points in 38 seconds set an NBA record surpassing even the famous Miller time. Zhang Heli said that's right. This fully demonstrates that Lin Hao is absolutely qualified to become an excellent NBA player. Su Kun asked, do you think Lin Hao will start in this match? Zhang Heli replied firmly, it's unlikely in the short term. In the last match, he made 5 three-pointers, 2 of which were against the opposing team's substitutes. If he were directly placed in a starting position, he might not have another astonishing performance. Although Zhang Heli was not optimistic about Lin Hao, Chinese netizens thought otherwise. Looking forward to Lin Hao performing miracles in this match. Everyone, how many points do you predict Lin Hao will score? 30 or 40? Hao Gu is mighty overpowering Prince. Hao Shun is mighty surpassing Kobe, and Jordan is just around the corner. However, many trolls emerged at this moment. It's just one good performance in a match. Who doesn't eat dumplings during the new year? I know Lin Hao, he's not good at mid-range passing or dribbling. If the Pistons target him, he won't score a single point. Do you really think he's a superstar? He's definitely going to show his true colors in this match. Isn't that nonsense? Just because he played one good game, he can start. You really underestimate the NBA. If Lin Hao scores over 10 points in this match, I'll immediately post my wife's private photos, and they'll be of the steamy kind. I stand by this. If I go back on my word, I'll write my name backward. Just as the forum was in an uproar, a user named Bien Hua Kai shifted everyone's attention with a single line. Wow, is it really that explosive? Hey, you said it. Truly a real man. Bien Hua Kai, a true iron-blooded man. I was originally a Lin hater, but now I'm incredibly looking forward to Lin Hao proving everyone wrong. At this moment, the lights in the palace of Auburn Hills suddenly went dark, and a strong spotlight pierced through the darkness, directly shining at the entrance of the player tunnel. The Lakers' starting players were introduced one by one. First to appear was the team's second-in-command Kobe, followed by Peyton and Medvedenko, who replaced Karl Malone at the power forward position. The fourth player to come out is. The announcer looked at the list in his hand and was stunned for a full second before continuing, it's Lin Hao from the Huaxia Nation. The Lakers players preparing to take the court were all stunned. Wasn't I supposed to be the starting small forward? The most shocked was Devin George, whose expression turned quite grim. Zen Master nudged the still-dazed Lin Hao. Oh, Lin Hao was pushed by him and stumbled into the player tunnel. Zen Master looked at his back, revealing an expectant smile. Kid, I look forward to the surprises you'll bring me in the upcoming match. In fact, ever since Zen Master saw Lin Hao unknown with Kobe, he had intended to promote him to the starting lineup. Lin Hao's strong defense and extraordinary stamina made him the perfect candidate to guard Hamilton. In the first 4 games, Kobe's poor performance was largely due to Hamilton. He exhausted Kobe with constant movement on offense, completely wearing him down. Another crucial reason was that in the previous series, Kobe, Karl Malone, Fisher, and Peyton had all been shooting terribly, and the Lakers' shooting ability was far inferior to that of the Pistons. This led to the Lakers having extremely limited offensive space, and Shaquille could not exert his dominance in the paint. Lin Hao's accurate three-point shooting perfectly filled this gap. From this perspective, Lin Hao is undoubtedly the best candidate for the Lakers' starting small forward. The only downside is that he has not integrated well into the team's triangle offense. However, it's not a big problem. During the Bulls' three-peat, Rodman also never truly grasped the triangle offense. As long as Lin Hao can defend well and hit a few three-pointers unexpectedly, that will suffice. Of course, the most important reason is that the Lakers' small forward position has been so poor. Devin George is simply not a qualified starter. Seeing this scene, Zhang Heli's expression in the studio became quite interesting. Phil Jackson's courage to use a rookie is truly admirable. He quickly covered his embarrassment with a smile. Indeed, this also shows that Lin Hao has earned Zen Master's trust. Su Kun quickly chimed in, helping to cover for him. Chinese netizens in the forum instantly became excited. Who just said my Hao Shun couldn't make the starting lineup? Stand up. My Hao Shun is the future basketball god. How could he not even make the starting lineup? I said, why do you care about this now? This is just a minor issue. What truly deserves attention is the private photos of Bien Hua Kai's wife. Oh right, you reminded me. If Lin Hao starts, the chances of him scoring 10 points will skyrocket. The game officially began. The Pistons' starting lineup: Billups, Hamilton, Prince, Rasheed Wallace, Ben Wallace. The Lakers' starting lineup: Peyton, Kobe, Lin Hao, Medvedenko, Shaquille O'Neal. Shaquille dominated the jump ball with his massive size, winning possession for the Lakers. After crossing half-court, Peyton saw an opportunity and charged directly into the Pistons' paint. However, Ben Wallace leapt high, sending a block that deflected the ball out of bounds. A deafening cheer erupted from the crowd. Gary is really getting old. Zen Master shook his head in dismay. If Peyton were still at his peak, that block from Ben would have been easily missed. Pistons on the attack. When Hamilton saw Lin Hao closely guarding him, he signaled for the ball. Billups understood and immediately passed it to him. Originally, it was Kobe who was defending Hamilton, so he had to rely on off-ball movement to create shots. But now that the defender was a yellow-skinned kid, he saw no need to hold back and attack directly. Hey rookie, don't think that hitting a few three-pointers means you're really good. The NBA isn't a place for you to go back to Huaxia. It is common knowledge that Hamilton excels at off-ball play. However, few realize that his ball handling skills are severely underestimated and his isolation ability ranks among the elite in the league. Unfortunately for him, his opponent was Lin Hao. No matter how formidable Hamilton's drives were, how could they surpass Kobe Bryant's? Even Kobe could not easily break past Lin Hao. Lin Hao's defense was like a ferocious python tightly coiling around Hamilton. Suddenly, Lin Hao darted to one side, seemingly offering a chance for a breakthrough. Hamilton immediately accelerated with full force, attempting to shake off Lin Hao's defense. The previously impenetrable defense had nearly suffocated him. Yet the moment he burst forward, Lin Hao deftly poked the ball away from behind. Although Lin Hao's steal rating was only 55, his defensive rating of 100 combined with speed and agility of 90 allowed him to complete the theft with ease. Hamilton, seething with rage, chased after him like a madman. Having been stripped by a rookie from China, his fury peaked as he sought to deliver the most brutal and humiliating chase-down block. However, Lin Hao came to an abrupt halt at the top of the three-point arc. What was he doing? This question lingered not only in Hamilton's mind, but also among the other players and all the fans present. As everyone was filled with confusion, Lin Hao leaped high and released a three-point shot. Even the ever-calm and composed Zen master could not help but blurt out a curse. You went crazy with threes last game only because you had to catch up, but the game has just started now. Do you really think you're Reggie Miller? Whether driving or passing, the success rate is higher than shooting threes. Then the ball traced a beautiful arc and swished straight through the net. The Zen master shot to his feet. This shot was utterly unexpected. The commentator on site shouted excitedly, being able to stop Hamilton for even one possession is already remarkable. Clearly, we have all underestimated Lin's defensive abilities. Outstanding from beyond the arc. Outstanding on defense. This is exactly what the Lakers need right now. He is the perfect complement to the Lakers' 2 stars. The Lakers should seriously consider offering him a guaranteed contract. In the CCTV studio, Su Kun asked, "What do you think of that shot by Lin Hao, teacher Zhang?" Zhang Heli replied, "Unreasonable. That shot was unreasonable. But he made it. Sometimes when you're feeling it, everything goes in." On the Pistons' next offensive possession, Chauncey Billups dribbled the ball past half-court. "Why am I being guarded by you, rookie? Shouldn't it be Kobe?" Hamilton asked out of curiosity. Lin Hao shrugged. "Kobe thinks you're too weak. A weakling like you is only worthy of my defense." The rookie sure has a sharp tongue. A glint of sharpness flashed in Hamilton's eyes. "That shot of yours was just luck. Do you really think you're something now? Now let me show you my real skill." He quickened his pace, feinting left, and then sharply cutting right, attempting to shake off the defense with frequent changes of direction and bursts of speed. "Kid, this is real skill." True to his reputation as a runner, he kept up a stream of trash talk even while sprinting wildly. Yet Lin Hao's footwork remained unflustered. Every time Hamilton changed direction, he followed swiftly, as if anticipating the move beforehand. "Well done." The Zen master's eyes lit up. Lin Hao's defense was as flawless as a textbook, so perfect that he could find almost no fault with it. If they could successfully contain Hamilton, the Pistons' perimeter firepower would be reduced by at least half. Meanwhile, Tayshaun Prince, under Kobe's tight defense, also found no openings. As the shot clock ticked down, Billups finally found an opportunity and passed the ball to Rasheed Wallace. Rasheed Wallace took a rushed shot and missed. Shaquille O'Neal grabbed the rebound. "Hey buddy, is that all you've got? Guarding you is easier than guarding Shaq's grandma." Lin Hao's irritating words reached Hamilton's ears. He was about to explode with rage. "Kid, I like that talk. My grandma is indeed tougher than him." O'Neal chimed in with a wide grin. Lakers possession. Gary Payton drove into the paint again, but the Pistons' interior defense was as solid as a rock, leaving him with no options. If he forced a shot, the Zen master would probably chew him out. His shooting percentage for the series was a mere 32.1. At that moment, Lin Hao called for the ball from beyond the three-point line, and Payton immediately passed it to him. In truth, Payton didn't fully trust Lin Hao, but Kobe and Shaq were both under tight defense, leaving no passing lanes to them. After passing the ball, Payton immediately started moving without the ball, calling for a return pass. But just as he turned and waved his hand, he saw Lin Hao, who had just received the pass, shoot directly. "What?" Payton was dumbfounded. Kobe and Shaq were equally stunned. "You're shooting like that. You haven't even fully shaken off Hamilton's defense." Yet the ball drilled straight through the net. My God. Payton was about to curse the rookie, but he couldn't believe it went in again. This was simply incredible. Back in the CCTV studio, Su Kun remarked that shot by Lin Hao didn't seem particularly reasonable either. Zhang Heli coughed and said indeed it wasn't. He really dared to take it, and it really dared to go in. On the basketball court, strength always prevails. After Lin Hao hit 2 consecutive threes, Kobe, who always appreciates talent, came over and gave him a high five. Peyton and O'Neal also patted Lin Hao on the rear, signaling a good shot. What's wrong with you guys? I had my hand out. Why pat my butt? Give me a high five. Lin Hao was speechless. A man's rear is not for just anyone to touch. Larry Brown immediately called a timeout. What the hell are you doing? Getting dominated on both ends by a rookie. He glared at Hamilton. Hamilton was equally helpless. He had given his all, but the kid seemed to be on fire. On Chinese forums, the crowd was buzzing. God, Hao is unstoppable. 2 threes and a steal in the first few minutes. He is truly the pride of China. Where are those who said Lin Hao would be exposed? Wait, these are minor details. What really matters is God Hao's scoring. Oh yeah, you reminded me. If God Hao scores 10 points, we get to see the nude photo. For the remainder of the game, neither Kobe nor Lin Hao had much chance to shine. Because the big shark finally unleashed his fury. O'Neal, like a primordial beast, wreaked havoc under the basket, dominating the opponent's interior. Rashid Wallace, Ben Wallace, and even Prince all double-teamed him, but they could not stop the big shark. This shark is truly terrifying. Lin Hao watched up close as O'Neal used his powerful arm to fend off the defender, pivoted sharply, and slammed the ball into the basket while being guarded by 2 opponents. The scene was quite shocking. The score now stood at 1-5 with the Lakers in the lead. Larry Brown immediately called a timeout. If this continued, the Pistons would collapse. After the timeout, O'Neal's opportunities visibly dwindled. Physical confrontations, fronting, double-teaming, fouling, disrupting passes. The Pistons employed every tactic at their disposal. As a result, opportunities naturally arose for Kobe and Lin Hao. After receiving the ball, Kobe broke through Prince's defense like lightning and charged toward the basket with breathtaking speed. Under the basket, the fierce Big Ben was poised and ready. Simultaneously, Hamilton decisively abandoned his defense on Lin Hao to swiftly provide supplementary coverage. With Big Ben ahead and the runner behind him open, Lin Hao hurriedly shouted at the top of his lungs. Perhaps passing to that kid wouldn't be a bad choice. In the past, Kobe would usually go it alone when double-teamed, but now he hesitated. Pass it to me. O'Neal stood under the basket, waving his arms and yelling loudly. How you think I'd pass to you? Dream on. Hearing this, Kobe didn't hesitate and passed the ball to Lin Hao. Hamilton quickly recovered, but Lin Hao leaped decisively, flicking his wrist gently. The ball traced a graceful arc through the air and swished through the net. Beautiful. His teammates cheered. Kobe walked over and patted him on the shoulder, his eyes filled with approval. The Zen master frowned, a hint of displeasure in his heart. Passing to Shaq just now would have been a better choice given the higher shooting percentage. But he said nothing. After all, 3 points are better than 2. Hey buddy, leaving me open is definitely your worst move. Lin Hao approached Hamilton's side with a grin. The Pistons were on offense. This time Lin Hao once again chased Hamilton relentlessly across the court. Hamilton could find no opportunity to shoot. Buddy, did you skip breakfast? O'Neal's grandma runs faster than you. Lin Hao's taunting voice rang out again. Hamilton gritted his teeth and suddenly accelerated. Lin Hao kept pace but collided with a mountain of flesh. Big Ben had stepped up to set a screen. After Hamilton broke free from Lin Hao, Billups understood perfectly. The ball flew like a precision-guided missile into Hamilton's hands. He caught it without hesitation and rose for a jump shot. He's shooting. Hamilton is shooting. This is a perfect opportunity, the commentator exclaimed excitedly. The crowd in the arena began to cheer as well. Hamilton's open mid-range jumper had a commendable shooting percentage. Wait. Just as they cheered, a shadow streaked across the court. Lin Hao, wearing the Lakers' number 3 jersey, burst forward like a swift leopard. Bang! He leaped high with a roar and swatted away the ball Hamilton had just released. Unbelievable. A block that blots out the sky and covers the earth. The entire arena gasped. Every face showed shock. How did he manage that? That was everyone's shared question. The replay clearly showed Lin Hao nearly stumbling after colliding with Ben Wallace. But before he could steady himself, he immediately veered around and lunged at Hamilton. Pistons coach Larry Brown's expression grew grim. This block was monumental. It fully demonstrated that Lin Hao's defensive awareness, agility, speed, and leaping ability were at an all-star level. Richard is in for trouble now, he sighed softly. Subsequently, Lin Hao seized an opportunity and drilled another three-pointer that pierced the Pistons' defense, helping the Lakers secure a 10-point lead. Larry Brown called another timeout. With a dark face, he said to Hamilton, "Richard, stop double-teaming Shaq from now on. Don't give that kid any more easy scoring opportunities." The forums in China were livelier than during the new year. The flowers of the other shore are in bloom. You'd better not try to run away. Everyone has their eyes on you. Don't even think about fleeing. I'm a PhD student in computer science from Qingbei University, and I've already locked onto your IP address. Wow, there's a real expert on the forum. Bien Huakai is probably trembling in a corner right now, regretting his loose tongue. What are you all bickering about? When did I ever say I was going to run? I'm a real man, and I keep my word. Fine, we'll see about that. Have you ever considered one thing? What if his wife is too ugly an eyesore? Rest assured my wife is drop-dead gorgeous, she won't disappoint you. In the ensuing competition under Hamilton's tight defense, Lin Hao never had another open chance to shoot. In truth, his three-point shooting ability had already reached a perfect score of 100, and even when shooting under pressure his accuracy remained high. But the problem was his teammates wouldn't pass him the ball. Furthermore, the Shark was still contained, and Kobe couldn't find his rhythm, causing the scales of victory to gradually tip toward the Pistons. Well done, my child. The Zen master patted Lin Hao's shoulder with a benevolent expression. However, Lin Hao couldn't muster any joy for a long while. All in all, he had only a dozen or so attribute points. After toiling and battling for so long, I've earned less than when I dueled Peyton Onion. His face darkened, and he remained silent. Though Lin Hao now possessed Hamilton's enduring stamina, he lacked his off-ball movement skills, leaving him with no chance to shoot. This kid has such a profound mindset. To him, the team's victory outweighs personal performance. Zen Master felt exceedingly pleased with Lin Hao. Now everything about this kid seemed pleasing to the eye. Before long, Lin Hao was granted another opportunity to take the court. The live commentator was visibly astonished. It seems Phil holds this Chinese player in high regard. He's back on the floor after a mere 3-minute rest. I've tallied it up. George, the Lakers' former starting small forward, has only played 4 minutes so far. Devine George's face darkened with fury as he fixed his glare on Lin Hao on the court. Damn it, not only did he steal my starting spot, but now my playing time is being cut down to that of a role player. His contract was approaching its end. If he couldn't secure playing time in the finals, his next contract would suffer a severe reduction. Blocking a man's path to wealth is akin to taking his life. A glimmer of resentment flickered in George's eyes. In the ensuing game, Lin Hao seized another opportunity to shoot and sank his fourth three-pointer. The commentator gasped in astonishment. Good heavens. Unbelievable. Lin Hao hasn't missed a single three-pointer yet. Hitting 4 threes in a row is an absolute rarity in finals history. A player who can shoot threes, play defense, and doesn't hog the ball. What a gem Phil has unearthed. He's the perfect championship piece. Meanwhile, the forum in China reached a fever pitch. Blossom Beyond the Shore, come out and fulfill your promise. Come out now, we're waiting. Don't even think about backing out, we've got your IP address. What the hell are you all yapping about? Did I ever say I'd weasel out? Wait a moment, I'll post it now. Amidst great anticipation, Blossom Beyond the Shore finally appeared. The moment those words were uttered, the forum fell silent. Everyone held their breath, incessantly refreshing the page to catch the first glimpse of the photo. When the picture appeared, everyone's eyes widened and jaws dropped. Blossom Beyond the Shore had actually kept his word. It was indeed a private photo, a nude one, and without any censorship. However, Blossom Beyond the Shore, are you trying to fool us? Didn't you say it was your wife's photo? What's with the female husky? Exactly, this is pure deception. Post it again. Post it again. What's wrong with me marrying a female husky? Is there a law against it? With those words from Blossom Beyond the Shore, the netizens were left speechless. In the following game, Lin Hao completely locked down Hamilton. He transformed into an impenetrable defensive line like a mad dog, giving his opponent no chance to breathe. During a rebound scramble, Lin Hao was knocked to the ground by Big Ben, but he sprang back up like a spring and rejoined the fray. On a defensive retreat, Lin Hao sprinted with astonishing speed, successfully stifling the Pistons' fast break. By halftime, Lin Hao had scored 12 points, grabbed 2 rebounds, made 1 steal, and blocked 1 shot. The stats weren't earth-shattering, but anyone watching the game felt one thing: Lin Hao was omnipresent on defense. Yet he couldn't muster any joy. The Lakers were trailing. With Lin Hao's sharpshooting stretching the floor and his defense easing the pressure on Kobe, the Lakers shouldn't have been struggling so much. But Kobe and O'Neal were at each other's throats. They'd rather pass to Lin Hao than to each other, severely diminishing the power of the OK duo. Lin Hao was beside himself with worry. If they lost this game, how could he earn his lottery draw? With just a few attribute points, when would he ever become the god of basketball? A whistle blew, ending the first half. The score stood at 3-7-4-2. Kid, you played brilliantly. Phil Jackson beamed and embraced Lin Hao, awed by his ferocious, all-out defense in the first half. But Lin Hao didn't reciprocate the warmth. You two idiots, look what you've done to the team. How can you play like this? You might as well go home and suckle. He strode grimly up to Kobe and O'Neal, pointing at them and cursing. His words struck like a thunderbolt, plunging the locker room into dead silence. Phil's clipboard clattered to the floor. The players gaped, eyes bulging like brass bells. Are you talking to me? Kobe and O'Neal pointed at themselves in unison. No shit. Who else? Lin Hao snarled. This is the finals, not a place for petty squabbles. Gary and Carl sacrificed their pride as superstars to ride your coattails for a championship. Is this how you repay them? Those old-timers have little left in the tank. If they fail now, they might never win a ring. If your real men play well in the second half, cooperate, and win this game. The locker room fell silent again. Kid, no one's ever talked to me like that before. You're challenging the team's leader. O'Neal stepped up to Lin Hao. His eyes like brass bells blazed with fury as his massive fists clenched. Everyone trembled before the Shark's wrath. You still know you're the team leader. I thought you'd forgotten. But Lin Hao looked fiercer, spraying spittle as he roared. A team leader should act like one. Look at what you've done. Kobe had opportunities, but you'd rather pass to me than him. And that time Kobe missed Prince, you were right there, but refused to help. Kobe, you're no different. Lin Hao then turned his glare to Kobe. Shaq had so many good chances. Why didn't you pass to him? Just to fight for the team's top spot. Your dream is to surpass Jordan, isn't it? Jordan would never pull such crap. And most importantly, lose this game, and we're fishing. You once created glory together. Now you're throwing it away over a petty dispute. Do you deserve the coach's trust, your teammates' efforts, and the fans' hopes? Wake up, set aside your nonsense, play hard, and fight for the championship. The anger on Kobe and O'Neal's faces gradually gave way to shock. Is being the team leader really that important? For the championship, can't we let go of our grudges? They both began to reflect. Fight for the championship. Phil shouted, extending his right hand. Fight for the championship. Peyton chimed in, placing his hand atop Phil's. Fight for the championship. Medvedenko, Fisher, George, and Walton all joined in. Kobe and O'Neal exchanged glances, old comradeship welling up. Fight for the championship. They both reached out. The Lakers' locker room was suddenly filled with unprecedented harmony. Phil marveled inwardly at the treasure the Lakers had found. Who'd have thought Lin Hao could rein in both Kobe and O'Neal and unite them? Hey kid, you've got guts. First time I've seen someone curse out both Kobe and O'Neal to their faces. I agree with what you said, but calling me a coattail rider and saying I'm running on empty. We need to have a word about that. Peyton grinned menacingly, slapping Lin Hao hard on the back. Huh. Gary Lin's words couldn't be more true. The entire locker room erupted in laughter. The second half of the game began. As the Lakers players stepped onto the court, a flicker of surprise crossed Larry Brown's face. Their aura seems different somehow. This feeling was indescribable, as if the Lakers had undergone a complete transformation during the brief halftime break. True to form, the unified Lakers stormed through the second half like a tidal wave. Kobe and Shaquille O'Neal stopped playing as individuals, instead coordinating passes, setting screens, and executing picks with seamless fluidity. The rest of the team played with soaring morale, contesting every possession fiercely. Caught off guard by the Lakers' sudden shift, the Pistons' once tight defense developed cracks, and their offense sputtered repeatedly. The Lakers completely seized control of the game's tempo, steadily widening the gap. To make matters worse, Hamilton ran out of steam. Lin Hao, relentless as a tireless hound, gave his all on defense and constantly engaged in physical battles on offense. The famed runner was utterly exhausted, his defensive intensity dropping a notch. Before long, Kobe drove into the Pistons' paint, drawing a double team, and passed to an open Lin Hao. Lin rose without hesitation, and the ball swished through the net. Unbelievable. Lin Hao is 5 for 5, scoring 15 points. The Pistons' perimeter defense is like paper to him. Together with Kobe, they've shattered the Pistons' defense, the commentator exclaimed. With Kobe, O'Neal, and Lin Hao joining forces, the Pistons never found a way to rally. The final buzzer sounded. The score stood at 8,776. The Lakers had thoroughly dominated the Pistons. The Lakers players exited the court amid the home crowd's thunderous jeers. O'Neal finished with 35 points, 15 rebounds, 3 assists, and 5 blocks. Kobe recorded 28 points, 8 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block. Lin Hao's stats were 15 points, 3 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal, and 1 block. Though his scoring seemed modest, he was a perfect 5 for 5 all from beyond the arc. His presence on the three-point line created countless opportunities for Kobe's drives and Shaq's inside dominance. Additionally, he disrupted Hamilton's shooting multiple times. With the win, he earned 17 attribute points. The series now stood at 33, setting the stage for a decisive Game 7. After the game, Lin Hao once again qualified for the press conference. Phil, Lin Hao was just a role player before. What made you decide to start him in such a critical finals game? A reporter asked curiously. His unyielding spirit, tenacious defense, precise three-point shooting, and that big heart of his won me over. I'm convinced he's the perfect piece for our championship puzzle, the Zen master declared firmly. The reporters were stunned. They couldn't believe the high praise from Phil Jackson. Shaq, we've noticed ongoing tensions between you and Kobe this season, with few passes exchanged. But in the second half tonight you passed to Kobe twice, and he passed to you 4 times. What sparked such a change? Another reporter posed a sharp, sensitive question. The change is all because of Lin Hao, Shaq said in a low voice. Lin Hao. The reporters exchanged puzzled glances. Could a role player really influence 2 superstars? Yes, him. O'Neal nodded emphatically. In the locker room, Lin Hao told me the finals is no time for petty infighting like a bunch of women. If you're the leader, act like one. The reporters were all dumbfounded. A role player dared to say such explosive words to the team leader. Kobe, do you feel the same? A reporter asked Bryant. Absolutely. Kobe shrugged. Lin Hao moved me with just 1 sentence. He said Michael Jordan would never pull such a lousy stunt. Lin Hao, even Phil Jackson couldn't resolve the rift between Shaq and Kobe. How did you manage it? And what made you risk offending both team leaders to say what you did? Another reporter asked Lin. There's a legendary book in China called Romance of the Three Kingdoms, which contains a brilliant tactic known as the provocation method. I simply applied it skillfully, Lin replied. The next day, Lin Hao's name once again dominated the headlines of major American media. Chinese player works another miracle, scores 16 points to lead Lakers to victory. Chinese classic Romance of the Three Kingdoms helps OK reconcile. OK duo no match for Chinese wisdom provocation method, key to Lakers win. Deadly from 3, tenacious on defense, doesn't hog the ball. He's my perfect partner. LeBron James watched the entire game, his eyes gleaming with excitement. With that thought, he picked up his phone and called the team management. 5 for 5 on 3-pointers in the finals. He's my idol. A schoolboy in Ohio, USA said after watching the game. When Lin Hao's stellar finals performance reached China, the entire nation erupted in celebration. Online major sports forums were flooded with related posts. Fans excitedly typed away, sharing their thrill and amazement. Phrases like, Lin Hao is amazing, and this performance is godly, filled the pages. Sports channels repeatedly aired highlights of Lin's game. The host's voice trembled with emotion. Lin Hao's performance in the finals has been breathtaking. He's shown the world the caliber of Chinese players. At schools, students gathered during breaks, passionately discussing Lin's display, their faces beaming with pride. I want to be like Lin Hao and make miracles in the NBA someday. Countless basketball-loving youths clenched their fists, their eyes full of aspiration. Even elderly folks on the streets were talking about Lin Hao. Though they might not fully understand basketball, they could feel the honor from the excitement around them. That kid has made it. He's the pride of our country. The Lakers didn't have time to celebrate their victory as they boarded the plane back to Los Angeles. The decisive Game 7 would be held at home. When the Lakers returned to Los Angeles with the glory of their win, even though it was the early hours, the city's streets were ablaze with passion. Outside the airport, a sea of people surged as countless fans gathered. They waved Lakers flags and banners, their eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. As the Lakers players emerged from the airport corridor, the scene erupted into deafening cheers. Fans shouted the players' names at the top of their lungs, their voices piercing the night sky. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, surprised to hear fans calling his name. Just a few days ago when I left Los Angeles, I was an unknown nobody. Now I've become a star. He mused to himself. As soon as he stepped off the bus, Lin Hao hurried to his apartment. He couldn't wait to try his luck with the lottery. Before drawing, Lin Hao decided to think about how to allocate the 16 attribute points he had earned from the game. After pondering for a while, he resolved not to try to reach the sky in a single bound. The most crucial thing now was to secure a starting position on the team and help them win the championship. To achieve that, he first needed to become a true elite 3-and-D player. So Lin Hao allocated 15 attribute points to speed and agility. This brought both of those abilities to 90 points, placing him at the level of a top-tier star. In that game, Hamilton had scored only 13 points under his defense. In many instances, it was due to his insufficient agility and speed. Then he added the remaining attribute point to rebounding. In that game, Lin Hao had grabbed only 5 rebounds in total. It seemed decent, but it wasn't. Both teams had low shooting percentages that game, and even Medvedenko, a player with weak rebounding skills, had snatched 7 boards. Thus, Lin Hao's rebounding ability reached 32 points. Finally, the thrilling lottery moment arrived. Lin Hao took a deep breath, opened the lottery wheel, and nervously pressed the button. The wheel gradually slowed down, stopping at the icon of Iverson's crossover. Stay calm. Stay calm. The system is definitely up to something again. Lin Hao suppressed his excitement. Sure enough, the pointer slowly slid past the crossover icon and finally landed on an icon called Mirage Phantom. What the hell is this? Lin Hao was stunned. He took a closer look and nearly spat blood. Wasn't this just Hamilton's off-ball movement? Well, that works too. This is exactly what I need right now. Lin Hao consoled himself. But why was this damn system so fixated on Hamilton? Both draws had given him Hamilton's skills. The system spoke, host, please stay calm. The more you compete against a certain type of star in the game, the higher the probability of drawing related skills. So that was it. Lin Hao suddenly understood. This damn system was forcing him to go head-to-head with all the big stars. Truly a mad dog system. Calling up the system panel, Lin Hao's stats were as follows: bench press strength 84 kilograms, 71 vertical jump 85 centimeters, 83 speed 90, agility 90, stamina endurance 96, physicality 71, free throw 45, mid-range shot 35, long-range shot 3.100, dunk 60, post-game 20, footwork 23, rebounding 32, passing 23, ball handling 43, defense 100, steal 55, block 30, overall rating 49. Skills acquired: Hamilton's enduring stamina, Hamilton's Mirage Phantom. Lin Hao nearly spat blood again. I'm already a top-tier 3&D player in the league, so why is my overall rating still failing? The system spoke again, host, please stay calm. This is mainly because your other abilities are too weak, dragging down the overall score. Keep up the good work. Inside the training facility, the Lakers began their intra-squad scrimmage. It was supposed to be a routine game, with everyone initially approaching it with a relatively relaxed mindset. Lin Hao also participated with a casual attitude. After all, his matchup was only against an ordinary player, Devine George. Even if he dominated him, it would be hard to earn attribute points. However, Lin Hao soon keenly sensed an unusual atmosphere. Right from the start of the game, George's gaze, as venomous as a poisoned arrow, was fixed relentlessly on Lin Hao. The moment Lin Hao received the ball, George charged at him ferociously, like a starving wolf spotting its prey. He viciously drove his elbow into Lin Hao's ribs. The heavy blow sent a sharp pain through Lin Hao. Initially, Lin Hao naively thought it was just an accidental collision. But he quickly realized he was gravely mistaken. During an intense rebound battle, Devine George displayed his cunning and treacherous nature. He shoved Lin Hao backward with both hands, cursing under his breath, "This rebound is mine, you little bastard." Lin Hao was pushed off balance, nearly falling. Since the last game, when his playing time was drastically reduced, a seed of jealousy had been planted in George's heart. He was determined to completely crush Lin Hao in this scrimmage. He wanted to prove that his Devine George skill was far beyond that of any nameless nobody. In his eyes, although Lin Hao was tough on defense, on offense he could only shoot open three-pointers. Therefore, by tightening his defense, he could hold Lin Hao scoreless. Seeing this, a cold smile curled at the corner of Lin Hao's mouth. "Since you insist on competing with me, I'll crush you completely. I'll use you to test Hamilton's Mirage Phantom." Then Lin Hao began a lightning-fast weaving run on the court, with George sticking close behind him. As Lin Hao moved past O'Neal, he suddenly executed a sharp backdoor cut. Caught off guard, George slammed heavily into the mountain of flesh. Lin Hao calmly arrived at the three-point line. Kobe, reading his mind, passed the ball with precision. He rose effortlessly, and the ball swished through the net for a clean score. This was just the beginning. Next, Lin Hao put on a masterclass display of textbook off-ball movement for everyone to see. Backdoor cuts, cross screens using picks, baseline cuts, backdoor slashes. His scoring skyrocketed. 15 points, 18 points, 21 points. And on the defensive end, George was utterly humiliated. Lin Hao didn't even give him a chance to touch the ball. How has this kid's off-ball movement become so incredibly strong in just one day? Phil Jackson, O'Neal, Kobe, and others watched Lin Hao's brilliant performance in stunned amazement. Phil Jackson even firmly believed that if Lin Hao had played this spectacularly from the start of the season, the Lakers might have broken the Bulls' legendary 72-10 record during the regular season. "We must keep this kid. No matter the cost, we have to retain him next season." Phil Jackson's heart raced with excitement. If Lin Hao were only capable of spot-up threes in defense, he would at best be a championship piece. But now that he had developed off-ball movement, he had the potential to become the team's third scoring option. The scrimmage ended with Lin Hao scoring an impressive 35 points, a full 10 points more than Kobe, who had the second highest score on the team. With a sharp smack, Lin Hao casually tossed the basketball beside George and said nonchalantly, "You lost. Next time you challenge me, remember to weigh your own worth first." The sound of the basketball hitting the floor was like a heavy hammer shattering the last shred of hope in George's heart. He stood frozen in place, his face a mask of numbness. In this game, he had scored 0 points, utterly unable to mount any resistance. In the general manager's office, "Mitch, next season you must do whatever it takes to keep that kid Lin Hao here. Give him a big contract." "A big contract?" Phil Jackson waved his arms, shouting with intense excitement. "Phil, as a coach, you have no say in player signings. You've been a head coach for so many years, surely you understand this rule." Lakers general manager Mitch Kupchak frowned, speaking with displeasure. He actually had a high regard for Lin Hao, otherwise he wouldn't have brought him to the Lakers in the first place. But a coach interfering in player contracts was simply intolerable. I know all that," Phil Jackson said vehemently. But that kid Lin Hao is too exceptional. Tenacious on defense, deadly from three-point range, and he doesn't demand the ball. Moreover, I see shades of Richard Hamilton in him. He's already developed off-ball movement skills. He's the perfect complement for Shaq and Kobe. Kupchak poured the Zen master a cup of coffee. Phil, calm down first. Lin Hao is indeed very talented. But you know we have to deal with Shaq and Kobe's contract extensions after this season. That's the team's top priority. As soon as the Zen master left, a knock came at the office door. Kobe. Kupchak's face showed surprise. What brings you here? This superstar rarely paid a visit. Mitch, next season you must do whatever it takes to keep Lin Hao. Give him a long-term contract. Kobe said with a smile. His high regard for Lin Hao stemmed from seeing shades of Scottie Pippen in him. Kobe firmly believed that with Lin Hao's support, even without that detestable shark, he could usher in a second Lakers dynasty. This year's championship was almost a sure thing. If he could secure another three-peat, he would have 7 championship rings, leaving Michael Jordan far behind. He's smiling. The ever-aloof Black Mamba is actually smiling. Kupchak was stunned. When had Kobe ever worn such a genial expression? Are you listening to me, Mitch? Kobe kept smiling. Listen to me, Kobe. Kupchak snapped back to reality, his tone serious. No matter how special your status, you're still just a player. Player contract issues are none of your business. Hearing this, Kobe's genial expression instantly turned to fury. If I don't see Lin Hao next season, you can trade me too. With that, he slammed the door and stormed off home in anger. What a mess. Being a general manager is so frustrating. Kupchak rubbed his forehead and let out a long sigh. Unaware of the commotion in the general manager's office, Lin Hao was at that moment challenging Shaquille O'Neal to a unknown. Yes, you read that right. Whenever Lin Hao saw a top-tier star, now his eyes gleamed like a starving wolf spotting a piece of fat. As soon as the scrimmage ended, Kobe had vanished. Now he could only find Shaq. Enough, this is boring. Shaq waved his hand impatiently. It turned out that Lin Hao, who had dominated in the finals, was being thoroughly crushed by Shaq in their unknown match. Shaq's bench press was 150 kilograms while Lin Hao's was a mere 84. The disparity in strength was immense. As soon as Shaq entered the paint, he would spin and throw down a powerful dunk. Not only was Lin Hao outmatched in strength, but his dribbling skills also fell short of Shaq's. After all, the Big Diesel was no slouch with the ball. During the 1996 All-Star Weekend, a young Shaq once played an unknown game with Michael Jordan. In the end, he used Jordan's own signature moves to fake out the Air Jordan and calmly scored. What fun was a one-sided game. Kobe's not here, Peyton's afraid to play me, and I can't beat Shaq. Why is it so hard to earn attribute points? Lin Hao lamented inwardly. Turning his head, he found Shaq even more dejected than himself, his head drooping and eyes vacant. Shaq, why are you so down? Tell me about it, ITLL, cheer me up. Lin Hao sidled up, accidentally blurting out his true thoughts. Shaq gazed gloomily at the court. This might be my last season with the Lakers. Only one of Kobe and me can stay, and 9 times out of 10 ITLL be me leaving. Hearing this, Lin Hao suddenly felt a pang of sadness. As a time traveler, he knew that after this season, the once invincible Lakers dynasty would crumble. Due to the bitter feud between Kobe and Shaq, the management ultimately chose the younger Kobe as the Lakers' leader and traded the Shark to the Miami Heat. But he hadn't expected the seemingly rough Shaq to have sensed it in advance. He'll really miss this place. Shaq plopped down on the floor, his expression tinged with sorrow. Lin Hao said nothing, instead sitting down beside him. Kid, play well. I hope you bring a few more championships to Los Angeles. Shaq suddenly reverted to his usual lively self, patting Lin Hao on the shoulder with a grin. Finally, the highly anticipated Game 7 began. It was the Lakers' home court. Outside, the brilliantly lit arena, crowds surged like a tide, excitement and tension written on every face. Inside the arena, thunderous cheers rose and fell as if threatening to lift the massive structure. The lights suddenly dimmed, and the audience's hearts beat faster. Kobe Bryant was the first to appear. The moment his figure came into view, cheers swept through the crowd like a raging tide. Although Kobe's reputation had suffered due to the Colorado incident, his stellar performance in the previous game had won back the fans' hearts. Next came Gary Payton and Slava Medvedenko. They too received cheers, though noticeably quieter. When Lin Hao emerged, the roar of the crowd intensified several times over. Lakers fans screamed at the top of their lungs, using every ounce of strength to chant Lin Hao's name. Lin Hao's playing style wasn't as flashy as Kobe's, nor as domineering as Shaq's. But his tenacious defense, accurate three-point shooting, and unique skin color had already earned him a considerable fan base in Los Angeles. When Shaquille O'Neal stepped onto the court, a deafening, earth-shattering roar erupted, as if it would tear through the dome. The audience rose to their feet, arms raised high, wildly waving towels and signs. This was our Lakers leader, the most dominant center in history, Shaquille O'Neal. As long as he remained in Los Angeles, he would forever be the king here. A man should aspire to be like this. Lin Hao blurted out as he witnessed the scene before him. He truly hoped that one day he too could be like Shaquille O'Neal. Just then Kobe Bryant patted Lin Hao on the shoulder. "This moment will be ours soon enough." Lin Hao was momentarily stunned. He suddenly recalled the words O'Neal had spoken that day, and a wave of melancholy washed over him. "Lin, congratulations. So many fans are wearing your jersey." Derek Fisher gave him a playful punch and said with a grin. Lin Hao glanced at the stands and realized that hundreds of fans in the arena were wearing his number 3 jersey. There were actually hundreds of fans gathered together, all clad in his jersey. The Staples Center was so vast. How could Lin Hao know there were hundreds? Because these people were all seated together. The odds of hundreds of people buying adjacent seats were incredibly low. They must have swapped seats. Nearly all of these fans had yellow faces holding up Chinese banners that stood out vividly. A warmth surged in Lin Hao's heart. He clenched his fist tightly. "Even if it's for the honor of my homeland, I must win this game." "Lin Hao, long time no see." Just then a familiar figure approached from the stands. "Brother Yao, how did you get here?" Lin Hao walked over to Yao Ming in surprise. "You are the pride of China. How could I not come?" Yao Ming said with a smile. As they talked, the playful O'Neal approached, flexing his biceps. "Hey Yao, even though you've beaten me a few times, the big shark hasn't shown his real fangs yet." "Shaq, stop joking. You're the most dominant center. How could I dare compare myself to you? Those few victories before were only thanks to my teammates' help," Yao Ming said modestly. Lin Hao shook his head. Yao Ming was good in every way except he was too humble. The NBA respected strength above all, and humility didn't pay off here. At least you know your place," Shaquille O'Neal said with his head held high, acting coy. Slap. Lin Hao smacked him on the big head. "Shaq, how dare you talk to my brother Yao like that?" "But it's the truth." O'Neal rubbed his head and chuckled. Yao Ming watched in disbelief. Was I seeing things or hearing things? How could Lin Hao treat the big shark like this? And since when did the big shark become so gentle? Even Kobe wouldn't dare to smack him on the head. Little did Yao Ming know Lin Hao's words in the locker room during the previous game had already won O'Neal over. Their relationship had become very close, and joking around had become a common occurrence. Afterward, Lin Hao chatted warmly with Yao Ming. Seeing them so intimate, Kobe felt a twinge of jealousy. Don't get the wrong idea. Kobe wasn't that kind of person. He was worried that their relationship might affect Lin Hao's signing prospects. The previous 2 games had earned Lin Hao increasing recognition for his talent. Once the season ended, the Rockets would likely extend an offer to him. If Lin Hao, out of gratitude to Yao Ming, accepted the Rockets' proposal, that would be disastrous. "Lin Hao is the Pippen who will assist me in the future. No one else will take him away." Kobe clenched his fist, a fierce glint in his eyes. Kobe's concern was not unfounded. At that time, the Rockets had Yao Ming at center, Steve Francis at point guard, and Cuttino Mobley at shooting guard. All 3 were scoring maestros, and what they lacked was a forward skilled in defense. In later years, the Rockets were willing to part with a future star like Rudy Gay to acquire Shane Battier precisely for this reason. And Lin Hao, superior to Battier in physical attributes, potential defense, 3-point shooting, and off-ball movement, was an obvious target for the Rockets. With the referee's whistle, the game officially began. The Pistons' starting lineup: Chauncey Billups, Richard Hamilton, Tayshaun Prince, Rasheed Wallace, Ben Wallace. The Lakers' starting lineup: Gary Payton, Kobe Bryant, Lin Hao, Slava Medvedenko, Shaquille O'Neal. Shaq won the jump ball again, and the Lakers gained possession. Payton found an opportunity and passed the ball to O'Neal. O'Neal attempted to power through the paint, but the interior defense formed by the 2 Wallaces was impenetrable, causing his hook shot to miss. The Pistons quickly countered the ball, swiftly moving to Billups. With a nimble crossover, he broke past Payton's defense, took a decisive shot, and the ball swished through the net. On the next possession, Kobe's fadeaway jumper missed. Ben Wallace grabbed the rebound, and the Pistons launched a fast break. Another basket fell. The score became 40. "This is getting tricky." Phil Jackson on the sidelines furrowed his brow. He keenly sensed that the Pistons' defensive intensity and tactical execution had improved qualitatively from the last game. Their help defense was timely, their rotations swift, like an invisible net. Moreover, Payton couldn't keep up with Billups' pace, which was another major problem. If this situation persisted, it would be extremely disadvantageous for the Lakers. But Jackson didn't fret for long as Lin Hao began to showcase his astonishing off-ball movement skills. First, using a teammate's screen, he cleverly evaded Hamilton and dashed toward the basket. Kobe delivered the pass in time, and Lin Hao scored an easy layup. Next, Lin Hao kept weaving through the 3-point line, exhausting Hamilton. He received another pass and shot, without hesitation, sinking a 3-pointer. His outstanding performance gradually narrowed the gap. Isn't that Richard's specialty? How did this kid learn it all of a sudden? And he seems even better than Richard. The Pistons players were utterly shocked. How did Lin Hao's off-ball movement become so formidable? Even the Lakers fans in the stands were stunned. Larry Brown, sensing the danger, decisively called a timeout. With a grave expression, he said, "It seems we've still underestimated Lin Hao. We can't give him any space. When he uses a screen, we must switch quickly and leave no gaps." He gestured on the tactical board as he spoke. The subsequent game became a stalemate. The numbers on the scoreboard rose alternately. Every basket felt like a stab to the opponent's heart and a shot of adrenaline for one's own team. The battle in the paint was especially fierce, the dull thuds of colliding muscles echoing continuously, each rebound contest a life-or-death struggle. Even though the Lakers had top-tier stars like Kobe and O'Neal along with Lin Hao's exceptional off-ball movement, they were being dominated at the point guard and power forward positions. Neither the aging Payton nor the defensively active Fisher could keep up with Billups. Additionally, Rasheed Wallace was on fire. Coupled with his signature low-post turnaround and straight-arm jumper, his defense was as challenging as Dirk Nowitzki's one-legged fadeaway. But soon the scales of victory tipped in favor of the Lakers. First, Kobe erupted, tearing through the Pistons' interior with one drive after another and piercing their perimeter with a barrage of mid-range jump shots. Then Lin Hao exploded as well, bombarding the Pistons' basket with a relentless volley of three-pointers. Why was this so? Because Hamilton's stamina had begun to wane. Yes, you read that correctly. The legendary endurance machine Hamilton was actually exhausted by the third quarter. Lin Hao's constant physical confrontation on defense and tireless movement on offense had worn him down. Although Lin Hao shared the same enduring stamina skill as Hamilton, his physical attribute was a staggering 100 points. "Great job, everyone. Keep it up." The coach beamed with a smile, continuously cheering on the players. At the Pistons bench, "Hey Richard, what's wrong with you?" Larry Brown was about to set up a play when he suddenly noticed Hamilton's face turning pale. "I'm running out of steam." Hamilton panted heavily. "That Lin Hao kid is too uncanny. His off-ball movement is almost on par with mine, and I find I can barely keep up with his pace." Lin Hao chuckled inwardly, thinking, "Not only do I have your endurance, but my stamina is maxed out at 100. How can you compete with me?" All the Pistons players were stunned. Who was Hamilton? He was the marathon runner of the basketball court. He could wear down even stamina monsters like Iverson and Kobe. But now you're telling me a Chinese player is about to exhaust him? Larry Brown was equally surprised, but he had no time to dwell on it, and quickly adjusted. "Tayshaun, you'll guard Lin Hao from now on. That kid's been running all over the court, but it's the third quarter now. He can't keep this up much longer." Though Prince's career steal and block stats were unremarkable, he was the Pistons' defensive anchor on the perimeter, having earned for all defensive second-team honors. "No problem, I've got him covered." Prince pounded his chest confidently. "Also, have you noticed something?" Larry Brown suddenly spoke with a hint of mystery. "Lin Hao hasn't hit a single mid-range shot so far." That was true. After racking their brains, the Pistons players' eyes lit up simultaneously. Just then an assistant coach pulled out some data and said excitedly, "I've noticed it too. His three-point shooting is deadly accurate. 100 in Game 5 of the Finals, the 35-second 16-point game, and though it dipped slightly in Game 6, he still shot 60. But his mid-range shooting is atrocious. So far, he's taken only 3 shots and missed all of them. Moreover, he's not good at driving to the basket. He hasn't made a single layup yet." Larry Brown smiled at Prince. "So Tayshaun, you know what to do, right?" Prince nodded firmly. The reason Larry Brown had only just remembered this mid-game wasn't that he hadn't done his pre-game homework. On the contrary, he and his assistants had stayed up all night studying the Lakers' tactics and players. But the previous game's O'Neal-Bryant connection was so terrifying that they had focused most of their energy on Shaq and Kobe. Additionally, Lin Hao had risen too quickly with too little on-court data to reference. "What about Kobe?" "Whole guard Kobe," asked Hamilton. "Chauncey will take Kobe," Larry Brown said firmly. Billups had both speed and strength, making him ideal for defending powerful guards. Larry Brown, a two-time NBA Coach of the Year, had indeed made an effective adjustment. Kobe's stamina waned, rendering him unable to outpace Billups with his speed nor overpower his opponent with sheer strength. Thus, his shooting accuracy suffered greatly. Prince, with his remarkable wingspan and height, excelled at guarding shooters. Moreover, he defended only the three-point line, not the drive. Lin Hao struggled under his tight defense. Why were scoring machines like Kobe and McGrady so difficult to guard? Because they possessed a triple threat. They could drive, pass, or shoot. But Lin Hao only had the three-point threat. Next, Big Ben utilized a screen to create an open opportunity. The ball in Billups' hands flew to him with the precision of a guided missile. Big Ben charged into the paint with long strides, soared into the air, and flushed the ball through the hoop with remarkable grace. The atmosphere in the arena ignited instantly. After landing, Big Ben beat his chest and roared with unparalleled ferocity. The Lakers' morale plummeted to rock bottom. The Zen master, seemingly to showcase his charismatic demeanor, surprisingly did not call for a timeout. Seeing that no one from the team stepped up to score, O'Neal decided to take matters into his own hands. He steadily backed down against the dual Wallace in the paint, continuously using his robust physique to bulldoze through. Finally, he created some space. Just as he prepared to unleash a thunderous dunk, Rashid revealed a fierce expression, tightly holding on to him and violently yanking him down from the air. This foul was exceedingly malicious, and O'Neal's massive frame crashed heavily to the ground. The referee's whistle blew. Foul. Damn. Lin Hao, furious, began to curse in Chinese. Such a vicious act was merely deemed a common foul. The fans at the scene began to boo. The move was too aggressive, clearly targeting the person rather than the ball. Rage instantly consumed O'Neal's face as he raised his large fist ready to swing at Rashid. This is the finals, don't be impulsive. Immediately regaining his composure, Lin Hao rushed over and tightly embraced him from behind. O'Neal, filled with rage, walked to the free throw line. He missed both shots. Shaq's free throws were as poor as ever. The atmosphere in the ensuing game was thick with tension. The players on both sides became increasingly aggressive, with the intensity escalating. Each confrontation felt like a life-and-death struggle. Finally, the Zen master called a timeout. At this moment, there were 3 minutes left in the game. The score was 78-80, with the Lakers trailing by 2 points. "No, if this continues, we might lose the game." Lin Hao furrowed his brows tightly. He hurriedly accessed the system. He had currently acquired 10 attribute points. Where could he allocate them to help the team win? Logically, he should allocate all points to dribbling and mid-range shooting. However, the reality was that his base scores in these two skills were too low, and adding points would only yield mediocre results. After some thought, he allocated all attribute points to stealing. His stealing attribute had now risen from 58 to 68 points. As the timeout ended, the Pistons regained possession. Rashid settled into a low post position with Shaq behind him. O'Neal's eyes blazed with fury as he pressed against him. The previous foul had left O'Neal with a belly full of anger, and now he poured all that fury into his defense. Rashid had no opportunity as he prepared to pass the ball to Billups. However, at the moment the ball was passed, a figure clad in the number 3 purple and gold jersey appeared in the passing lane. Lin Hao executed a steal and immediately launched a one-man fast break. Beautiful. Phil Jackson, the Zen master, abruptly rose from his seat, a look of pleasant surprise spreading across his face. The players on the Lakers bench also stood up, ready to celebrate Lin Hao's spectacular fast break. The Lakers fans in the arena were eagerly anticipating a breathtaking dunk. However, Hamilton suddenly appeared ahead, tightly clinging to Lin Hao. "This is bad." Lin Hao's heart tightened. With his dribbling skills, shaking off Prince was virtually impossible. He might even get stripped. Yet at that moment, a purple and gold figure sprinted towards the basket. It was Kobe. Just as he was about to be stripped, Lin Hao caught a glimpse of Kobe passing him from the corner of his eye. Without a second thought, he tossed the ball towards the hoop. "Oh no," the spectators screamed. Was that an alley-oop? The pass was way off. Just as everyone thought the attack would fail, a miracle unfolded. Kobe leaped high, extending his long arm to precisely snatch the errant basketball. Without any hesitation, he smoothly slammed it through the hoop. Boom. The basketball hoop shook violently. "Oh my gosh," the on-site commentator shouted hoarsely. The entire arena erupted into a deafening roar of cheers and applause. The atmosphere reached its peak. "Good thing it was me, or the alley-oop would have failed," Kobe said coldly. Lin Hao's face flushed with embarrassment. It was clear that improving his passing ability was urgent. The Pistons prepared for their next offense. Under Lin Hao's tight defense, Hamilton forced a shot, which clanked off the rim. O'Neal leaped high, fighting for the defensive rebound. He intended to pass the ball to Payton to organize the offense, but in that instant his gaze caught a figure already sprinting down the court like an arrow from a bow. It was Lin Hao again. The moment Hamilton took the shot, he knew it wouldn't go in, and he dashed directly towards the left corner of the front court. Seeing this, O'Neal decisively hurled the ball towards the front court. Lin Hao charged forward like lightning. "Damn, not again." The Zen master's heart couldn't take it anymore. "With your poor dribbling, why are you so fond of fast breaks?" To make matters worse, Shaq's pass was too forceful. The moment he caught the ball, Lin Hao couldn't stop his momentum and was about to fly out of bounds. Losing his balance, he instinctively pushed the ball towards the basket as he received it. "What the heck?" The Zen master cursed again. He kept massaging his heart with his left hand while fumbling in his pocket for emergency medicine. This kid's actions were simply incomprehensible. If you can't secure the ball, just tip it back. Isn't Kobe following behind you? Forcing such a shot would be. Swish. To the astonishment of the crowd, the ball swished perfectly through the net. Lin Hao's three-point attribute of 100 was no joke. The arena fell into a dead silence. It was utterly unbelievable. "Amazing, Lin." How? At that moment, the on-site commentator was the first to react, shouting hoarsely. The atmosphere instantly reached its peak. With 1 steal, 1 assist, and a three-pointer, Lin Hao quickly narrowed the gap. 8-5, 8-6. The Lakers were only trailing by 1 point. With just over a minute left in the game, the tension was suffocating. Game 7 of the finals had entered its most thrilling phase. The audience held their breath, afraid to disturb the Lakers' performance. With 50 seconds left, Billups hit a crucial mid-range jumper, pushing the Lakers to the brink. The score was now 8-5, 8-8, with the Lakers down by 3. After a timeout, Kobe drove in like lightning for a two-pointer, cutting the deficit to 1. Time was running out, and the Pistons had possession. With 14 seconds left on the shot clock, Billups passed the ball to Rasheed Wallace. He dribbled a few times, preparing to execute his signature low-post turnaround fadeaway. But Lin Hao, like a cheetah, abandoned Hamilton, whom he was supposed to guard. At the moment Billups released the pass, he silently circled behind Rasheed. He thrust out his big hand, and with a smack, the ball hit the floor. Rasheed lunged to recover the ball in shock, but it was too late. Lin Hao had it firmly in his grasp. The entire audience held their breath, their eyes fixed on him. This time Lin Hao was wise enough to pass the ball to Kobe, letting him bring it up the court. As the seconds ticked away, each of Kobe's dribbles seemed to pound heavily on people's hearts. His only defender was Hamilton. At this moment, I will dominate the game. Kobe's gaze was focused and resolute, as if the only things in the world were him and the basketball. With 3 seconds left, Kobe made his move. He drove from the right, with Hamilton sticking close. Above the free throw line, Kobe suddenly executed a crossover and stopped, leaving Hamilton behind. Kobe rose calmly, cradling the ball steadily in his right hand, and softly released the shot. The ball traced a beautiful arc through the air, and everyone's eyes followed it. At that moment, the whole world seemed to fall silent. The ball swished through the net. With only 0.8 seconds left on the clock, the score became 8-9, 8-8, and the Lakers had taken the lead. Kobe held his follow-through like an invincible war god. Larry Brown called an urgent timeout. The Staples Center was already boiling over. His teammates rushed towards Kobe like wild beasts, overwhelmed with excitement. Brother, that was incredible. Incredible. Fisher was the first to sprint over, embracing Kobe tightly. Tonight you are God. You are the god of basketball. O'Neal also charged over, slapping Kobe hard on the back and shouting. The other teammates quickly gathered around, hugging each other, as if to release all their pent-up emotions. Don't forget, most of the credit for this shot goes to Lin Hao. Kobe pointed at Lin Hao and said with a smile. Everyone suddenly came to their senses. It was true. First, Lin Hao's crucial three-pointer narrowed the gap. Then his steal gave Kobe the opportunity for the game-winning shot. Moreover, without Lin Hao's threat from beyond the arc, Kobe would never have enjoyed single coverage. The timeout ended. The Pistons' final possession. Billups hurriedly launched a three-pointer, which clanked off the rim. The final buzzer sounded, declaring the Lakers the 2004 NBA champions. The entire arena was instantly engulfed in boundless joy, transforming into a sea of celebration. The spectators leaped from their seats in unison, their cheers, screams, and shouts intertwining into a cacophony of elation. Some fans embraced each other in a frenzy of excitement, while others tore off their jerseys and waved them wildly in the air. The Lakers players huddled together tightly on the court, their triumphant roars seeming to release all the pent-up pressure and anticipation that had weighed on their hearts. Gary Payton and Karl Malone, who had been sidelined by injury, were now overwhelmed with tears of joy. They had waited far too long for this moment. The Pistons players stood frozen in place, utterly unable to accept what had unfolded before them. It was over. Everything was over. Let them have the arena. Leave it to the Lakers. As they vanished into the tunnel, countless Pistons fans in front of their televisions couldn't help but sob. Such is the cruelty of competitive sports. The award ceremony followed. O'Neal accepted the Larry O'Brien Championship trophy from Stern. As he raised the trophy aloft, tears streamed down the faces of every Lakers player. Each one rushed forward, eager to kiss and caress the coveted prize. After all, how many superstars never even had the chance to touch it throughout their entire careers? Elgin Baylor, Reggie Miller, Charles Barkley, Patrick Ewing. They all retired without ever laying hands on the O'Brien trophy. Lin, don't you want to give it a try? Fisher asked. Lin Hao shook his head with a look of disdain. How could he bring himself to kiss it after so many people had left their saliva on it? Everyone was immersed in sheer joy except for one person whose smile always carried a hint of awkwardness. Devine George. His gaze remained fixed on Lin Hao, his expression inscrutable and complex. He was the one who should have been standing in the spotlight, winning the championship as a team starter. Damn it. A barely audible curse escaped his lips, his inner frustration reaching its peak. The final award was about to be announced, the finals MVP. An odd tension filled the arena. Who would ultimately claim the FMVP? Lin Hao was genuinely curious. Of course it couldn't be him. Although his stats were decent, averaging 17.6, 6 rebounds, 1 assist, 6 steals, and 6 blocks per game, he had only played 3 games. During the Lakers' three-peat, this award had unquestionably belonged to Shaq. But this time Kobe had delivered remarkable performances in Game 6 and Game 7, especially the game-winning shot that shattered the Pistons' championship dreams. This undoubtedly cast doubt on the FMVP outcome. The NBA 2003-2004 Finals Most Valuable Player is Lakers number 34, Shaquille O'Neal. As Stern spoke those words, Lin Hao clearly felt Kobe's body tremble. He pressed his lips tightly together, remaining utterly silent. O'Neal delivered his acceptance speech. In his remarks, he thanked the coaching staff, his family, and every single teammate. Additionally, he made special mention of Kobe and Lin Hao. Kobe is my brother. Together we've brought 4 championships to this city. He is a great player destined to stand atop the NBA. Without him, I wouldn't have won this FMVP. Especially his clutch shot in Game 7, which rivals Michael Jordan's final shot in Game 6 of '98. As he spoke, O'Neal grew emotional. Kobe couldn't help but step forward and embrace him. Witnessing this, the Staples Center erupted into a thunderous roar. Lakers fans all wore expressions of elation. Yet the OK duo was fraught with tension. Rumors swirled that they would inevitably be split after the season. Many keenly sensed that the one to leave would likely be Shaq. O'Neal's words offered a glimmer of hope that the OK duo might continue their partnership. Regarding Lin Hao, Shaq offered high praise. I am fortunate to have Lin Hao as my teammate. His defense is tenacious, his three-point shooting is precise, and he never gives up. He is destined to become a king of the NBA. Shaq, Lin Hao's contract is ending this season. Please show him the utmost sincerity and keep him here. After the celebration, Lin Hao intended to return to his apartment for a lottery draw, but O'Neal insisted on dragging him to a party. These endlessly energetic black guys partied all night long. The next day, the streets of Los Angeles were teeming with people. Dressed in Lakers jerseys, they waved flags and signs, their ecstatic shouts echoing to the skies. The Lakers players rode on an open-top bus, slowly parading through the city. Fans followed closely, running and jumping as if they would never tire. On the buildings lining the streets, giant screens replayed the Lakers' championship highlights, each basket drawing waves of cheers from the crowd. In the bars, people raised their glasses in celebration, laughter and clinking sounds blending together. When the Lakers' key players appeared before the fans, the crowd erupted into a massive roar. MVP, MVP, Shaq, Shaq, Kobe, Kobe, Lin, Lin. The police struggled to maintain order among the crowd, but the fans' fervor was unstoppable. Then someone in the crowd shouted, Shaq, don't go. The Lakers need you, we need you. Another voice followed, Lin, you are our hero. Stay with the Lakers and create more glory. Soon more fans joined in unison, stay. Fight for more championships together. O'Neal gave a wry smile. He wanted to stay too. But could the rift between him and Kobe really be mended? More importantly, would the team management choose him? Lin Hao felt a bit helpless too. The team hadn't even approached him about a contract renewal yet. What good was it for me to promise you? Lin, stay. It's the fans' wish, and it's mine too. Kobe then clapped him heavily on the shoulder. Lin Hao turned to see the sincere look in Kobe's eyes. In the imperial capital, inside a cafe, a few young girls sat around a table, phones clutched in their hands, eyes fixed on the laptop in front of them, their expressions focused and tense. Nyonya, where is our Chi-Chi rank now? Let me see. First place. It's first place. Great. Of course our Chi-Chi is number 1. Who else has such massive popularity? Not enough, we need to keep campaigning for her. That Zhang Hanyun is rising too fast. Xiaojing is right. We can't afford to slack off even a bit. A bespectacled girl frowned. That's still not enough. We need to go to Tieba and rally more people to vote for our Chi-Chi. Good idea. Let's divide and conquer. They'll go to the Supergirl forum. Xiaojing, you go to the Mango TV forum. It turned out these girls were fans of Mango TV's Supergirl competition, rallying votes for their idol. As they opened the Tieba pages, their eyes widened in shock. The Supergirl forum, the Mango TV forum, the music forum. All of them had been overrun. The name, Lin Hao, had almost completely filled every page of the forums. This must be cheating. They must have used some underhanded means. I'm going to report this. Let me see who this Lin Hao really is. What on earth? Using such unethical methods to manipulate the rankings. They casually clicked on a post titled, Chinese player Lin Hao helps Lakers win championship. Wow, what a handsome guy. He's so strong. I just want to stare at him. What's that golden cup he's holding? The curiosity of the young girls about Lin Hao grew stronger, and they proceeded to click on the second, third, and fourth posts. By now, they had completely forgotten their original purpose for coming to the cafe. This poor fan of the Supergirl had already defected to the enemy. At this moment, the name, Lin Hao, had practically taken over the entire internet. Websites, forums, chat groups. Everywhere was filled with news and discussions about Lin Hao. During the championship celebration, Lin Hao received an invitation from the Lakers management. He knew the team was ready to discuss his contract extension. With the finals over, the free agency market officially opened. The Lakers' first priority for contract renewal was Lin Hao. Of course, this wasn't because he was their most important player, but because the contracts of Kobe, Shaq, and others hadn't expired yet. Before approaching Lin Hao, the Lakers management had already spoken separately with Phil Jackson, Shaquille O'Neal, and Kobe Bryant. The Zen Masters' evaluation of him was exceptionally high. Lin Hao has three-point shooting, plays defense, and doesn't dominate the ball. He's the perfect key player to complement the OK duo. His hustle on the court can ignite the team's fighting spirit. He could even become a leader in the locker room, mediating the conflicts between Kobe and Shaq. Furthermore, he has a big heart. In crucial moments, putting him and Kobe on the court forces opponents into a dilemma. More importantly, he's still young with immense room for growth. Considering the Chinese market behind him, I believe we must do whatever it takes to keep him. O'Neal's assessment was, playing with him is incredibly awesome. He is destined to become the new king of Los Angeles. Again, I say, Shaq, show your utmost sincerity and keep him. Kobe's evaluation was the briefest, but carried the most weight. He's my Scottie Pippen. If you can't keep him, then trade me. In his past life, Kobe greatly admired Derek Fisher, and they won several championships together. The reason was Fisher's accurate three-point shooting and decent defense, at least in terms of effort. Lin Hao surpassed him in nearly every aspect. How could Kobe not favor Lin Hao? Inside the general manager's office, Shaq looked at Lin Hao sitting before him and offered a warm smile. Lin, you've been a tremendous surprise this season. It seems my judgment back then was correct. Now the team wants to extend your contract. Hey, raise the offer. You don't have an agent yet, so take your time to review it. You can consult a lawyer for advice. There's no rush to give me your answer in a few days. Seeing the total salary figure on the contract, Lin Hao felt a surge of emotion. A 7-year, $42 million contract. The Lakers truly valued him. It might not seem like much, but he had only played 3 good games all season. For comparison, Shane Battier's contract with the Grizzlies was only 6 years, $37 million. And Battier was the 6th overall pick in the 2001 draft. In his 4th season, he averaged 9 points, 2 rebounds, and 6 assists. Lin Hao's season averages were simply unimpressive. More importantly, they were offering a 7-year contract. What did that signify? It was a privilege reserved for superstars. Both Kobe and O'Neal had signed 7-year deals. The moment he left the GM's office, Lin Hao headed straight for his apartment to prepare for the lottery draw. He decided not to allocate his attribute points immediately. Since the long off-season had begun after the finals, there was no rush. Lin Hao asked impatiently, "System, I won this game and the championship. I should get 2 draws this time, right?" Ding. Detected that the host helped the Lakers win Game 7 of the NBA Finals. Awarded 1 draw opportunity. Ding. Detected that the host helped the Lakers win the 2004 NBA Championship. Awarded 1 additional draw opportunity. Excellent. Lin Hao took a deep breath and nervously pressed the draw button. The wheel began to spin. Finally, the pointer stopped on the icon for Kawhi Leonard's claw defense. What the? Lin Hao was stunned. A defensive skill. Leonard's defensive prowess was of course incredible, but he aspired to be the god of basketball. How could he succeed with only defense and no offense? Host, stay calm. The system reiterates, the more you compete against a certain type of star, the higher the probability of drawing a skill of that type. In the latter part of this game, Tayshaun Prince was guarding you. He's a defensive player, so drawing a defensive skill card was the most likely outcome. Moreover, think about it. Even if you drew a top-tier driving or jump shot skill with your poor ball handling and mid-range ability, how effective could it be? Lin Hao understood. But my defense stat is already maxed at 100. Doesn't this skill become useless? Note, attributes and skills are 2 different things. Without the skill, you can't fully utilize your ability. So that's it. Lin Hao suddenly grasped the concept. It was simple. His 3-point attribute was now at 100, possibly higher than Stephen Curry's in the future. But his threat from beyond the arc was far less than Curry's. The reason was the lack of a 3-point skill. No wonder Richard Hamilton scored 15 points in this game. He hadn't fully unleashed his defensive potential yet. It was fortunate Hamilton was just a regular star. If he had been guarding elite stars like Allen Iverson or Tracy McGrady, they would have destroyed him. All right, there's still 1 draw left. Lin Hao pressed the button again. Please let it be an offensive skill this time. He prayed silently. The wheel stopped. It was indeed an offensive skill. But what the? Lin Hao couldn't help cursing again. It was Scottie Pippen's precise playmaking. Pippen's organizational skills were undoubtedly excellent, and he needed them. But wouldn't the passing skills of Steve Nash, Chris Paul, or Jason Kidd be even better? More importantly, was the system really forcing him to become Kobe's Pippen? Why were all the skills supportive ones? This is the system's final statement. The more you compete against a certain type of star, the higher the probability of drawing a skill of that type. In this game, you matched up against Chauncey Billups multiple times. He is a passing maestro, so drawing an organizational skill card is not surprising. Fine, Pippen it is then. Lin Hao glanced at his attribute panel, finding his passing and dribbling stats at 65 and 72 respectively. Not bad, he thought. His initial values had been too low, and Pippen's precise connection could only elevate him so much. The next day, Lin Hao slept in, crawling out of bed only at 10 a.m. As soon as he picked up his phone, he saw dozens of missed calls. Most of them were from Kobe. Yao Ming had also called a few times. The rest were from strangers. Lin Hao immediately called Kobe back. "Lin, do you have any idea what time it is? Get your ass to the training facility right now. If you're not here in 10 minutes. Kobe's furious voice thundered through the phone. What a maniac. Just won the championship and already wants to train. Lin Hao quickly hung up and shook his head. Then he dialed Yao Ming. "Brother Yao, what's up? I'd like to invite you to dinner. Our general manager Mori will be there too." After the call ended, Lin Hao's expression grew complex. Lin Hao understood Yao Ming's intention clearly. He was acting as a bridge. The one who truly wanted to meet him was Mori. It seemed the Rockets also wanted to sign him. To be honest, partnering with Yao Ming had always been his biggest wish, and undoubtedly the wish of fans back home. But the problem was Mori's character. Many stars had been exploited by him. Besides, after O'Neal left next season, he would at least be the second in command on the Lakers. And McGrady was coming to the Rockets soon. With both McGrady and Yao Ming on the team, would he have to remain the third option? Lin Hao ignored the other missed calls, which were likely from teams wanting to sign him. If he called every single one back, when would he have time to practice? It was time to find an agent. Lin Hao rode a second-hand bicycle and took half an hour to reach the training facility. "I called you at 10 and you show up at 1030. As soon as he entered the gym, Kobe started yelling at him. "Man, I rode a bike," Lin Hao said helplessly. He hadn't signed a contract yet and only had a little over $4,300 to his name. That was the money he had won from the Zen Master and Kobe in a bet. Although used cars in America were cheap, they still cost several $1,000s. If he bought a car, how would he survive the coming days? "Here." Kobe tossed him a key without a word. "It's a gift for you. The license plate is XXXX. Lin Hao caught it and saw it was a Ferrari key. Looking at Kobe's cold expression, a warmth surged in his heart. "Don't get all emotional. I just don't want you dragging the team down next season." Kobe said flatly. "What if I sign with another team? Aren't you afraid you'll never see it again?" Lin Hao asked curiously. "Anyway, this car was a gift from a sponsor. I don't care about it." Kobe's next remark nearly made Lin Hao spit blood. His initial gratitude evaporated. "Besides, I already told Mitch Kupchak that if they can't sign you, they should trade me." After saying that, Kobe turned around, picked up a basketball, and walked toward the three-point line. Lin Hao stared intently at his back, feeling a sting in his eyes. The ancients said a scholar would die for a kindred spirit. Did Kobe count as one? "Kobe, how about a unknown?" Lin Hao said eagerly. Kobe was the ultimate experience booster. This offseason, he needed him for all his attribute points. "No." Kobe shook his head firmly. "Why, oi?" Lin Hao was stunned. The Kobe who loved unknown duels was actually refusing him. "I only agreed to play you during the finals to teach you some offensive and defensive techniques. But now it's the offseason. What you need is training. Dribbling, shooting, strength, speed. These are the true paths to improving your game." Kobe said seriously. Lin Hao knew in his heart that he genuinely meant well. Which star ever improved by just playing unknown? Training was the real answer. But he was different. Lin Hao pleaded for a long time. He tried provocation, pleading, deception, diversion. After using every trick in the book, Kobe reluctantly agreed to one game. After the game ended, Kobe's eyes showed immense shock. Although Lin Hao's offense was as poor as ever, his defensive ability had improved by a whole tier. Under Lin Hao's defense, Kobe felt a sense of suffocation. Many of his drives were disrupted and many of his shots missed the rim. He was forced to use 70% of his power and rely on an extreme fadeaway jumper to secure the win. "How did your defense suddenly become so strong?" Kobe stared at Lin Hao as if he were a monster. "My defense has always been good, okay? I just lacked experience before," Lin Hao said smugly. With a perfect defensive rating and Leonard's claw, even Kobe felt fear. "One more." Kobe gritted his teeth. His earlier advice to Lin Hao was completely forgotten. Kobe's request was exactly what Lin Hao wanted. Their unknown duel lasted from 1030 a.m. to 5 p.m. With Hamilton's enduring stamina, Kobe struggled more and more, while Lin Hao gained an increasing advantage. You're a damn freak. Next season, as long as those damn reporters aren't blind, the Defensive Player of the Year award is yours. Kobe threw out that remark and turned to leave. If they continued, he wouldn't even have the energy for Vanessa. After showering and eating, Lin Hao received a call from Robert Pelinka. Pelinka was Kobe's agent and had now become Lin Hao's as well. They shared the same agent. Lin, let's meet tonight. I've received offers from 8 teams so far. At 8 p.m., Pelinka drove to Lin Hao's dump. As soon as he entered, he glanced around the cramped, narrow apartment and frowned. Lin, let me find you a place to live. This apartment doesn't suit you. All right, 8 teams have made you offers. Pelinka paced around the room for a while, but couldn't find a place to sit. Lin Hao's face flushed as he cleared a corner of the sofa piled with clothes. Among them, the third highest offer is from the Rockets, a 3-year, $20 million contract. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. The Rockets were quite sincere. The second highest offer is from the Cavaliers, a 4-year, $28 million contract. Lin Hao was filled with confusion. Why were the Cavaliers so interested in him? The highest offer is from the New York Knicks, a 6-year, $45 million contract. In addition, they've promised you the position of team leader. Lin Hao's heart trembled. This was incredibly generous, wasn't it? Having only played 3 good games, he was already being promised the position of team leader. Mind you, the Knicks had a star like Stephon Marbury. Lin Hao said, Robert, I want to hear your opinion. Pelinka thought for a moment, then replied, Kobe wants me to persuade you to stay with the Lakers. But as a professional agent, I must prioritize my client's interests. First, we should rule out the Cavaliers. Despite their high offer, you'd overlap with their franchise player James. You'd be forced to play the second or even fourth position, which is clearly disadvantageous for you. Although the Knicks made the highest offer and promised you the leading role, the team is poorly managed and owner Dolan tends to interfere with operations. In the long run, you have no future there. Staying with the Lakers isn't bad either, as their contract offers the longest term, providing the most stability for you. However, their offer is still somewhat low. Besides, the Lakers are likely to undergo a major rebuild next season, which might keep them from contending for a championship for some time. Actually, joining the Rockets would maximize your benefits. First, their offer isn't low, at least higher than the Lakers. Second, having 2 Chinese players as starters on the same team would boost both your and Yao's market value. Finally, Shaq is aging, and Yao is likely to become the dominant force in the paint. With you on the perimeter and him inside, plus all-star point guard Francis, you could very well win another championship. Lin Hao couldn't help but applaud his brilliant analysis. But, Robert, go talk to Kupchak again. Raise my offer and change the contract to 1 year. What? Pelinka jumped up from the sofa. Lin, are you insane? Everyone wants longer contracts, but you. I know what I'm doing. Just go talk to them. Lin Hao waved his hand. A 7-year deal. That was a joke. With the system, Lin Hao needed only 1 year to rise to superstar status. The next morning, Pelinka called. The Lakers' latest offer is 1 year at $8 million. In truth, the Lakers' management preferred a shorter contract. After all, a long-term deal carried risks. If Lin Hao failed to live up to expectations, they'd be at a loss. All right, let's do it. Lin Hao agreed without much thought. He didn't really care how much money this contract would bring. Given another year, plenty of teams would offer him a max contract. In the distant, ancient eastern land, dawn had just broken, casting gentle sunlight over every corner of the Huaxiao land. This day was destined to be extraordinary for countless Huaxiao people. A stunning piece of news spread like lightning across the nation. Lin Hao helped the Lakers win the 2004 NBA championship. Huaxiao erupted in jubilation. That kid Lin Hao really brings pride to us Huaxiao people. A vendor exclaimed loudly while skillfully wrapping buns. Lin Hao's success stems from his perseverance and hard work. I hope students can draw strength from his example. At school, a teacher smiled at the students. Lin Hao, the Huaxiao power behind the Lakers championship. Major media outlets went all out, heaping praise on Lin Hao. In the general manager's office, Lin Hao was now seated opposite Kupchak and Phil Jackson. Son, think carefully. A 7-year deal offers more security. If 7 is too long, we can do 6, 5, or even 2 years. I've made up my mind. If you underperform next season, get injured, or fail to integrate into the system, it could affect your next contract. I know all that. Lin Hao felt a touch of gratitude. Kupchak's candid advice showed a human side. But Lin Hao had no need for concern. With the system, his performance next season would only improve. Now he also had Pippen's precise playmaking skills, perfectly complementing the triangle offense. As for injuries, there was no need to worry. The system's lottery interface had plenty of injury recovery potions. By the way, can I add a clause to the contract? Lin Hao suddenly spoke. Kupchak and Phil Jackson tensed, frowning simultaneously. What did this kid want? The contract terms were already very favorable. What else could he be unsatisfied with? Was he going to demand the team's leading role? Go ahead, Kupchak said solemnly. He'll guard the opposing team's best perimeter player every game. Lin Hao's words stunned everyone in the room. Kupchak and Phil Jackson exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting disbelief. Generally, most NBA players disliked guarding opposing stars. The reason was simple. It required immense energy on defense. That left little energy for offense, resulting in poor stats. Without good stats, you couldn't land a big contract. Thus, it was usually role players or blue-collar workers who guarded opposing stars. Of course, Kobe was an exception. That freak. Phil, as head coach, what do you think? Kupchak asked. In principle, I agree, said the Zen master. But we need Kobe's input. Normally, a teammate volunteering to guard the opponent's best player should please the team leader. But Kobe was fiercely competitive, emulating Jordan, always wanting to dominate on both ends. No need to worry about that. I've talked to Kobe. He agreed. Lin Hao had indeed discussed this with Kobe during practice. At first, Kobe refused. But one sentence from Lin Hao changed his mind. Our goal next season is to win the championship, not to compete for dominance. If I guard their key player, you can save energy for offense. That increases our chances of winning. Phil Jackson said calmly, in that case, I have no objections. But in special situations, you must follow the coaching staff's arrangements. Lin Hao nodded. He understood. Inside the training facility. Lin, have you lost your mind? Turning down a 7-year deal for a 1-year contract. If something goes wrong, you might be out of the NBA. I don't know where you get your confidence. Watching Kobe's passionate outburst, Lin Hao was deeply moved. He knew Kobe genuinely cared about him. Want to know where my confidence comes from? Just challenge me unknown, and you'll find out. Not a chance. I know your defense is solid, but your dribbling, passing, and mid-range shooting are abysmal, worse than sewage. Kobe resolutely declined Lin Hao's request for an unknown match that day. Not out of fear, but out of genuine concern for Lin Hao. Yet Kobe agreed to grant Lin Hao a single unknown session as a reward, provided Lin Hao trained for a prescribed duration each day. What on earth is this? Since when is challenging me, the Black Mamba, become a reward? Kobe sighed dramatically toward the sky. While others dreaded facing him, unknown, only Lin Hao, the utter anomaly, begged relentlessly for the privilege. To earn the right to spar with Kobe, Lin Hao threw himself entirely into training. Grueling, monotonous, and unrelenting. Long-distance runs, sprints, weight training, contact drills. Stationary shooting, movement shooting, contested shooting. Passing drills, dribbling drills. Naturally, Lin Hao shared Kobe's elite strength and skills coaches. There was no way he could afford them independently. As a penniless rookie, he certainly couldn't hire such specialists himself. Worse still, Lin Hao endured Kobe's ceaseless torrents of scathing critique. Kobe wasn't cruel. He was emulating Michael Jordan. Legend had it that every Bulls player under Jordan's reign had been verbally eviscerated to the point of emotional paralysis. SHD, your dribbling is worse than sewage. FCK, even my daughter handles the ball better than you do. Oh, SHD, how can I possibly witness such grotesque shooting form? Can't you at least keep your release consistent? Oh, 9 out of 10 shots arc differently. You couldn't possibly be any more inconsistent. Oh, after all I've just said, you reply with just oh. Oh. Try saying, oh, one more time. I dare you. Oh, don't you realize how deeply disrespectful that is? After only a few minutes, Kobe fell silent, refusing to waste breath on futile repetition. Though the regimen was brutal, Lin Hao embraced it wholeheartedly, discovering to his astonishment that training itself yielded attribute points. Granted, the accumulation rate paled in comparison to unknowns or actual games. Remember, this system is called the basketball Mad Dog system. Relentless training is Mad Dog behavior. This unexpected revelation tormented Kobe. Lin Hao's ferocity in training bordered on terrifying. Even he recoiled in awe. Privately, Kobe swore that if given the chance to rewind time, he'd never have pressured Lin Hao to train so obsessively. At 3 a.m., just as Kobe prepared to spend intimate time with Vanessa, Lin Hao's call rang through. After training until 9 p.m., Kobe attempted to rest, conserving energy for later, only for Lin Hao to intercept him. On Vanessa's birthday, Kobe had arranged a romantic candlelit dinner anticipating a passionate evening, when Lin Hao's urgent call shattered the moment once again. Originally, Kobe had noticed Lin Hao living in a cramped apartment and intended to invite him to stay at his home, but now he'd changed his mind. Such an arrangement would surely erase the last vestiges of privacy between him and Vanessa. Meanwhile, the off-season trade market swung open. First came a seismic announcement on June 29th. The Orlando Magic and Houston Rockets completed a blockbuster deal. Orlando sent Tracy McGrady, Juwan Howard, Tyronn Lue, and Reese Gaines to Houston, receiving Steve Francis, Mike Miller, and Kelvin Cato in return. The Yao McGrady era had officially begun. The league erupted in fervor. But Lakers fans remained utterly indifferent. Their sole preoccupation was the fate of the big Aristotle, their beloved Shaquille O'Neal. Then, on July 14th, the blow landed. The Lakers traded O'Neal to the Miami Heat, acquiring Lamar Odom, Karen Butler, Brian Grant, and a first-round draft pick. Lakers fans were left stunned, disbelieving, and heartbroken. How could this happen? Why would they trade Shaq? What on earth is the Lakers front office thinking? Shaq is our cornerstone. This is the darkest hour in Lakers history. Losing Shaq feels like the world collapsing. Has our dynasty truly ended? Soon whispers turned to accusations. Some began insisting Kobe had orchestrated the trade. Kobe forced Shaq out. That selfish, despicable opportunist. We want Shaq, not Kobe. As days passed, the theory gained traction, until Kobe found himself squarely at the epicenter of public outrage. Even Lamar Odom, who hadn't yet played a single minute for the Lakers, became a scapegoat. Who is Odom really? Does anyone seriously believe he's worth trading Shaq for? Shaq must have lost his mind. That day, Lin Hao skipped training and sat silently beside Kobe in the empty arena. Suddenly, he recalled standing in that very spot, beside Shaq on that same floor. This might be my final season in purple and gold, Shaq had said. One of us will remain, the other, most likely me, will depart. Shaq's words echoed vividly in his memory. Why? Why? It wasn't my fault. Why blame me? How could a mere player influence front office decisions? Have these people completely lost their minds? Kobe suddenly roared in fury. Lin Hao understood his anguish perfectly. First, he'd been engulfed by the Eagle Ranch scandal, unable to surface for air. Now he was vilified by media and fans alike over Shaq's departure. This was the nadir of Kobe's life. Have you ever heard this saying? In despair, seek hope, and your life shall ultimately blaze with glory. Lin Hao spoke earnestly. In despair, seek hope, and your life shall ultimately blaze with glory. Kobe repeated the phrase softly. Then abruptly his eyes ignited with fierce, luminous resolve. After all, this was merely a temporary setback. What truly did it matter? My God, Lin, you're a philosopher. Kobe exclaimed, electrified. If you perform brilliantly enough, the world will forget Shaq entirely. Rise up. Next season, let's seize the entire league by storm and reclaim the championship for the Lakers. Lin Hao spoke each word with deliberate gravity. Agreed. Kobe surged to his feet, snatching a basketball. Let's go, Onion. Today I'm going to dismantle you. At last, the long-awaited new season dawned. Lamar Odom, Karen Butler, and other newcomers made their debuts. Incidentally, aside from Kobe and Lin Hao, nearly the entire roster had been overhauled. Karl Malone retired, Gary Payton departed for Boston, Derek Fisher signed with the Golden State Warriors. Fortunately, coach Phil Jackson remained with the Lakers. In the original timeline, he'd left after the 2004 finals loss, but Lin Hao's arrival had altered the franchise's destiny, and his own. The Lakers' new starting lineup would be Chucky Atkins, Kobe Bryant, Lin Hao, Lamar Odom, and Chris Mim. This lineup looked painfully thin, Lin Hao mused inwardly. A former benchwarmer for the Pistons, Atkins was now the starting point guard for the Lakers. A bench player cut by the Cavaliers, Mim, had become the starting center. Odom was slightly better, having been named to the All-Rookie first team in 2000. In his past life, Kobe had managed to lead such a ragtag roster into the playoffs. That day, the Lakers held their first team practice of the new season. As soon as Lin Hao arrived at the training facility, he warmly greeted his new and old teammates. Unsurprisingly, he was the team's second-in-command for the season. These were his subordinates, so he naturally wanted to build good relations. He first greeted Chucky Atkins. They were old acquaintances, having faced each other in the finals last season. Lin, glad to see you, Atkins said, being particularly savvy. He knew Lin Hao had become the new darling of Los Angeles. Having just arrived, he was keen to stay on good terms. Old friends like Chris Mim, Medvedenko, and Vujasic also warmly greeted Lin Hao. But when it came to Karen Butler, Lin Hao received a cold shoulder. Lin Hao understood clearly. Butler, chewing gum with a disdainful look, muttered a single word: hillbilly. There was no personal grudge between them, only a clash of interests. Both Butler and Lin Hao played the small forward position, creating intense competition. Lin Hao had shown brilliantly in the finals last season, showing the aura of the team's second or third star. Yet Butler was no less impressive. Last season, he averaged 2 points, 8 rebounds, and 7 assists. Statistically, he far surpassed Lin Hao. Moreover, he had been named to the All-Rookie first team for the 2002-03 season. Lin Hao was unimpressed. Since the other was unconvinced they would settle it on the court. Hey buddy, want some candy? A large round head suddenly appeared. Odom grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, then pulled out a handful of candies and handed them to Lin Hao. Not bad. If you like them, have more. I've got plenty. What brand is this? Where did you buy it? It's Ferrero. I got it at Costco. Okay, get some for me next time. Sure. Lin Hao and Odom sat on the floor stuffing candies into their mouths like mad. Atkins and the others were dumbfounded. Was this how the team's second and third stars behaved? Lamar, what are you doing? A roar thundered through the air. Kobe, who had arrived last, strode toward Odom with immense pressure in each step. Startled by the sudden yell, Odom nearly dropped his candies. He looked at Kobe in panic, his eyes filled with fear. Drop that crap right now. This is a training gym, not your bedroom. If you want to eat that trash, do it at home. Here you train like hell. Kobe towered over him, his fierce gaze chilling to the bone. Not just Odom, but every player in the gym was intimidated by Kobe. The arena fell into an eerie silence. But then, crunch, 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 an untimely sound echoed. Everyone stared at Lin Hao in shock. He was still munching on candies, oblivious. Lin Hao wasn't deliberately defying Kobe's authority, the candies were just too delicious. And once he started, he couldn't stop, like eating sunflower seeds. Lin, you need to stop, a practice is about to start. Besides, eating too much candy isn't good for NBA players' health. Kobe's tone softened from its earlier harshness. All right. Lin Hao stuffed candies into his pocket with one hand, while popping one into his mouth with the other. Odom looked at Kobe with innocent eyes as if saying, that's so unfair. Kobe felt helpless too. There was just no dealing with Lin Hao. He couldn't scold him, he'd lose the argument, and beating him on the court was exactly what Lin Hao wanted. Lin, why doesn't Kobe bother you? On the way to the locker room, Odom quietly asked Lin Hao. Maybe it's because I'm too handsome, Lin Hao replied. Odom. When Lin Hao entered the locker room to change, he found his usual locker had been taken over. His old spot next to Kobe was now filled with someone else's belongings. Without thinking, Lin Hao knew it was Karen Butler's doing. Odom was too easygoing for such a move, and no one else would dare. Since Butler shared his position, who else could it be? You have 1 minute to clear your stuff, or I won't be polite. Lin Hao walked straight up to Butler and said coldly, how, that's a joke. Who do you think you are? You've only had 3 good games. This is the 3rd star spot. Do you think you deserve it? Listen, you rookie, I, Karen Butler, am determined to be the starter. Don't kid yourself. Butler stepped forward, poking Lin Hao's chest with a provocative glare. In the entire Lakers team, he respected no one but Kobe and Odom. Say that again. Lin Hao exploded, grabbing Butler by the throat. Let go, you lunatic. Butler tried to pry his hand away, but his strength was pitiful. Compared to Lin Hao, Butler was almost frail. They were the same height, but Lin Hao outweighed him by a full 7 kilograms. Lin Hao's superior physical attributes left Butler completely at a disadvantage. Let it go, Lin. They'll give you my spot, the easygoing Odom interceded, trying to calm Lin Hao. But Lin Hao wasn't about to back down. They'll give you one more chance to rephrase that. The starting spot isn't won by talking, it's earned on the court. Butler immediately softened. Fine then, let's have a onion on. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. You said it. Whoever wins gets the locker deal. A cruel smile curled on Butler's lips. He had watched Lin Hao's finals performance closely. His three-point shooting and defense were indeed impressive, but his dribbling and mid-range game were atrocious. While his defense couldn't match Lin Hao's, offense was far superior. No problem. A triumphant glint flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. After an entire offseason of training, it was time to showcase his improvements. Over the whole offseason, combined with his existing attribute points, Lin Hao had earned a total of 40 points. He allocated them all to dribbling and mid-range shooting. Now his dribbling ability was rated at 80 and his mid-range at 67. While not elite, it was more than enough to handle a lightweight like Butler. Butler sneered. You're dead, kid. He'll beat you until you cry for your mom and dad. Kobe stood by, observing coldly in silence. In truth, if he had spoken a single word telling Butler to give the locker to Lin Hao, the matter would have been resolved instantly. No one on the team dared to defy him. However, status within the team was something Lin Hao had to earn for himself. The onion began. All the Lakers players gathered around in excitement. To display the grace of a senior, Butler let Lin Hao take the first possession. With a single crossover, Lin Hao effortlessly blew past him, then leaped high and slammed the ball into the hoop with tremendous force. Is that it? The crowd was stunned. They had anticipated a closely contested match, but it turned out to be a complete one-sided affair. That was just me being careless. Butler shouted, his face reddening. The fact that he had been so easily beaten was partly due to his lackluster defense, but carelessness was indeed a major factor. How could he have known that Lin Hao's dribbling had improved so dramatically? Kobe smirked from the sidelines. Having trained with Lin Hao throughout the entire offseason, he knew that Lin Hao's progress was so rapid that even he couldn't keep up. Did you really think you could beat him? What followed was the most miserable moment of Butler's life. Lin Hao's defense was nothing short of suffocating. Butler exhausted the entire shot clock without even getting a chance to release the ball. A mocking smile curled on Kobe's lips. Even I'm intimidated by Lin Hao's defense, let alone a small fry like you. Everyone present was awed by Lin Hao's exceptional defensive awareness and masterful technique. Phil Jackson had already arrived at the training facility and stood quietly watching. Seeing this, a look of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. As long as this kid maintains this form this season, he's guaranteed a spot on the all-defensive first team. If he pairs up with Kobe, the entire league will tremble before this perimeter defensive duo. It was Lin Hao's turn to attack again. This time, Butler was fully focused, making it impossible for Lin Hao to break through easily. Kid, showing your true colors now. I told you I was just careless earlier. Butler spread his legs, his left hand locked on his opponent, spewing trash talk incessantly. Suddenly, Lin Hao moved. He bounced the ball through Butler's legs and lunged forward. A nutmeg. The onlookers gasped. This type of move wasn't very damaging, but it was incredibly humiliating. Butler had lost immense face this time. Lay up, ball in. I cross you like I cross a morning street, Lin Hao said with a faint smile, wagging his finger at Butler. This time, Butler hadn't underestimated his dribbling, but he had overestimated himself. There weren't many freaks in the NBA who maintained the same training intensity during the offseason as Lin Hao did. His stamina, speed, and agility were not only at their peak, but even superior to last season. This unknown ended in a crushing defeat for Butler. 11 possessions, and he didn't score a single point. Humiliation. This was the ultimate humiliation. Hey buddy, you got shut out today. Chucky Atkins teased. Man, weren't you the one who said you'd beat him until he cried for his mom and dad? How come it looks like you're the one crying? Devine George laughed heartily. Having successfully stayed with the Lakers this season, he was in high spirits. Phil Jackson quickly put an end to the teasing and began the day's practice. After this, unknown Lin Hao had successfully established his authority, even taking on the aura of the team's second-in-command. Logically, whether by seniority, salary, or statistics, Odom should have been the undisputed second option. But who could blame him for being an easygoing guy with little competitive fire? The next day was media day. During the photo shoot, Kobe stood in the center with Odom and Lin Hao flanking him on either side. This was ample proof that Lin Hao had formally secured his position on the team. But whether he was the second or third option would depend on his future performance. Next came the media interview session. A reporter asked, Kobe, what are the Lakers' goals for the new season? The championship, of course. If we don't win the championship this season, it'll be a failure for me, Kobe said with unwavering confidence. His words caused an uproar in the room. Phil Jackson shook his head with a wry smile. The Black Mamba still had that youthful arrogance. This season's roster was far weaker than last year's, making the playoffs would already be an achievement. The reporters were equally stunned, some even wearing expressions of disdain. A Kobe who had never proven he could lead a team. An Odom who was brilliant one game and invisible the next. And a Lin Hao who specialized only in three-pointers and defense. Where did you get the audacity? A reporter asked sharply. Shaq's gone, Gary's gone, Carl's gone. The Lakers roster is far weaker than last season. What makes you think they can win the championship? Because we have the versatile magician Lamar Odom. More importantly, Lin Hao is continuously growing. He will become greater than Pippen. This season, the perimeter duo he and I form will shake the entire league. Kobe replied without hesitation. Lin Hao was dumbfounded, a curse word stuck in his throat, unsure whether to voice it or not. If you're going to talk, just talk. Don't drag me into it. I was planning to keep a low profile for a while. The reporters on site were instantly thrilled. They had material to write about when they got back. Their articles would be front-page news again. A Lin Hao, a Kobe. The Lakers were a goldmine for news stories. A reporter from a local Los Angeles media outlet tried to smooth things over and change the subject. Kobe, after Shaq left, many people criticized you harshly. It said you were in a slump for a long time. What made you pull yourself together? Kobe spoke eloquently. One sentence from Lin Hao reignited my fighting spirit. He said, find hope in despair, and life will eventually be brilliant. If I couldn't even withstand such a setback, how could I ever win a championship in the future? Damn it. Lin Hao almost cursed again. Bro, can you stop dragging me into this? I didn't say that. I was just quoting a famous saying from a big shot in the education and training industry. If this gets back to China, there might be trolls accusing me of using someone else's words to show off, and then I'd be roasted to death. The reporters exchanged glances, deeply shaken. This Chinese player was practically a philosopher, his words so profound. Sure enough, the next morning the names Kobe and Lin Hao dominated the headlines of nearly every sports media outlet. Kobe not winning the championship this season is a failure. Kobe, the perimeter duo Lin Hao and I will shake the entire league. Will the Kobe-Lin duo create miracles next season? Chinese wisdom helps Kobe find hope in despair. Once the news broke, Lakers fans erupted in outrage. He who controls the inside dominates the world. Without Shaq, making the playoffs will be a challenge. He forced O'Neal out and now claims he can win a championship. That's pure delusion. I used to be a loyal fan of Kobe, but his actions have deeply disappointed me. He doesn't consider the team's overall interests, only his own glory. Is winning a championship that easy? Does he think he can win games all by himself? Without O'Neal, he is nothing. Some fans even turn their ire towards Lin Hao. Kobe says Lin Hao is his Pippen, but Pippen had his own offensive abilities. He could create and organize plays. And what does Lin Hao have? Besides defense and three-point shooting, what else can he bring to the table? Kobe is no Jordan, Lin Hao is no Pippen, and Odom is no Rodman. Can this poor version of the Iron Triangle really win a championship? Other NBA stars also expressed doubts about Kobe's statements. Since Kobe had already established his reputation, they targeted Lin Hao instead, picking on the easier target. Carmelo Anthony, that kid from Huaxia, has only played a few good games and truly thinks he's Pippen. Paul Pierce, just wait, I'll destroy that kid from Huaxia. LeBron James, I don't think they can succeed. Lin Hao still needs to prove himself. Seeing these remarks, Lin Hao was filled with rage. He secretly vowed to make those bastards regret their words in the new season. But the first to suffer would be Kobe for his reckless remarks. Lin Hao once again dragged him into harsh training and unknown matches. Finally, the preseason began. The Lakers faced their first opponent, the San Antonio Spurs. Lin Hao was quite looking forward to this match, as he could face Ginobili or Tony Parker. However, Popovich did not care about the outcome of the preseason. He benched Ginobili and Tony Parker, allowing them to play only for a few minutes. Lin Hao, with his smaller frame, could hardly compete against a behemoth like Duncan. Of course, Lin Hao's playing time was also limited. Throughout the match, he garnered only 2 attribute points. This wasn't too concerning, as winning the game allowed for a lottery. Lin Hao's draw this time was a bottle of stamina potion. His stamina was at 100 points, and with Hamilton's endurance, this item was essentially useless. It turned out that the more important the game, the higher the probability of drawing good items. The reason he was able to draw 3 skills last season was that it was the finals. However, this was understandable. Otherwise, if Lin Hao could gain dozens of skills from a regular season, that would be too overpowered. The regular season officially kicked off. Stern really knows how to stir things up. Lin Hao exclaimed upon seeing the schedule. Stern went to extreme lengths to enhance the NBA's influence. The Lakers' first opponent turned out to be the Miami Heat, led by Wade and O'Neal. The showdown between Kobe and O'Neal, old rivals, would be the main attraction of this game. This match was also broadcasted live by Huaxia Television. In the control room, staff members busily adjusted equipment, creating a tense yet exciting atmosphere. The participation of Chinese player Lin Hao drew unprecedented attention in the country. Domestic fans had prepared early, eagerly awaiting the start of the game. Many students secretly skipped classes and crowded into convenience stores to watch, fearing they would miss every exciting moment from Lin Hao. Many white-collar workers also took leave, whether at home or in cafes. Their eyes never left the live broadcast. In small shops on the streets, televisions were tuned to the game channel. Owners and customers alike were immersed in this basketball feast. That night, the Staples Center was packed to capacity, with cheers from fans rising and falling. Besides the game, there was also the awarding ceremony for the 0304 NBA championship ring. The Staples Center was star-studded and dazzling tonight. Hollywood stars and sports celebrities, including Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, Leonardo DiCaprio, Spike Lee, and Snoopy, were all present. Additionally, Lakers legends like Magic Johnson, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and Elgin Baylor also attended in grand style. As the players entered the court, cheers and applause erupted. However, when Kobe entered, many fans erupted into a chorus of boos. They still held a grudge against him for forcing O'Neal out. Even Lin Hao was implicated. Due to his close relationship with Kobe, many fans believe that Shaq's departure was masterminded by Kobe, with Lin Hao as an accomplice. Thus, when he took the court, the cheers for him were sparse, completely lacking the momentum from the previous season. In contrast, O'Neal's entrance received thunderous applause. Fans seemed to be venting their dissatisfaction over losing the league's top center in this way. The hefty Shaq strutted in, moving with his characteristic crab-like gait. Kobe clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with anger as he gritted his teeth at Lin Hao, saying, "Lin, we can't afford to lose this game." Absolutely. Lin Hao patted him on the shoulder. Let's crush the Heat and prove ourselves to the Lakers fans. Kobe had no interest in the awarding ceremony, delivering a brief speech before wrapping it up hastily. However, the hefty Shaq delivered a lengthy speech. "I want to thank my teammates from the Lakers. We sweat together on the court, and I will always remember those days of fighting side by side. Now I've come to the Heat, where I have new teammates and new challenges. I'm ready to create new glories with everyone." He thanked everyone, even mentioning role players like Fox and Samaki Walker. Yet he conspicuously omitted the name of his most important partner, Kobe. He went on to elaborate on his experiences with the Heat and his hopes for the championship. The implication was clear: even without you, Kobe, I can still win a championship. Lin, we must win our own championship. Kobe's chest heaved with intensity. Absolutely. Lin Hao's chest also rose and fell with intensity. The awarding ceremony concluded and the game officially began. The lights dimmed suddenly as the visiting Heat took the court. Dwayne Wade, Damon Jones, Eddie Jones, Udonis Haslem, and O'Neal. This was the Heat's starting lineup for the season. The Lakers' starting lineup consisted of Atkins, Kobe, Lin Hao, Odom, and Mim. The first to appear is Odom. The first player to enter the scene is often the second-in-command of the team. Although Lin Hao had an astonishing performance in last season's finals, he has yet to shake Odom's position. With the referee's whistle, the game officially began. The Lakers' starting lineup is Atkins, Kobe, Lin Hao, Odom, and Mim. As Wade dribbled past half-court, Lin Hao had already quickly positioned himself ready to guard him. What's going on? Isn't Kobe usually the one guarding the star player of the opposing team? Am I seeing things? Wade is a top-tier guard. Having Lin defend him will likely result in a thorough beating. I'm just afraid that a quick change of direction from Wade will leave Lin in the dust. The ensuing scene is something Lin will never forget. He will always remember Wade's terrifying presence. The live commentator was astonished as he witnessed this moment. When Wade saw that the person in front of him was Lin Hao, a surge of anger welled up inside him. You actually let someone other than Kobe guard me. You're looking down on me. Thus, he decided to teach Lin Hao a lesson using his signature scoring method, an explosive drive after a change of direction. Wade's greatest strength is his speed, which is also the origin of his nickname, the Flash. However, an unexpected event occurred. Lin Hao swiftly moved his feet, blocking Wade's path to the basket. What incredible speed! Wade thought to himself, somewhat surprised. Although Lin Hao's speed could not compare to the Flash, one must not forget their height difference. Wade is 193 centimeters tall, while Lin Hao is 201 centimeters. This speed is quite remarkable for a person of 2 meters. However, Wade still did not regard Lin Hao as a threat. Pivoting on his left foot, he attempted to force his way past Lin Hao from the other side. Yet again, Lin Hao blocked his path. This kid's defense is actually not much inferior to Kobe's. Wade furrowed his brow and then passed the ball to Damon Jones. He is a perfect team player, not as possessive as Kobe. He will pass the ball if there's no good opportunity. Wade actually had no chance to shoot under Lin's defense. The live commentator couldn't help but exclaim. Kobe smiled slightly. This kid has troubled me throughout the off-season. Now it's your turn to feel this taste. This was the first smile he displayed tonight. Dwayne, is this all you've got? Are you afraid to shoot just because your offense is stifled? Lin Hao was very displeased. If you don't attack, who am I supposed to seek attribute points from? I call this not sticking to the ball, you understand. Wade was instantly furious, his cheeks puffing up. That's just nice talk, you're simply scared. Lin Hao scoffed, curling his lip. Next shot, I will definitely blow you up. Blow you up? Wade was completely enraged. As a top NBA guard, he was ridiculed by a rookie from Huaxia. At this moment, O'Neal had already settled into the low post, easily slamming down a dunk after receiving a pass from Damon Jones. The Staples Center erupted with thunderous cheers. Although Shaq had become a player for another team, he still remained immensely popular among Lakers fans. The home fans were cheering for the opposing team, and not only Kobe, but even Lin Hao felt a sense of shame. The next play was the Lakers' offense. This time the one defending Lin Hao was actually Wade. Kid, you've successfully angered me. I'm going to blow you up on both ends. Wade said, arrogantly puffing out his cheeks. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. What a pleasant surprise. Originally, it should have been Eddie Jones guarding him. Although Jones was once an all-star and had been selected for the defensive team, his peak was long past, and the system deemed him an average player. Scoring over him would certainly not yield any attribute points. However, now Wade had personally come to defend him. One must know, as the strongest perimeter defender for the Heat, his original target should have been Kobe. At this moment, Wade's gaze was sharp, like that of a leopard fixated on Lin Hao's every move, ready to deliver a lethal blow at any moment. In my eyes, your defense is as flimsy as paper. Lin Hao's lips curled into a smirk as he began his off-ball movement. Bastard, you're asking for it. Before Wade's words could finish, Lin Hao had vanished. Hamilton's off-ball movement. Wade hurriedly sprinted after him. Lin Hao darted across the court like a flash of lightning, sometimes cutting in quickly, sometimes skillfully maneuvering out. Mim and Odom also worked seamlessly to set screens for him. After a brilliant pick-and-roll, Lin Hao successfully shook off Wade's defense, running to an open spot. Odom's pass was as accurate as a missile, flying straight into Lin Hao's hands. Wade, a true flash, immediately compensated for the defense. Facing Wade's aggressive pressure, Lin Hao skillfully performed a behind-the-back dribble to create space. Then, with a push of his right hand, the basketball swiftly flew towards the paint. Pippen's precise playmaking. Odom, who had just found an open spot under the rim, was astonished to see the basketball accurately land in his hands. He turned and effortlessly dunked it. Beautiful. Odom laughed as he ran over to high-five Lin Hao. A glint of surprise flashed in Zen Master's eyes. This kid's passing is truly impressive. Originally, Lin Hao was just meant to be a shooter and a perimeter defender, the ideal player responsible for facilitating and connecting the interior and exterior in the triangle offense was Odom. If Lin Hao could maintain this level of passing, he would be Zen Master's top choice to replace Pippen. In the next play, Wade chose a sudden change of direction followed by a rapid explosive drive. He planned to use his speed advantage to shake off Lin Hao just as he had done countless times before against opponents. However, just as he began to accelerate, Lin Hao elegantly sidestepped, perfectly blocking his path to the basket. Lin Hao's speed attribute had already reached 90 points, not much inferior to Wade's. Faced with Lin Hao's tight defense, Wade felt as though he was a fish trapped in a net, struggling in vain while finding no escape. "Don't waste your energy, you won't shake me off," Lin Hao whispered provocatively in Wade's ear. "Being held by me isn't shameful, just give up the resistance." Wade's repeated provocations made him lose his cool completely, and he began to dribble back and forth. On the Heat's bench at Staples Center, Pat Riley's expression grew increasingly grim. As an experienced coach, he was known for his calmness and calculations. But at this moment, a hint of displeasure was evident in his eyes. Wade had been dribbling for over 10 seconds, and such behavior clearly contradicted his tactical philosophy. At this time, Wade performed a flashy crossover, feigning a left drive followed by a quick spin, drifting to the right while leaping to shoot. Lin Hao stayed tightly on his tail, maintaining just the right distance. The moment Wade turned and jumped, Lin Hao also leaped as if on reflex. His long arms extended, timing perfect. The basketball slipped past his fingertips. Not good, Wade thought to himself. Sure enough, that shot missed badly. Lin Hao felt a pang of regret. If his blocking ability had been higher, he would have just secured a block. Odom grabbed the rebound and immediately passed the ball to Lin Hao. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Hao swiftly tossed the basketball forward. Kobe had already read the situation on the court and sprinted toward the front court like a gust of wind. After receiving the pass, he leaped high as if breaking free from gravity's pull. Bang! Kobe completed a powerful dunk that combined strength and grace. "Kobe, Lin." At that moment, the Staples Center erupted with thunderous cheers. "The Kobe-Lin duo. This is our Lakers Kobe-Lin duo," a fan shouted excitedly. Little did he know from this moment on, the name Kobe-Lin duo would resonate throughout the entire league. Kobe and Lin Hao won over the audience in just a few plays. Pat Riley quickly called a timeout. "Dwayne, who told you to guard Lin Hao? And you're not here to put on a personal show. Do you realize that disrupts the team's offensive rhythm? Get the ball to Shaq, understand? Get it to Shaq. Play poorly and you're out." Pat Riley roared in Wade's ear. The teammates around them, sensing his fury, stood silently, not daring to utter a word. "Coach, I lost my composure just now. It won't happen again," Wade said softly. After the timeout, it was Miami's turn to attack. This time, no matter how Lin Hao provoked him, Wade refrained from going solo and passed the ball to O'Neal. Shaq, still in the twilight of his prime, executed an effortless little hook shot under the double team from Odom and Mim, and the ball went in. The Zen Master furrowed his brow. If they couldn't contain Shaq, this game would be tough. But then the Lakers trio began to shine. Odom, like a commander on the court, tore apart the opponent's defense time and again with his broad vision and precise passes. Kobe shouldered the team's scoring burden. And with Lin Hao sharing the defensive pressure, he fully unleashed his offensive instincts. Lin Hao, meanwhile, handled the team's perimeter firepower. He was like a lurking sniper, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. The trio's coordination was as fluid as Mercury, flawless together, orchestrating a symphony of basketball. The Zen Master's brow finally relaxed. The synergy of these three was simply perfect. The audience was ecstatic. The seamless flow of their plays alone was worth the price of admission. The two commentators glanced at the statistics and suddenly gasped in astonishment. "Partner, did you notice? The Flash only took 5 shots in the first quarter and made just 1 basket. A player who can consistently contain Wade for an entire quarter is extremely rare in this league. It seems we've underestimated Lin's defensive prowess. He is definitely the Lakers' biggest acquisition this year." For both Kobe and Lin Hao, this was a game they could not afford to lose. The same held true for O'Neal. He was eager to prove to the Lakers fans, management, and Kobe that despite his age, he remained the most dominant force in the paint across the entire league. Whenever he chose to, he could demolish any team's interior defense. And so Shaq unleashed his fury. Hook shots, powerful dunks, back to the basket, play scoop layups. He charged like a beast freed from its cage, rampaging through the Lakers' paint with his massive frame. Odom and Mim appeared utterly insignificant and powerless before him. Their interior defense was virtually non-existent. The score gap gradually widened with the Lakers trailing the Heat by 21 points, and the fans' hearts were in their throats. Phil Jackson immediately called a timeout. Kobe glanced at Lynn, how their eyes meeting in an instant of unspoken understanding. "Coach, I suggest employing high-pressure defense and rapid rotational help to compensate for our weakness in the paint." Lynn Howe suddenly spoke up. The Zen master was momentarily stunned. The high-pressure defense and rapid rotation strategy that Lynn Howe mentioned was precisely the tactic frequently used by the Bulls during their second three-peat. As everyone knew, during the Bulls' second three-peat, their center was Luke Longley, and their power forward was Dennis Rodman. Their offensive contributions were almost negligible. As for defense, Rodman had won the Defensive Player of the Year award twice, been selected to the All-Defensive First Team 7 times, and claimed the rebounding title 7 times. However, he lacked height and rim protection ability, unable to anchor the Bulls' interior defense system. Luke Longley was even less noteworthy, merely a bulky body in the paint. The 1990s was an era where the four dominant centers shone brilliantly. The Bulls' weak interior could easily be torn apart by the likes of Hakeem Olajuwon. Thus, the Zen master had Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen employ high-pressure defense and rapid rotation to compensate for the interior weakness. This tactic proved highly effective, evidenced by the fact that the Bulls' paint was rarely dominated. But it demanded exceptional defensive skills and stamina from its executors. Could Lynn Howe and Kobe shoulder this heavy responsibility? Seeing the resolute determination in Kobe and Lynn's eyes, the Zen master began to set up the strategy. From then on, whenever O'Neal got the ball in the post, Mim would act as a human shield, absorbing Shaq's initial assault. Once O'Neal pivoted into the paint, Kobe and Lynn Howe would converge on him from behind, front, and sides to cut off his options. Meanwhile, Atkins was tasked with disrupting Shaq's passing lanes to the weak side. Kobe and Lynn's coordination formed a tight net, making O'Neal's play extremely uncomfortable. With the defensive success, the Lakers' offense gradually found its rhythm. The score was slowly narrowing, and the crowd's emotions were fully ignited. The game entered its critical final moments with 2 minutes left on the clock, and the score at 8-4-8-9, the Lakers trailing by 5 points. Pat Riley finally called a timeout. As Lynn Howe walked to the bench, several teammates crowded around him, all gazing at him with eager eyes. Even Karen Butler proactively handed him a Gatorade. Lynn Howe's performance on the court had completely won him over. On offense, facing Eddie Jones, a 3-time All-Defensive second-team selection, he scored 18 points on 51 shooting. On defense, he held Dwayne Wade the Flash to just 12 points on 5 of 17 shooting. Moreover, 2 of Wade's 5 made baskets came while Lynn Howe was resting on the bench. Additionally, Lynn Howe, together with Kobe, successfully contained O'Neal. "Lynn, can your stamina keep up?" the Zen master asked with concern, watching Lynn Howe breathing heavily. "No problem. There are only 2 minutes left. I can hold on a bit longer," Lynn Howe replied. His stamina rating was 96, further boosted by Hamilton's enduring stamina trait. Even so, his energy was nearly depleted. Although Lynn Howe could use a stamina potion, he only had 1 bottle. After winning a regular season game, the probability of drawing a reward was low, so he was reluctant to use it. "Brother, you've done more than enough. Leave the rest to me." Kobe patted Lynn Howe on the shoulder, their gazes clashing in the air. In the ensuing moments of the game, Kobe fulfilled his promise, sinking a 3-pointer, 2 free throws, and a jump shot, successfully leveling the score. But it was the most unassuming player of the Heat who stepped up, Damon Jones. With only 5 seconds left on the clock, he broke free beyond the 3-point line. Receiving the pass from Wade, he leaped, released the ball, and it swished through the net. The Heat's bench erupted instantly, cheers and screams soaring to the rafters. Inside the Staples Center, the tension was palpable. Phil Jackson's expression was grave, yet he refrained from calling a timeout. He trusted that Kobe and Lynn Howe, 2 players with nerves of steel, could navigate the crisis. The Lakers had possession. The moment Kobe received the ball, Wade, Damon Jones, and Haslam swarmed him, leaving virtually no gap. A triple team. Pat Riley had actually deployed a triple team against him. Kobe struggled to move under the pressure, finding no opportunity to shoot. Over here, Lynn Howe broke free using Odom's screen. The instant he shed Eddie Jonas' defense, Kobe's pass arrived. Without hesitation, Lynn Howe caught the ball and rose for a 3-pointer. Damn it. Eddie Jones lunged at Lynn Howe like a predatory tiger, his long arm raised high in a desperate attempt to block. Swish. Slap. The ball swished through the net, and Jones was called for a foul. With only 0.6 seconds remaining, the score was tied at 9,191. The arena erupted, deafening cheers sweeping through the crowd. The man who had repeatedly turned the tide in the finals, the one who scored 16 points in 38 seconds, had worked his magic once more. Victory seemed within reach. Just sink that crucial free throw, and we'd win. "Daddy, we only tied the game, so why is everyone so happy?" A little boy in the stands asked his father curiously. The father, beaming, replied, "Our Lin made such a difficult three-pointer. A simple free throw is nothing for him, right?" "Right, right." The little boy cheered with delight. Meanwhile, the Lakers players rushed over excitedly, some patting Lin Hao's backside, others high-fiving him. But Lin Hao's expression was grim. His free throw attribute was a mere 45 points. In other words, his success rate was less than half. This secret was unknown even to Kobe, because Lin Hao had always relied on three-pointers as his primary scoring method, rarely earning free throw opportunities. Consequently, he seldom practiced free throws during the off-season. Lin Hao stepped to the free throw line, took a deep breath, and cleared his mind of all distractions. The referee passed him the ball. The crowd began to roar with encouragement. They had full faith in Lin Hao, as if the game's victory was already within their grasp. After adjusting with a breath, Lin Hao released the free throw. Clang! It missed. The cheering fans felt their throats tighten, their jubilation abruptly cut short. "Lin, your free throws are as bad as mine," O'Neal taunted. Kobe, who had been approaching to celebrate with a high five, froze in place, his smile solidifying. This missed free throw kept the score tied. With the referee's whistle, the game headed into overtime. "It's okay, bro, you've done enough." Kobe came over to console him. The home crowd didn't boo. In their eyes, Lin Hao's brilliance outweighed this flaw. Damn it. But Lin Hao couldn't forgive himself, punching his chest in frustration. "Lin, sit out the overtime," the Zen master said from the bench, his voice laced with concern. Lin Hao was gasping for air, his knees trembling slightly, clearly exhausted. "You've done plenty, leave the rest to me." Kobe patted his shoulder again, ready to take over the game. But Lin Hao shook his head firmly. He wanted to prove himself and secure the victory for the team. Ding! Detected host, stamina depleted. One stamina potion available. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Use it. As the break ended, Lin Hao seemed reborn, stepping onto the court with renewed vigor. This guy is an absolute freak. The Zen master and Kobe were astonished by his transformation. "Your struggle ends here. From now on, you won't score a single point." Lin Hao flashed a cruel smile at Wade. "Let's talk, let's see you stop me." Wade frowned, a flicker of anger rising within him. Without a moment's hesitation, Wade forcefully drove past Lin Hao on the left. But the instant he moved, Lin Hao slid over, planting himself in the path. Caught off guard, Wade collided directly into Lin Hao. It felt like hitting a wall. He lost balance and nearly stumbled. Lin Hao easily poked the ball away from behind. Amazing! Lin successfully steals from the flash. The commentator roared with excitement. After securing the steal, Lin Hao sprinted to the front court. 2 steps inside the free throw line, he suddenly soared into the air, his body arching like a drawn bow, and slammed the ball fiercely through the hoop. Boom! The rim rattled loudly, the net whipping. As the ball crashed through, the entire arena seemed to freeze. The fans' expressions froze. Their mouths hung open, eyes wide with disbelief. Seconds later, an earth-shattering roar of amazement erupted. Kobe smiled slightly, gesturing for the crowd to cheer louder. This young brother never ceased to amaze him. On the big screen, the sequence from the steal to the dunk replayed endlessly. The announcer exclaimed in delight. A steal on the flash followed by a tomahawk dunk. Simply unbelievable. Lin has dismantled Wade this game. So far, he's only scored 12 points. Lin is definitely eligible for the all-defensive team this season. Is Lin a superhuman to pull off such a ferocious dunk at this stage of the game? Kobe wasn't about to be outdone. If his little brother could shine, how could the veteran leader fall behind? "Lin." Kobe called for the ball while posting up. Lin Hao immediately passed it to him. It was clear Kobe was about to unleash his picture-perfect fadeaway jumper. He pressed against Wade, bending his knees slightly, his center of gravity low, like a coiled leopard ready to strike. Suddenly, Kobe pushed off his left foot and leaped high. Wade jumped desperately to contest. But Kobe leaned back dramatically, the short Wade unable to reach. At the apex of his jump, Kobe flicked his wrist, and the ball arced toward the basket like a shooting star. The form was exquisite, poetic in its grace. But it clanked off. O'Neal grabbed the rebound and quickly sent it to Wade. Wade sprinted at full speed the moment he caught the ball. The Lakers' basket drew nearer, and his excitement grew. Throughout the game, Lin Hao's defense had made him uncomfortable. Now he finally had a chance to vent with a thunderous dunk. Trouble. Wade heard a teammate's warning from behind as he sprinted. Trouble. What trouble? Wasn't everything going smoothly? Wade, lost in thought, leaped high into the air. A crisp sound echoed through the arena. A look of utter bewilderment spread across Wade's face. What just happened? Did someone block me? Oh my God. The rookie from China, Lin Hao, just delivered an astonishing block on Wade. This is a chase-down block by a 2-meter giant on the flash. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. The commentator's voice trembled with shock and excitement. The man who made the block was none other than Lin Hao. Though his speed couldn't match Wade's, one must remember Wade was dribbling. With his perfect defense and relentless harassment, coupled with a 5-centimeter height advantage, executing this block was effortless. "You all right?" Lin Hao walked over and patted Wade on the back. "You're dead. I'm going to kick your ass." Wade panted heavily, his cheeks puffed out as he growled menacingly. Lin Hao said, "Don't be so mad. Getting blocked by me isn't shameful." Clearly Wade was bluffing. He had been running with Lin Hao all game and was severely exhausted. Lin Hao, having used a stamina potion, felt an abundance of energy. In the following plays, he dominated Wade. Additionally, O'Neal had expended significant energy in fierce battles under the basket. Overtime became a one-sided affair. 118-109. When the final buzzer sounded, the Lakers had secured an easy victory with a substantial lead. Staples Center transformed into a sea of joy, the fans' cheers echoing long and loud. Lakers fans were now completely captivated by the Kobe-Lin duo. Kobe recorded 35 points, 9 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2 steals, earning the Player of the Game award without dispute. Lin Hao contributed 25 points, 3 rebounds, 7 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block. Inside the Lakers locker room. "That was awesome, Lin." Kobe poured a bottle of champagne directly over Lin Hao. No one was more thrilled about this victory than he was. Nothing was more satisfying than defeating that fat bastard. During the post-game interview, "We lost this game mainly due to stamina. If Dwayne and Shaq had any energy left, we would have been the winners. Next, our team will intensify our stamina training," Heat head coach Pat Riley stated. Hearing this, Lin Hao felt a deep sympathy for Wade and O'Neal. Riley was already notorious for his grueling training sessions. It was said he once pushed the Big Shark to the point of vomiting every day in training camp. Now he intended to further intensify the training. It was clear just how much suffering awaited Wade and O'Neal. As soon as the game ended, Lin Hao retreated to his bachelor apartment to allocate attribute points and initiate his lottery draw. In this game, his offensive opponent was Eddie Jones, who wasn't even an all-star. Defensively, he faced Wade, but the system only rated Wade as an all-star. Consequently, despite his impressive stats, he only earned 24 attribute points. After a moment's thought, Lin Hao decided to allocate all points to his mid-range shooting. Although his abysmal free throw shooting had dragged the game into overtime, comparatively mid-range shooting was more crucial. In this era, it was the essential scoring tool for a superstar. Everyone knew three-pointers were efficient, but they required space. Even Curry found it hard to force a three over a defender. Everyone knew shots near the basket were efficient, but the paint was often crowded with centers and double teams. Without real skill, one might not even get a shot off. The mid-range shot, however, wasn't too far, the defense wasn't as tight, and the triple threat was easiest to execute, earning it the title of a superstar's killer move. After adding the points, Lin Hao's mid-range shooting rating had reached an astonishing 91. In terms of accuracy, he was now on par with Kobe. However, lacking skills like the fadeaway jumper, he couldn't make difficult shots like Kobe could. Next came the lottery draw. The prize was a vial of injury healing potion. Winning such a valuable item from a mere regular season game left Lin Hao more than satisfied. The next day, reports of the Lakers Heat clash dominated the headlines. Kobe and Lin combined for 60 points defeat Heat. Kobe and Lin, the Lakers, Jordan and Pippen. Chinese player Lin Hao dominates the Flash. Across the ocean, Xiao Xiong had always been a loyal fan of Yao Ming. But since the 16 points in 38 seconds, his allegiance had shifted to Lin Hao. He watched every one of Lin Hao's games and recorded the highlights. After the Lakers Heat game, Xiao Xiong's emotions surged like ocean waves. He spent the entire night meticulously editing all of Lin Hao's brilliant moments into vivid GIFs. Without hesitation, he uploaded them to the forum. The post exploded like a bombshell, stirring up a storm. Within minutes, replies surpassed 100 and likes skyrocketed. Unaware of the frenzy, Xiao Xiong, exhausted after posting, fell asleep immediately. Waking up the next day, Xiao Xiong was roused by the constant pinging of his phone. Opening it, he was stunned. His post was pinned and featured with thousands of replies and hundreds of thousands of views. Xiao Xiong's post sparked heated discussions among netizens. "I thought I knew Hao Shin well, but I still underestimated him. We've always thought Lin Hao was just a three-point shooter and a good defender, a quality blue-collar player. I never expected his passing to be this brilliant. Has no one noticed his dunks? In my opinion, he's fully capable of participating in the slam dunk contest. Has everyone noticed that Hao Shun guards the opposing team's star player every game? Hamilton, Wade, and Ginobili all scored far below their averages. His chemistry with Kobe is just incredible." As everyone was passionately discussing, a post titled, "Hao Shun is awesome," caught everyone's attention. Has anyone considered that if Hao Shun played in the 2008 Olympics alongside Yao Ming, the national team might win a medal? This statement ignited the entire forum. "I think it's very possible. The national team has always lacked someone who can pass to Yao, and the national team's defense has long been a weak point. Hao Xin's addition would perfectly fill that gap. Don't forget the three-pointers. China's three-point shooting has never been particularly consistent. I feel Yao and Lin are the perfect match. Just imagining Yao and Lin teaming up is thrilling enough. Netizens expressed their opinions debating endlessly, and the buzz around Lin Hao continued to climb. After the game against the Heat, the Lakers embarked on a grueling back-to-back road trip. Their first opponent was the Toronto Raptors. Lin Hao had exerted himself excessively in the previous game, so Phil Jackson unceremoniously relegated him to the bench. However, Lin Hao did not protest and calmly accepted his role as a substitute. The Raptors lacked a star guard. Although Vince Carter was on the roster, he was sidelined due to injury, leaving Chris Bosh to single-handedly hold the fort. Kobe only played 3 quarters before calling it a night, and the Lakers cruised to a 98-81 victory over the Raptors. In the following game, Lin Hao faced one of the greatest challenges of the season. He was set to go head-to-head with LeBron James the King. It was well known that during his early years, LeBron's most effective scoring method was his bulldozer-like bull-rushing drives. Lin Hao could defend Kobe and Wade, but guarding a heavyweight tank like James was an arduous task. Lin Hao's bench press was 84 kilograms while Jameis was 180 kilograms. The two were on completely different levels. Before the game, a reporter interviewed James, "What are your thoughts on Lin as a player?" James scoffed, "He's just a Chinese kid. What is there to say?" But Lin has successfully defended Wade and Hamilton in several games. Do you think he can stop you? He'll show him in this game just how fragile his defense really is. In truth, James had no personal grudge against Lin Hao. In fact, last season, he had urged his team to recruit Lin. However, Kobe's bold proclamation at the start of this season had infuriated him. The perimeter duo Lin Hao and I form will shake the entire league. Listen to that. How could he say such a thing? Both Lin Hao and he were small forwards. If they shook the entire league, wouldn't that include him too? Lin, are you feeling the pressure defending LeBron? Maybe I should take over. Kobe asked Lin Hao with concern. In truth, he was eager to challenge James himself. But it was Lin Hao who had written the responsibility of guarding the opponent's key player into his contract. Still, Kobe was relishing the current dynamic. He had easily scored over 30 points in both regular season games so far, and if he kept it up, he could very well clinch the scoring title. More importantly, the team was winning. No, Lin Hao shook his head firmly. James was an all-star player, and he couldn't afford to miss out on such a valuable experience. Like Kobe, James had not yet reached his peak, so the system did not classify him as a top-tier superstar. At 9:30 that evening, the game between the Lakers and the Cavaliers officially began. The Gund Arena was packed to the rafters. The Lakers' starting lineup consisted of Atkins, Kobe, Lin Hao, Odom, and Mim. The Cavaliers' starting lineup featured Eric Snow, Ira Newell, James Gooden, and Ilgauskas. Incidentally, the commentators for this game were our old friends Barkley and Kenny Smith. As soon as James got the ball, Lin Hao was all over him, staring him down with a fierce glare. "Don't look at me like that, or I'll kick your ass. A rookie like you should go back to your mama." James jutted out his chin, his words dripping with provocation. Lin Hao did not respond, remaining completely focused on defense. After several dribbles, James suddenly lowered his center of gravity, attempting to drive to his left. But Lin Hao quickly slid over, and James slammed hard into Lin Hao's chest. Hiss, that hurts like hell. Lin Hao couldn't help but wince. Was James made of iron and bronze? Failing to break through on the left, James immediately shifted to the right, trying to attack from that side. But as soon as he took a step, thump. A dull sound echoed as he collided with Lin Hao's chest once again. Lin Hao's teeth clenched in pain. James had to step back a few paces. After creating some distance, he attempted to accelerate again. But Lin Hao's lateral movement was astonishingly fast, and he perfectly positioned himself in James' driving lane every time. After several failed attempts, James finally passed the ball to Ilgauskas. Barkley exclaimed excitedly, "Did you see Lin's defense just now? Flawless without a single crack." Kenny Smith also gasped, "His defense is on par with Kobe's." Lin Hao began to retaliate against James' earlier provocations. "Look at your speed, you're as slow as a snail. Guarding you is so easy, I haven't even broken a sweat." A sharp glint flashed in James' eyes. How could a rookie tarnish the dignity of the king? Lin Hao had successfully defended James in the first encounter, but things would not be so easy from then on. Because James hadn't used a pick or his bulldozing style in that previous drive. On the next possession, Ilgauskas quickly came up to set a screen for James, momentarily blocking Lin Hao's view. James seized the opportunity, darting past like lightning. Lin Hao recovered and stepped in front of him again. But James, having broken through the first line of defense, was like a runaway stallion charging straight for the basket. Lin Hao tried to hold his ground, but was pushed back repeatedly by James' immense force. Facing the interior defender, James leaped high into the air. A near-him level dunk ignited the entire arena. Going past you is like crossing the street in the morning. After slamming it home, James fixed Lin Hao with a piercing stare. Damn, this is going to be tough. Lin Hao gritted his teeth. He had to admit that James' physical prowess was formidable. The only way to contain him was with a strong interior presence. That was why James' teams feared the Spurs, the Magic, and the Celtics most. But the problem was that the Lakers didn't have Duncan Howard or Garnett. To make matters worse, Lin Hao was struggling on both ends of the floor. That sly James had chosen to guard him instead of Kobe. James' physical attributes were simply too overwhelming. Not only was he stronger, but he was also faster. Although Lin Hao's speed attribute had reached 90, he still couldn't shake James off with off-ball movement. Even though his three-point shooting attribute was a perfect 100, allowing him to shoot over defenders, James was taller and had a longer wingspan. Lin Hao had almost no opportunity to shoot. But then his mid-range game came to the rescue. His mid-range shooting attribute had now reached 91, more than sufficient. On the next possession, James stuck to Lin Hao like glue, clearly playing him for the shot rather than the drive. He had watched Lin Hao in the finals and knew that Lin Hao had almost no dribble drive ability and no mid-range game. However, after receiving the ball, a mysterious smile curled at the corner of Lin Hao's mouth. In an instant, he executed a sharp crossover, darting past James like the wind. Without hesitation, he rose straight up for a jump shot. Swish. The ball swished through the net. Beautiful. Nice shot. The cheers from his teammates erupted throughout the arena. Coach Jackson on the sidelines couldn't help but be impressed, secretly marveling this kid has actually mastered both dribbling and mid-range shooting. But the situation took a sharp turn. Next, James skillfully created distance from Lin Hao. Instantly, Lin Hao found himself in a predicament, unable to break through or shoot mid-range as easily as before. The halftime buzzer sounded. James had made 6 of 10 shots, scoring an impressive 15 points with commanding presence. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had a meager 5 points on 6 attempts, a rather dismal performance. Perhaps Phil should consider having Kobe guard James. Lin Hao's defensive skills are strong, but he can't compensate for the lack of strength. Barkley couldn't help but sigh. Yes, if the strength gap is too wide, even the best defender becomes ineffective. Basketball, after all, is a physical game, Kenny Smith said. Back in the locker room, the Zen master smiled and patted his shoulder. Good work, kid. Lin, keep playing like this in the second half. Kobe excitedly slapped his rear. Lin Hao was stunned. I played that badly, and they're praising me. A glance at the stat sheet made it clear, 54-38. The team was leading by a large margin. With Lin Hao drawing James' defense, Kobe had unleashed his full firepower, scoring 32 points in the half alone. Although Lin Hao couldn't contribute in scoring, he had dished out 4 assists. Moreover, his defensive efforts were not entirely in vain. Because he had been guarding James unknown. How many players in the NBA can truly defend him in isolation? This had limited James to just 2 assists so far. James' greatest strength isn't actually his offense, but his passing after drawing a double team. Since the Lakers didn't double team him, his passing became ineffective. However, while the Zen Master and Kobe were delighted, Lin Hao couldn't muster joy. Finally encountering an all-star perimeter player, how could he not squeeze some benefit from him? Lin Hao gritted his teeth and summoned the system. He hadn't faced a star perimeter player in the last game. Coupled with back-to-back games, training time had dwindled and chances to duel Kobe vanished. He only had a paltry 16 attribute points to allocate. Lin Hao had originally planned to invest these precious points into more critical areas. But he had too many areas needing upgrades: free throws, rebounds, steals, blocks. Now he decided to pour everything into strength. Thus, his strength attribute reached 87. His bench press now hit 130 kilograms. Still inferior to James, but barely sufficient. Next, I'll make sure you score 0. A sharp glint flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. The second half began. James had the ball. Lin Hao quickly set himself, standing firm in front of him. What's still not giving up? Let Kobe guard me. You really can't do it. Seeing Lin Hao cling to him again, a flicker of surprise crossed James' eyes. This time he'll defend you from a king down to a beggar. A ferocious grin spread across Lin Hao's face. Then bring it on. James' steel-like frame exuded an intimidating aura, his eyes burning with the desire for victory. With the team trailing by so many points, he was getting anxious. James lowered his center of gravity, charging like a full-speed giant tank toward Lin Hao's defense. Facing the ferocious assault, Lin Hao didn't flinch. No way you're getting past me. He clenched his jaw, his legs rooted to the floor, his gaze unwavering. On the first impact, Lin Hao managed to halt James. Gasps erupted from the sidelines. Unwilling to yield, James charged again with overwhelming force. Every collision with James sent sharp pain through Lin Hao, but he ignored it, standing like an insurmountable wall, stopping James once more. The audience held their breath, witnessing this battle of strength and will. Each time Lin Hao blocked Jameis' advance, even briefly fans burst into disbelieving cheers. How did this kid's strength suddenly increase? James was deeply shaken, so he started calling for screens. Big Z stood like a mountain of flesh blocking Lin Hao's path. James sped past ready to charge in for a dunk. But Kobe appeared perfectly cutting off his route. He had already caught on to Lin Hao's intention to shut James down. Since that's the case, brother, I'll help you out. Kobe gritted his teeth, firmly absorbing Jameis' collision. This season, he aimed not only for the championship, but also to help his good brother make the all-defensive team. Though slightly inferior to James in strength, Kobe still held a clear advantage over Lin Hao. Their seamless teamwork thwarted Jameis' advances. In the following possessions, Lin Hao repeatedly used his body to withstand Jameis' charges. His chest ached and he nearly fell several times, but he stubbornly stood before James. The defensive effect was striking. James failed on 3 consecutive drives. Lin Hao's relentless spirit moved even Kobe, who showed admiration and respect in his eyes. They should really award a banner to that woman named Wang Meiling, the Zen master mused. In his view, Lin Hao's girlfriend breaking up with him had spurred this complete transformation. In truth, he had no idea Lin Hao was after attribute points from James. The home crowd of the Cavaliers found it hard to believe. What's wrong with our king? Maybe it's a fluke. He's LeBron James after all. How could a rookie stop him? Barkley was stunned. Look at our poor James, his face is black with anger. His remark only darkened Jameis' expression further. I'm black, damn it. Of course my face is black, what else would it be white? On offense, Lin Hao began to shine, sinking 2 threes and 2 mid-range jumpers in a row. James chased him all over the court, his stamina now waning. Not everyone has the endurance of a Hamilton. Thus, Jameis' steps grew unsteady, and his leap lost its former explosiveness. During his next layup attempt, Lin Hao seized the moment, swatting the ball and James together in a resounding block. Unbelievable. James got blocked. Barkley leaped to his feet. Oh, no. The home fans clutched their heads, faces etched with shock and disbelief. Cavs head coach Paul Silas quickly called a timeout. James sat on the bench, panting heavily, his expression dark and menacing. Silas rearranged the defense, assigning Eric Snow to guard Lin Hao. From now on, the king would focus more energy on the offensive end and stop wasting his stamina chasing Lin Hao. That guy was just too relentless in his movement. But it was too late. By the end of the third quarter, the Lakers had extended their lead to 20 points. Realizing that Snow, his defender, was merely an ordinary player, Lin Hao poured all his effort into the defensive end. Scoring might steal the spotlight, but what could compare to the allure of attribute points? With his maxed-out defensive rating, Kawhi Leonard's signature death clamp, and a strength score of 87, he rendered James scoreless throughout the entire third quarter. Barkley was ecstatic. In this game, Lin changed the course of the match with his defense. To shut down the king and leave him scoreless. There's no one else in the league who could do that. Lin absolutely deserves to be the DPOY this season. Kenny Smith mocked him. Buddy, weren't you the one who said Lin's defense was overrated? On the Cavaliers bench, the players' spirits were low. Their star player James had lost all his usual leadership presence. He buried his head under a towel, silent, but a storm raged within. What a disgrace. An utter disgrace. He, the king, the future star of the NBA, had been locked down by a rookie. Head coach Paul Silas clapped his hands vigorously. Snap out of it. We can't just give up like this. Our fans expect us to fight until the very last moment. Do you want to slink off the court in shame, mocked by our fans? His words were like a shot of adrenaline, rekindling the players' fighting spirit. Silas turned to Snow and James. Snow, you're on Kobe, stick to him like glue. James, you assist from the side. Well, use a double-team strategy. James nodded, a resolute glint in his eyes. He understood that this was no time for pride. He had to step up. Kobe had already scored 51 points. If he kept it up, he would break the single-game scoring record in a regular season game. That would be a disgrace for the entire team. Silas then looked at Ira Newble. We need you to give it your all. Stop Lin Hao at all costs. Remember, use any means necessary. Newble gave an understanding nod and made an okay gesture. Leave that Chinese kid to me. The Lakers launched an offensive. Lin Hao noticed that his defender was an obscure role player and paid him little heed. As usual, he maneuvered through screens to receive the ball beyond the three-point line. But Newble, seizing a moment when the referee wasn't watching, dashed out and struck Lin Hao's body viciously with his elbow. Moving at high speed, Lin Hao lost his balance and crashed to the floor in agony. Newble also tumbled down. He fouled me. He pulled me down. Newble complained to the referee, preemptively playing the victim. Since the officials were mostly focused on James and Kobe, they missed the altercation. The referee signaled for play to continue. Lin Hao was furious, but this wasn't the time for retaliation. Moments later, he broke free for an open shot and received a pass from Atkins. Just as he prepared to shoot, Newble charged and leaped high and rammed his elbow brutally into Lin Hao's body. Lin Hao lost his balance and hit the ground hard with a thud. Agonizing pain surged through his body. Nubel's intention was clear. Even if I can't stop you, I won't let you shoot easily. Lin Hao snapped, shoving Nubel hard and raising a fist toward his face. Nubel didn't fight back. It wasn't out of guilt. He was deliberately trying to provoke Lin Hao. Odom rushed over to restrain him. Hey Lin, that guy's trying to get under your skin. Don't fall for it. You're a key player for us. Don't get benched by the coach. Lin Hao instantly calmed down. Because he held back in time, the referee didn't call a technical foul on him, instead awarding him 2 free throws. Lin Hao stepped to the free throw line and took a deep breath. Nubel started yapping again. Hey rookie, can you even make those? Your free throws are as soft as my grandma's. Look at the crowd. They're all waiting to see you embarrass yourself. Lin Hao shot him a contemptuous glance. Is this what you call trash talk? Just wait, I'll trash you so badly you won't be able to function. Although Lin Hao wasn't affected by Nubel's words, his free throw shooting was terrible. He missed both free throws. On the next possession, Kobe saw that Lin Hao was fired up, so he passed him the ball and signaled for the others to clear out and let him go on and on. You softy, your defense is as weak as your character. I bet your girlfriend already ran off with someone else. Your defense is like paper one poke, and it's through. You're so pathetic, why even play basketball? Go home and drink your milk. Using dirty moves to annoy your opponent. Is that your core skill in the NBA? Every word of Lin Hao's trash talk cut deep into Nubel's heart. But words alone weren't enough. Lin Hao accelerated, charging into the defense like a full-speed bulldozer. Yes, he was mimicking LeBron James. He wasn't nearly as strong as James, but it was more than enough to handle Nubel. During his drive, Lin Hao collided with Nubel repeatedly. Each impact felt like a hammer blow, leaving him numb all over. By now, Lin Hao had reached the paint. Big Z was held back by Mim, leaving only Gooden as the last line of defense. Lin Hao bulldozed past Gooden and soared into the air. With a thunderous slam, he hammered the ball through the hoop like a soaring eagle. The crowd erupted, unleashing deafening cheers and screams. Though most were Cavaliers fans, they couldn't help but be moved by the spectacular play. Wow! Unbelievable! Barkley exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Hao's powerful dunk was absolutely incredible. His strength and explosiveness are mind-boggling. The Cavaliers' hard-won momentum was shattered. Their fate was sealed. The Lakers cruised to victory. Kobe scored 59 points along with 6 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1 steal. Odom finished with 12 points, 9 rebounds, and 3 assists. Lin Hao put up 25 points, 2 rebounds, 6 assists, and 1 block. His stats weren't flashy, but James fared worse, managing only 21 points. Moreover, Lin Hao had guarded James unknown the entire game, completely neutralizing the Cavaliers' Furtonian system. The King recorded a paltry 3 assists. Losing by 30 points was a bitter pill for any player to swallow. As the team's leader, James felt the weight more than anyone. Instead of exchanging the customary post-game handshakes, he walked straight down the tunnel. After the game, Phil Jackson brought Kobe and Lin Hao to a press interview. Lin Hao was at best the third option for the Lakers, but his recent performances had far surpassed the second option, Lamar Odom. Kobe, you scored 59 points in this game. How do you feel? Asked a reporter from a Los Angeles media outlet. I want to give special thanks to my good brother Lin Hao. He relieved the defensive pressure on me, allowing me to focus more on offense. If Lin doesn't make the all-defensive team this season, it'll seriously question the judgment of the head coaches. I wouldn't be surprised if he wins DPOY. Kobe was lavish in his praise for Lin Hao. Lin Hao's mouth twitched. This guy was stirring up trouble for him again. He knew that once Kobe's words got out, he would become the target of every perimeter scorer in the NBA. Many people think Lin Hao is your Pippen. Who do you think is stronger, Lin or Pippen? A reporter from Cleveland asked, not shying away from a sensitive question. Lin Hao's heart tightened as he kept signaling Kobe with his eyes. He was truly afraid Kobe would say something he shouldn't. Fortunately, Kobe's answer this time was more measured. Scottie is a great player. Lin still has some way to go to compare with him, at least in terms of playmaking ability. But Lin is younger and has more potential. I believe he will surpass Scottie sooner or later. The reporters then asked Kobe a few more questions before turning their attention to Lin Hao. A female reporter from Cleveland asked, as far as I know, the Rockets offered you a contract this offseason, but you turned them down to stay with the Lakers. Your playing style pairs exceptionally well with a top center. Why did you refuse to team up with your compatriot Yao Ming? Can I interpret this as you believing Kobe is better suited to support you than Yao? The question made the atmosphere tense. Some reporters exchanged excited glances as if anticipating a good show. The female reporter's question was clearly provocative. No matter how Lin Hao answered, he might inadvertently offend either Kobe or Yao. Lin Hao smiled slightly. Yao and Kobe are both legendary figures in basketball history. Their greatness speaks for itself. You're right. If I had joined the Rockets and partnered with Yao, we could have formed a formidable inside-outside combination. But I've already had the privilege of winning a championship ring with Shaq. Now I want to prove that I can win another championship on my own merits, even without a great center by my side. Lin Hao's answer drew murmurs of admiration from the crowd. Even those hoping for drama had to admit his response was flawless. Kobe watched quietly from the side, a glint of appreciation in his eyes. So your goal this season is the championship? The female reporter wasn't ready to give up. Kobe took over, of course. I've said it before. The combination of me and Lin will shake the entire NBA. If we don't win the championship this season, it's a failure for us. Lin Hao's mouth twitched again. This guy was stirring up trouble again. Kobe's words set the entire NBA ablaze. O'Neal, without the big shark, that kid Kobe can only dream of winning a championship. McGrady, Kobe is too arrogant. Without O'Neal, how can he win a championship? Lin Hao was dragged into the fray again. Ron Artest, I heard Lin Hao wants to make the all-defensive team this season. It's time for him and me to have a showdown. Paul Pierce, I can drop 50 points on Lin Hao's head. Iverson, I've never liked scoring a lot of points. If I do, it'll be against so-called DPOYs. Lin Hao had no time to pay attention to these remarks. Back at the hotel, he immediately opened the system. He had earned 20 attribute points from this game and allocated them all to passing. Lin Hao's passing ability now stood at 85, a comparable to an average star-level point guard. He casually pressed the lottery button, having long given up hope for draws during the regular season. Holy crap. Seeing the pointer stop, Lin Hao was so shocked he cursed. He had drawn a skill, and it looked incredibly powerful. LeBron's basketball IQ. System, what's the use of this basketball IQ? Basketball IQ can be understood as intelligence and emotional intelligence on the court. High IQ players can read the game better, grasp the situation, and make advantageous choices. Additionally, it helps integrate into the team's tactical system and absorb on-court experience faster. This was fantastic. Lin Hao was overjoyed. Although he hadn't drawn any of LeBron's other flashier skills, getting the basketball IQ was a pleasant surprise. Suddenly, a surge of powerful energy flooded Lin Hao's mind. Now Lin Hao could perceive every corner of the court. Even what happened behind him was within his field of vision. This was exactly the ability every team organizer dreamed of. Since it was a back-to-back, the Lakers stayed overnight at the hotel and boarded a plane early the next morning. Fortunately, their upcoming opponents were all weak teams: the Milwaukee Bucks, New York Knicks, and Toronto Raptors. Their perimeter stars were Michael Redd, Steve Francis, and Mike James. The system classified the first two as average stars, while the last wasn't even a star. Kobe and Lin Hao won easily without much effort. Next, they would face the final opponent of their road trip, a tough nut to crack, the Boston Celtics. Lin Hao couldn't wait to go head-to-head with their star Paul Pierce. The guy had taunted him repeatedly in the media and had enough. At the pre-game press conference for Lakers vs. Celtics, a reporter asked Pierce directly, in recent games, Redd and Francis struggled under Lin's defense. You said earlier you dropped 50 points on Lin Hao. Do you still think so? Pierce was the type to speak without thinking. He blustered, so what if he stopped Redd and Francis? Tonight I'm going to teach that Chinese kid a lesson. The reporter pressed on, by teach him a lesson, do you mean scoring 50 on him? Pierce held his head high. Yes, exactly. I'm going to destroy him completely. Tonight will be that kid's nightmare. I hope he doesn't wet his pants during the game. They'll show him what a real man's duel is. I guarantee he'll regret coming to the NBA. This isn't the place for him. I bet he won't even dare to face me heated. Next came the Lakers press conference. Lin, did you hear? Pierce said he's going to destroy you, that he'll drop 50 points on you. Tell him see you on the court tonight. At 9 o'clock sharp, the Zen Master led the Lakers players into the North Shore Garden Arena. As they emerged one by one from the player tunnel, they were greeted by boos surging from all directions. With Lin Hao and Kobe's entrance, the jeers grew even more deafening, almost threatening to swallow them whole. Truly a devil's home court, Lin Hao remarked. The Lakers' starting lineup remained unchanged. The Celtics starters were point guard Gary Payton, shooting guard Ricky Davis, small forward Paul Pierce, power forward Anton Walker, and center Mark Blount. Meeting Gary Payton, an old acquaintance again, both Lin Hao and Kobe felt a surge of emotion. The old man was already 37 years old. Last season, they all thought he had nothing left in the tank, yet here, he was still active on the NBA court. So far, he was averaging 11 points and 6 assists per game for the Celtics. What a freak. Chris Mim won the jump ball Lakers on offense. As soon as Lin Hao crossed half-court, Ricky Davis was already clinging to him. Lin Hao frowned, a little annoyed. The man guarding him wasn't Pierce. But thinking about it, Pierce was the Celtics' best perimeter defender. Good steel must be used on the blade's edge. Naturally, he would be guarding Kobe. Rookie, welcome to the NBA. Davis spewed trash talk incessantly. Lin Hao's mouth twitched. These brothers' trash talk was always so cliché. Without a word, he took off running. Hamilton's off-ball movement. Davis quickly followed. Using a screen, Lin Hao found an open space. Kobe's pass arrived in an instant. Facing Davis' pressure, Lin Hao easily shook him off. Then with a push of his right hand, the ball flew swiftly to Mim, who was inside the paint. Mim turned and easily finished with a dunk. Lin, great pass, he shouted, clenching his fist. That pass was just too comfortable. A hint of a smile touched Lin Hao's lips. An 85 passing ability was truly amazing. The Zen master watched this, a look of surprise in his eyes. This kid's passing seemed to have improved a lot. On that pass route alone, there were at least 3 Celtics players. With even the slightest deviation, the ball wouldn't have reached Mim. Seems I really should hand over the playmaking duties to Lin. Phil Jackson thought. Currently, Lamar Odom was bearing that heavy responsibility in the triangle offense. Odom was hailed as the left-hand magic, capable of delivering many brilliant passes. But his biggest flaw was his lack of focus. He couldn't be relied upon in crucial moments. If Lin Hao kept this up, the Zen master decided to make him a true Pippen. Next, it was the Celtics' turn to attack. Receiving the pass from Gary Payton, Pierce stared at Lin Hao with an excited look. Kid, are you ready to get wrecked by me? Lin Hao remained silent, focusing entirely on his every move. Pierce was famously an offensive kaleidoscope. Three-pointers, mid-range shots, drives, post-ups. He excelled at almost every offensive technique. Even Kobe had said Pierce was the hardest player to guard. Lin Hao dared not be distracted for a moment. Pierce started explosively driving to the left. Lin Hao followed, closely, perfectly blocking his path. But Pierce swiftly changed his steps, then drove to the right. Lin Hao kept up again. But it was just a feint from Pierce. He suddenly stopped, making a jump shot motion. Lin Hao's death wraith skill was no joke. He reacted instantly, trying to block. Unexpectedly, it was still a fake. Pierce swayed slightly in the air, dodging Lin Hao's block, then flicked his wrist, releasing the ball. The ball swished through the net. The points counted. The North Shore Garden Arena erupted with thunderous applause and cheers. Your defense is pathetic. Want to be DPOY? In your dreams. Pierce sneered. Lin Hao clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Truly an offensive kaleidoscope. Over the next few possessions, Lin Hao still couldn't stop Pierce. This guy had way too many fakes. He was almost dizzying him. Fortunately, Kobe was on fire offensively, keeping the score tightly contested. Next, it was the Lakers' turn on offense. Kobe, worthy of being the Black Mamba, broke through Pierce's defense like lightning, charging toward the paint. At that moment, Mark Blunt was guarding the basket while Pierce was closely following Kobe. Then Ricky Davis also moved in. Tonight, Kobe's offensive threat was too strong. The Celtics actually sent a triple team. Just as Davis ran into the paint, Kobe passed the ball. Oh no! Davis' heart skipped a beat as he turned and lunged toward Lin Hao. But it was too late. Lin Hao caught Kobe's pass and shot immediately. Davis was filled with regret. Even if Kobe had scored, so what? It would only be 2 points. But Lin Hao's three-pointer was notoriously accurate. However, his expression instantly turned from gloom to joy. The shot was off. All the Celtics players breathed a sigh of relief. But Odom grabbed the rebound. By now, Lin Hao had already run into another open spot. Odom didn't hesitate and passed him the ball. Terrible. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Pierce really wanted to punch Davis. You're a shooting guard, why run into the paint for a rebound? Missing the first time could be forgiven, but this was too much. Lin Hao shot another three-pointer. It missed again. Pierce had just relaxed when Odom grabbed the rebound again. He passed the ball to Lin Hao once more. To Pierce's dismay, Lin Hao was open again. But the three-pointer clanked off the rim again. Odom seemed to have transformed into a rebound fanatic tonight, snatching the board yet again. This time he passed to Kobe. Kobe hit a fadeaway jumper. Swish. The two commentators excitedly discussed. Can't stop Pierce, can't hit threes. Lin's performance tonight is just terrible. Seems we all overestimated him. Pierce really will wreck him tonight. During the timeout, Lin Hao covered his head with a towel. Lin, cheer up. Can't handle a little setback. Kobe walked over and patted his head. Lin Hao pulled off the towel, grinning. I'm perfectly fine. I was just thinking about how to guard Pierce. Good. Kobe nodded and sat down beside him. Actually, you can't stop Pierce, not because of a lack of ability, but a lack of experience. Dwayne attacks mainly with speed, LeBron with power. You're not lacking in speed or power, so you can guard them. But you're not used to a player like Pierce who uses his whole body for fakes yet. Lin Hao looked up. What about you? Why can I guard you? Kobe revealed a mysterious smile. Did you really think you could guard me? I've been holding back against you all along. Everything Pierce can do, I can do too. If I get serious, you won't be able to stop me. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. Oh, this guy was getting cocky. Who knew if he was telling the truth or not? Then Kobe began teaching Lin Hao defensive techniques. When guarding a player like Pierce, you need to learn to observe. First, watch the opponent's eyes, shoulders, or foot movements. These will reveal his offensive intentions. Second, maintain physical contact with him. Through the subtle shifts in his body, you can also anticipate his next move. Lin Hao listened intently. He suddenly realized he had relied too much on the system before. He had thought that with death grip and maxed out defensive stats, he could guard anyone. That was entirely a mistaken belief. A great defender relies on more than just ability. They also spend countless hours watching game footage studying each player's offensive tendencies. He had fallen far short in that regard. At the same time, Lin Hao suddenly felt that Kobe's words were etched deeply into his mind. He experienced a moment of epiphany. Could this be the effect of LeBron's basketball IQ? He was thrilled. Also, missing 3 straight threes is no big deal. Even in my prime, I shot 4 air balls in one game. They'll keep passing to you. Keep it up. As the timeout neared its end, Kobe dropped these words and rose to leave. Watching Kobe's retreating figure, Lin Hao's heart swelled with gratitude. To ensure victory in this game, the most rational move for Kobe would have been to take over the task of guarding Pierce from Lin Hao and shoulder the offensive burden. After all, he was a perfect 3 for 3 from the field and in excellent rhythm. But clearly in Kobe's eyes, Lin Hao's growth mattered far more than the outcome of a single game or two. Lin'll pass to you too. Odom flashed a simple, honest smile. A wave of warmth surged through Lin Hao's heart. He had nearly taken Odom's spot as the team's second option, yet Odom was still so kind to him. Lamar was a true brother, someone worth trusting. After the timeout, the Lakers went on offense. This time Kobe didn't pass, but chose to attack himself. It wasn't that he was going back on his word. For one thing, Kobe was in the zone. So far, he was a perfect 4 for 4 from the field. On the other hand, he also sought to avenge his younger brother. No matter how cruelly Pierce had tormented Lin Hao, he would repay that torment in kind. It was Pierce's turn to attack again. Chinese kid, you can't guard me. Give up. They'll get past you like crossing an empty street in the morning. Lin Hao still offered no reply. At this moment, engaging in a war of words was pointless. If you couldn't stop your opponent, anything said was in vain. Pierce launched another attack. This time, Lin Hao maintained constant body contact, using his physicality to discern his opponent's intentions, successfully reading several feints. Seeing this, Pierce immediately changed his rhythm, executing a sudden stop and step back to create distance. Then he leaped high for a pull-up jumper. However, Lin Hao charged over with incredible speed. The very moment Pierce released the ball, Lin Hao's fingertips grazed it. Clang! It was an iron. Cold sweat broke out on Pierce. He had almost been blocked. With that level of skill, you dare to boast? Lin Hao said coldly. Pierce was somewhat stunned. That kid's defense had just exerted such immense pressure on him. How had his defense improved so much after just one timeout? Kobe grabbed the rebound this time. Lin Hao sprinted to the front court. After taking one step past the free throw line, he leaped high. At that moment, Kobe's pass arrived. Lin Hao caught the ball in midair and slammed it violently into the hoop. Oh, no. Lin not only stopped Pierce, but has turned the North Shore Garden into Lob City. The commentator exclaimed, clutching his head. But in the following few possessions, Lin Hao couldn't sustain his brilliance. The truth proved he had still underestimated Pierce. Pierce's offensive arsenal was simply too vast. Seeing that drives and pull-ups weren't working, he switched to back-to-the-basket play. His back-to-the-basket technique and footwork were so masterful and fluid that the basketball seemed to merge with his body. With a slight shoulder fake, he caused Lin Hao to lose his balance instantly. Then he swiftly turned and used a soft hook shot to send the ball toward the hoop. On offense, Lin Hao's three-pointers and mid-range shots were still off. The basket at the North Shore Garden seemed to have a lid on it for him. Logically, if Lin Hao couldn't make shots, he could still help the team with his passing. But the kind-hearted Kobe and Odom kept feeding him the ball, encouraging him to shoot. Kobe stubbornly believed Lin Hao had hit the rookie wall. He would rather lose tonight's game than fail to help his good brother find his rhythm. Lin Hao wanted to cry, but had no tears. As someone with a system, how could he hit the rookie wall? He simply couldn't find his touch. Though Kobe's actions weren't rational, Phil Jackson not only refrained from intervening, but was actually somewhat pleased. Who said Kobe didn't like to pass? He just wouldn't pass to those who lacked both talent and effort. The first half ended. The Lakers trailed by 3 points. Kobe was 8 for 11, scoring a blazing 25 points. Pierce was 7 for 12, scoring 18 points. Lin Hao was 2 for 7 and 1 for 3 from the free throw line, managing a paltry 6 points. In the Lakers locker room, "Kid, well done." The Zen master looked at Lin Hao with a benevolent expression. Lin Hao was a bit puzzled. Pierce had torched him, and this was well done. Phil Jackson took out the stat sheet and analyzed. Pierce's shooting percentage was 71 in the first quarter, but it dropped to 49 in the second. "Lin, it seems you've made great progress." Lin Hao's spirits lifted instantly. "All right, next I'm going to turn Pierce into a blacksmith." Returning from the halftime break, Lin Hao finally found his touch. Through constant cuts and movement, he shook off Ricky Davis and calmly sank a three-pointer. Kobe excitedly pumped his fist as if he had made the shot himself. A complex light shone in the Zen master's eyes as well. To keep shooting after 3 consecutive missed threes showed the kid had a big heart. On defense, Pierce's feints became increasingly ineffective and his shots clanked off the rim one after another. Doc Rivers, the head coach of the Celtics, found himself in a predicament. Now that Lin Hao was on fire and the Kobe-Pau combination was simultaneously unleashing their power, the situation was truly troublesome. "Coach, let me guard that Chinese kid from now on," Paul Pierce declared fiercely. Rivers was taken aback, but he quickly grasped Pierce's intention. Once Kobe found his rhythm, no defense could stop him. He was unstoppable, slaying gods and Buddhas alike. But Lin Hao was different. His offensive arsenal was limited. As long as his shooting was contained, he posed no threat. "All right, but do you have enough stamina? That kid is notorious for his endurance." "No problem. There's no game tomorrow anyway. Even if I collapse today, I'll crush that kid." As it turned out, Pierce's defense was far inferior to James. After all, the King had been selected to the all-defensive team multiple times. Coupled with Lin Hao's exceptional stamina, Pierce's energy began to wane. On offense, Lin Hao scored with ease. On defense, Pierce clanked shot after shot. He taunted, "Have you noticed? The rim at the Garden is crooked from all your bricks. Keep it up. You almost stopped me that time. Your defense is so soft. Even Kobe's grandma plays tougher than you. Weren't you supposed to drop 50 points? I doubt you can even score 30. Is this what you call a man-to-man duel? I haven't even broken a sweat." Now in command, Lin Hao showed no mercy, spewing trash talk as if it cost him nothing. Pierce was absolutely fuming. Where did this kid learn to talk such trash? How could his words cut so deep? His gaze locked onto the celebrating Lin Hao, silent and brooding. Beneath that calm exterior, a strategy was slowly taking shape. "Since you're so arrogant, don't blame me for playing rough." In the next possession, Lin Hao used a screen to get open again. Receiving the pass from Odom, he released the ball immediately. Suddenly, Pierce lunged at him, slapping Lin Hao's arm with brutal force, sending him crashing to the floor. The impact was immense, and Lin Hao's body collided with the hardwood with a dull, heavy thud. The referee's whistle blew. A reaching foul. Shit. Lin Hao couldn't help but curse. Such a blatant foul targeting the man, not the ball, was only called a common foul. Pierce's intention was clear. Even if he couldn't stop Lin Hao, he would make him bleed. A fierce determination welled up inside Lin Hao, his mad dog spirit igniting. "The fiercer you are, the more I'm going to destroy you." In response, Lin Hao answered with a thunderous dunk. After landing, he pointed at Pierce and let out a roar, his face burning with murderous intent. Lin Hao didn't dunk often on the court, mainly because his jumping ability was only rated 83. But at that moment, only a slam could vent the rage burning in his heart. Pierce, however, was no pushover. His dirty tricks multiplied and the tension on the court thickened. As the Lakers advanced again, Lin Hao came off a screen to catch the ball at the top of the arc, rising for a jumper. A cruel glint flashed in Pierce's eyes. He subtly shifted his feet, sliding one directly beneath the spot where Lin Hao was about to land. The ball swished through the net. But as Lin Hao descended, a sickening crack echoed through the arena. He collapsed heavily to the ground, clutching his ankle, his face twisted in agony. "No!" A collective gasp erupted from the stands as countless spectators sprang to their feet, their eyes wide with shock. The referee's whistle sounded, signaling the foul. Pierce showed not a shred of remorse. He merely stared coldly at Lin Hao as if to say, "This is the price you pay for crossing me. They'll fucking kill you." Odom charged over and swung a fist at Pierce. Pierce failed to dodge and was knocked flat. Odom then mounted him, landing punch after punch on his face. Thud. Ow. Thud thud. Ow. Pierce let out continuous screams. Atkins and Mim rushed over. The other Celtics players also surged forward. Both sides were at a standoff, a brawl on the verge of erupting. Kobe crouched down to check on Lin Hao's injury, his eyes filled with worry and urgency. Fortunately, the referees intervened in time to separate the teams. The team doctor hurried onto the court and carried Lin Hao off on a stretcher. Soon the doctor reported that Lin Hao's injury was severe and required further observation. He would not return for this game at the very least. This news cast a pall of gloom over the entire Lakers squad. A trip is one of the most despicable acts, one that can potentially ruin a player's entire career. Despite the flagrancy of Pierce's action, the referee only assessed him a technical foul. Furthermore, Odom was ejected for throwing a punch. Phil Jackson was absolutely furious. He argued vehemently with the officials, but to no avail. The game pressed on. The Lakers players were all simmering with rage, eager to avenge Lin Hao. The atmosphere on the court grew ever more volatile. With Lin Hao out, Kobe shouldered the offensive burden alone. Abandoning his usual fadeaway jumpers, he relentlessly drove to the basket for layups and dunks. He vented his frustration and anger toward Pierce in this manner. An unleashed Kobe was unstoppable by anyone in the league. The Lakers' score began to climb rapidly. Just then a commotion arose near the entrance of the arena. The crowd turned their heads to see a familiar figure appear. It was Lakers number 3, Lin Hao. The crowd was momentarily stunned, then erupted in deafening boos. Their star player had committed such a malicious foul against him, and yet they booed him. Truly a hostile home court. Lin, I order you not to play. Go rest, Phil Jackson said to him with utmost seriousness. Lin Hao smiled. The doctor just checked me. I'm perfectly fine now. To prove it, he hopped a few times to show his ankle was completely okay. The Zen master frowned, deeply puzzled. Hadn't the doctor just said Lin Hao couldn't play? How was he bouncing around again just minutes later? The smile on Lin Hao's face gradually faded, replaced by a thick, murderous aura. That bastard Pierce, I swear I'll obliterate you today, or I'll eat my own shit in public. If he hadn't used an injury recovery potion just now, he'd probably be done for. The odds of winning such a potion in regular season draws were abysmally low. So far he only had this one. Now that one and only potion was gone. Unfortunately, Celtics head coach Doc Rivers had already benched Pierce. Pierce sat obediently, not asking to play. He wasn't stupid. The Lakers players all wore menacing expressions. If he insisted on playing now, they might very well take him out for good. Lin Hao returned to the court. Knowing Lin Hao was burning with fury and that the game was already won, Kobe voluntarily took himself out, handing the game over completely to Lin Hao. Even though Pierce wasn't on the floor, Lin Hao still found a way to retaliate. His method was to humiliate the Celtics with a massive point deficit. With the Celtics shamed, their star player's reputation would also suffer. With Kobe and Odom both off the court, Lin Hao's show officially began. Three-pointers, mid-range jumpers, drives, slams, tenacious defense. At this moment, Lin Hao was nearly unstoppable. The Celtics, trailing by over 20 points, had lost all will to fight. Their starters were all pulled a sign of surrender. But Lin Hao was not about to let them off. Instead, he led the Lakers bench in an even more ferocious assault on both offense and defense. In less than half a quarter, he scored 12 consecutive points. Moreover, he defended the Celtics' reserves so tightly that they could barely function. The entire team's total score was less than his alone. The boos at the North Shore Garden grew louder. Many spectators even started to hurl abuse. Lin Hao, however, cupped a hand behind his ear, goading them to be louder. Damn it. You didn't boo when Pierce tripped me just now. Instead, you boo me. And my brother Odom got suspended because of all this. By all rights, both teams should have pulled their starters during garbage time. But since the Celtics had no sportsmanship, Lin Hao was determined to humiliate them thoroughly. In the ensuing play, the Celtics players and fans alike sat on pins and needles, watching the deficit widen. When the final buzzer sounded, the score was fixed at 7-8-1-0-9. The Lakers won the game by a commanding 31-point margin. During the post-game interview, when reporters questioned Pierce about his malicious tripping, he argued confidently, "Actually, I didn't want to hurt anyone. I just used that method to intimidate him, Lin Hao. I hoped he would hesitate when shooting over me. It was a defensive strategy of mine, but I never expected him to land precisely on my foot." Clearly, Lin was unlucky, but that's not my fault. Celtics head coach Doc Rivers, however, spoke with fury. Once a game enters garbage time, the leading team shouldn't keep their starters on the court or perform actions like dunks. This is an unwritten rule everyone must follow. Lin's behavior is a severe violation of sportsmanship. On behalf of the entire NBA, I condemn him. A reporter from a Boston media outlet sharply questioned Lin Hao, staying on the court to pad your stats during garbage time. Don't you think that's unprofessional? Lin Hao smiled faintly. Against any other team, I naturally wouldn't do this. But against a garbage team, I use garbage methods. Not only that, but every time I face the Celtics in the future, I'll humiliate them thoroughly. The Lakers only led by 31 points this time. I think that's far from enough. Besides, Rivers himself said that staying on the court during garbage time is just an unwritten rule. An unwritten rule is not a real rule. Clearly, I haven't broken any rules. Lin Hao's words were like a bombshell, causing an uproar among the reporters present. He actually called the Celtics a garbage team. He said a 31-point lead was far from enough. The reporters exchanged stunned glances, but their pens and cameras never stopped. Phil Jackson couldn't help but smile wryly. Neither Kobe nor Lin Hao ever gave him peace. This feud was now set in stone. But it didn't matter. When troubles pile up, one grows numb to them. The Lakers and Celtics had a long-standing rivalry. This was just another chapter. These remarks immediately sparked a huge uproar in the NBA. Celtics fans were furious, with some even issuing threats against Lin Hao. What an arrogant jerk. This is an insult to us. Next time he dares to come to Boston, I'll put a gun to his head. But there were also many who supported Lin Hao, especially Lakers fans. Is Lin wrong? You Celtics are garbage. When even your star player resorts to dirty tactics like tripping, what won't you do? Hey race, a fun fact: back in the day the Celtics tampered with the court floor so the ball wouldn't bounce, making it easier for fast breaks. Moreover, many stars who had been victims of tripping spoke out to condemn the Celtics. Vince Carter: Pierce's dirty move should earn him a lifetime ban. Ray Allen: as everyone knows, my least favorite player is Bruce Bowen, the king of tripping. And Pierce is Bowen's heir. Allen Iverson: next time I face the Celtics, I'll crush them too because I hate tripping. Meanwhile, Lin Hao, now at the center of the storm, boarded the plane with his teammates. Hey man, you might have pissed off the Celtics, but the Lakers fans love you even more. Lamar Odom said excitedly, holding a newspaper. Bro, I've dragged you into this. The league will probably fine you, Lin Hao said, looking at him. At that moment, Odom's goofy face seemed endearing. He knew he had seriously threatened Odom's position as the team's second star. Yet Odom didn't resent him. Instead, he stood up for him. It's nothing, just a few $1,000 and a few games suspended. Odom grinned honestly. Don't worry about the fine, I will cover it. Just then Kobe walked over. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. Lamar stood up for me, so I should pay the fine. Kobe glanced at him dismissively. With your measly salary, you can't even afford a house, and you want to pay someone else's fine. While he was being looked down upon, Lin Hao smiled wryly and rubbed his nose. Kobe pressed on relentlessly. Also, your offense and defense are absolutely terrible. In the fourth quarter against a bunch of bench players, you only scored 12 points, and you let Pierce drop 25 on you. Odom was speechless. He himself usually scored only about 12 points per game. Was it shameful for Lin Hao to score 10 in one quarter? And was allowing a scoring machine like Pierce to get 25 really bad defense? If Lin Hao's performance was terrible, what did that make him? A waste. Lin Hao's face twisted into a cruel smile. So you don't think much of my skills, huh? In that case, let's practice hard when we get back to L. Hearing this, Kobe almost slapped himself and silently returned to his seat. They had been playing back-to-back games lately with little time to train. He seemed to have forgotten how terrifying it was to be dragged into training by Lin Hao during the off-season. That guy trained like a machine. When the Lakers returned to Los Angeles, countless fans had already gathered outside the airport. They waved Lakers flags, banners, and player posters, their faces beaming with excitement and pride. Lin Hao was a bit stunned. I just crushed the Celtics. Why does it feel like we won a championship? Later, he realized he had overthought it. The Lakers had achieved an impressive 70 record in the regular season, including a back-to-back road trip. When the players appeared at the airport gate, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers, chanting Kobe and Lin Hao's names. Lin Hao felt a surge of excitement. Soon after, the league announced its disciplinary decisions. Odom was suspended for 2 games and fined $2,500 for throwing a punch at Pierce. Pierce was suspended for 1 game due to his flagrant foul. The Lakers were dissatisfied with the outcome, but had no choice but to accept it. After all, even Bruce Bowen, the master of tripping, had rarely been suspended. As for Odom's fine, Kobe generously covered it. Back at his place, Lin Hao pulled up the system. In the last game, he had scored 30 points more than Pierce. But most of those came in the fourth quarter after Pierce had left the game. As a result, he only earned 18 attribute points. After some thought, Lin Hao allocated all the points to rebounding. His current average stats were 16 points, 2 rebounds, 5 assists, 0. 6 steals, and 0. 3 blocks. Rebounding was a serious weakness. Kobe, a shooting guard, averaged 5.9 rebounds per game. Chucky Atkins, a point guard, managed an average of 2.4 rebounds per game. Clearly, as a small forward, his rebounding ability was severely lacking. After allocating the attribute points, Lin Hao's rebounding ability reached 50, is still quite underwhelming. Then came the lottery segment. Perhaps he had used up all his luck in the game against the Cavaliers. This time, Lin Hao came up empty-handed. After 2 days of rest, the Lakers were set to face the visiting New Jersey Nets. Both Kobe and Lin Hao performed exceptionally well in this game, yet the team struggled fiercely to secure a victory. The reason was simple: Lamar Odom was absent. Odom, though mediocre in scoring and defense, and even his best skill, playmaking, was barely superior to Lin Hao's, had one undeniable strength: he could grab rebounds. He averaged 12 rebounds per game, making him the team's rebounding king. Meanwhile, the starting center Chris Mim averaged only 5.3 rebounds per game, fewer than Kobe. Consequently, the Lakers were out-rebounded by the Nets by 13 boards in this match. However, Lin Hao's gains were remarkably rich. Throughout the game, he went head-to-head with the all-star player Vince Carter, earning a total of 25 attribute points. He allocated all of them to rebounding. Thus, Lin Hao's rebounding ability reached 75, placing him at an above-average level in the league. He then pressed the lottery button. Holy shit. Seeing the pointer stop, Lin Hao was so stunned he blurted out a curse. This time he had drawn a skill, and an incredibly cool one at that: Carter's death dunk. Lin Hao was nearly ecstatic with joy. At the 2000 Sydney Olympics, Vince Carter leaped over the head of Francis II. 13-meter center executing the legendary death dunk. This dunk has been repeatedly hailed as one of the greatest in history. Carter was truly a massive experience point treasure. He absolutely adored him. After facing the New Jersey Nets, the Lakers welcomed the Minnesota Timberwolves. Another weak team. The Timberwolves, held together solely by Kevin Garnett, were no match for the Kobe-Lin duo. Next, the Lakers enjoyed a 3-day break. During this time, the previously silent Lakers management made a move. A shocking trade sent ripples through all of Los Angeles. The Lakers sent Karen Butler and starting point guard Chucky Atkins to the Wizards in exchange for the 2001 NBA No. 1 draft pick Kwame Brown and former CBA star Smush Parker. Subsequently, the Lakers signed the unemployed Smush Parker. These two moves by the Lakers ignited a firestorm among Los Angeles fans who heaped abuse on Mitch Kupchak. The Lakers have won 9 straight games. Why make a trade now? I really can't fathom what's going on in Kupchak's pig-headed brain. Trading away the starting point guard and a key backup just to get Kwame Brown a bust of a No. 1 pick. Who the hell are Smush Parker and? No other team wanted them, yet Kupchak treats them like treasures. I was thinking the Lakers could make the playoffs this season, maybe even reach the Western Conference Finals. Now it's all ruined. Upon hearing the news, Lin Hao was somewhat surprised. However, in truth, these two trades were closely tied to Lin Hao. Originally, the Lakers intended for Karen Butler to be the team's second leading scorer. But due to Lin Hao's presence, Butler was relegated to a bench role. Having a player earning nearly $10 million a year on the bench didn't sit well with Kupchak the tightwad. To shed this burden, the Lakers had to include Atkins in the deal. With Atkins gone, the Lakers were forced to scout the free agent market and landed on Smush Parker. Kwame Brown isn't that bad. At least he can bolster our interior defense. Noticing Lin Hao's apparent dissatisfaction with the trade, Kobe tried to console him. Lin Hao forced a bitter smile. As a time traveler, he knew better than any Lakers fan just how foolish Kupchak's trade was. Kwame Brown was arguably one of the biggest draft busts. In his past life, he couldn't even secure a starting spot for the Lakers. And Smush Parker was labeled by Kobe as the worst player in the world. Profi T was even worse. Even the most loyal Lakers fans probably didn't remember him. Before joining the Wizards, he played for the Guangdong Southern Tigers in the CBA, serving as a backup for Jason Dixon. Let's emphasize this, he couldn't even start in the CBA. Besides, it doesn't matter if other players are weaker, as long as we keep improving. Kobe patted Lin Hao on the shoulder. Lin Hao nodded. That made sense. With the system, he could become a top-tier league star in as little as a month or at most half a year. Teaming up with Kobe, winning a championship wouldn't be too difficult. As Lin Hao and Kobe's spirits lifted, Karen Butler grew deeply sorrowful. In truth, from the day Lin Hao secured the starting spot, Butler had sensed his days with the Lakers were numbered. He just hadn't expected it to come so soon. Seeing Butler like this, Lin Hao felt a pang of discomfort. Since their unknown duel, the two had long since reconciled. Upon deeper interaction, Lin Hao discovered that Butler was actually a good person. But there was no helping it. The NBA was ultimately a business league where profit always came first. Karen, trust me, in Washington you'll carve out a new world, Lin Hao said to Butler earnestly. In his past life, after Butler went to the Wizards, all his stats hit career highs, and he even made the All-Star team. Thank you, Lin. When you come to Washington, we must get together properly. Seeing the sincerity in Lin Hao's expression, Butler was moved. With new players arriving and old ones departing, the Lakers welcomed their opponent from Seattle, the Supersonics, now the Oklahoma City Thunder. Lin Hao was particularly excited. The reason was simple: the Supersonics star Ray Allen was an excellent source of experience points. Lin Hao excelled at defending players like Ray Allen, who specialized in off-ball movement. Moreover, the system classified him as an all-star player. This time, Lin Hao planned to shine and reap a wealth of rewards from Ray Allen. Additionally, the Supersonics lacked any particularly formidable defenders. Lin Hao anticipated scoring big in this game, thereby earning more attribute points. But his joy was short-lived. One decision from Phil Jackson nearly drove Lin Hao up the wall. In this game, his defensive assignment was to be Rashard Lewis. What the hell? The contract stipulated that he would guard the opposing team's perimeter star. How could he now be tasked with defending the second option? But one sentence from Phil Jackson instantly deflated his anger. Rashard Lewis is 2.08 meters tall. Do you expect Kobe to guard him? Sigh, who knew being tall could be such a curse. It was all that shorty Kobe's fault. The game officially commenced. Due to Kupchak's two trades, the Lakers' starting lineup underwent significant changes. The starting point guard was the Death Parker, shooting guard Kobe, small forward Lin Hao, power forward Odom, and center Chris Mem. This lineup was so dreadful it was almost maddening. Since Kwame Brown had just arrived and hadn't yet integrated into the team, Phil Jackson still had Mem starting. As for the Death, why was he the starter? That was all thanks to Kupchak. Apart from Parker, the Lakers barely had any pure point guards left. Who else could they use? Of course, the Supersonics starting lineup wasn't much better. PG Luke, Ridnour, SG, Ray Allen, SF, Rashard Lewis, PF, Reggie, Evans, C. Jerome James. Facing the weak Supersonics, the Lakers struggled immensely. It all started with Parker's poor performance. Early on, he recklessly flaunted his street ball skills, and Ridnour easily stole the ball to score. After that, he kept missing shots. With Odom frequently zoning out tonight, he failed to secure several rebounds, allowing multiple counterattacks. On defense, he often faltered as well. Ridnour matched up against him transformed into Kobe, scoring with effortless ease. It might have been tolerable if Parker alone was underperforming since Kobe could cover for him. But when Kwame Brown entered the game, everyone finally witnessed what "there's always worse" truly meant. His poor skills were bad enough, but he was also soft. Jerome James matched against him nearly became Shaquille O'Neal. He repeatedly muscled his way under the basket, treating the Lakers' interior like his own backyard. Yes, you read that right. The score is now 4-17, with the Lakers in the lead. Ridnour has scored 6 points and Jerome James has added 7. Two role players have dominated the game. "Lin, don't pass to anyone else from now on. We'll handle it ourselves," Kobe said to Lin Hao gravely. Now he didn't even trust Odom. Lin Hao nodded. Sigh, everyone says Kobe doesn't like to pass, but he was forced into it. On the next play, as soon as Parker crossed half-court, Kobe demanded the ball. Lin Hao moved through screens and found an opening for a shot. Kobe delivered a timely pass, and Lin Hao smoothly hit a jump shot. The Supersonics countered. Ray Allen and Rashard Lewis, both prolific scorers, could find no space to shoot under the defense of Kobe and Lin. They were forced to pass the ball to Ridnour. Ridnour easily blew past Parker and prepared for a jumper. At that moment, a shadow loomed over him and swatted the ball away with a single slap. It was Lin Hao. He had rotated for the block. Though his blocking ability was rated only 30, swatting a shorter player's shot was no challenge. Unbelievable. A block that blots out the sky, the commentator exclaimed. Kobe reacted instantly and recovered the ball. Lin Hao sprinted toward the front court, but Ray Allen reacted faster and hurried back on defense. Kobe's pass arrived right on time. Lin Hao caught the ball and raced to the free throw line. Ray Allen had already positioned himself in front, arms outstretched ready. But Lin Hao didn't stop. He leaped into the air. Oh, no. The entire crowd was stunned. What was he doing? He was jumping with someone in front of him. Could it be? By then, Lin Hao had soared in front of Ray Allen, his body still rising. He cleared the top of Ray Allen's head. The whole arena stared in shock, transfixed by the astonishing scene, afraid to blink. Lin Hao raised his right hand high, his body arched like a drawn bow, and slammed the ball fiercely into the hoop. A dead silence fell over the arena. The commentator was the first to react, shouting incoherently, "Wow. Amazing. A dunk over him. Lin just posterized Ray Allen." The next second, the Staples Center erupted with deafening cheers, as if they would lift the roof off. Having watched the first half of the quarter, Lakers fans felt deeply oppressed. Seeing Ridnour and James strut around irked them. But Lin Hao's volleyball-style block and posterizing dunk cleared the gloom from their hearts. Meanwhile, Ray Allen stood dazed, looking utterly lost. He could fully imagine that tomorrow Lin Hao's dunk would appear on the covers of all sports magazines and newspapers. And he would be the pitiful backdrop. Ray Allen was about to become infamous. "Lin, how did you do that?" Kobe asked, the shock still evident on his face. He knew Lin Hao's leaping ability well. It was better than most, but far inferior to his own. Even the Black Mamba couldn't posterize someone so easily, so how had Lin Hao managed it? And maybe it was just a hot streak. Lin Hao laughed sheepishly. In truth, his vertical leap was rated only 83, far from enough for a poster dunk. But he possessed Carter's death dunk skill. It didn't boost his jumping ability. However, when a defender was in front, his vertical leap would soar to an astonishing 100. Lin Hao's dunk came at a crucial moment. Perhaps inspired by it, the Grim Reaper and the #1 pick stopped being a liability on defense. Ridnour's performance dropped from Kobe's level to Ray Allen's, while Jerome James fell from Shaq's standard to Dwight Howard's. As for offense, Kobe wasn't passing to them anymore, so where would they get shots? The earlier deficit was simply too deep. Even Colin and the other two specialists couldn't fill it in half a quarter. Just as the Lakers were riding a wave of momentum, Kobe began to struggle in the second quarter. He missed 3 consecutive shots. Moreover, Odom was frequently distracted. At one point, a pass from Lin Hao struck him squarely in the face. Yet the Lakers still clung to the score. The reason was that Lin Hao took over from Odom, transforming into a rebounding fiend and snatching 3 boards in a row. The two commentators looked stunned. Lin has grabbed quite a few rebounds tonight. Let me check the stats. Good heavens, he's already pulled down 6 rebounds before the second quarter is even over. It looks like Lin is about to notch his first career double-double. A flicker of surprise crossed Phil Jackson's face. It seems this kid truly has the potential to become another Pippen. Historically, Lin Hao's biggest shortcoming in emulating Pippen had been his rebounding. It appeared he was constantly addressing his weaknesses. But soon Ray Allen erupted, hitting everything he threw up. Even with Kobe's hand in his face, he still drained his shots. The gap in the score began to widen. Lin, you'll guard Ray Allen next. During a timeout, the Zen master said to Lin Hao. This wasn't because Lin Hao's defense was necessarily superior to Kobe's, but because he had the height and wingspan. Phil Jackson hoped to use a taller player to stifle Ray Allen's performance. This adjustment proved effective. Ray Allen began to fall silent. Under Lin Hao's terrifying 210 centimeters wingspan, he could no longer complete his shots with ease. On several occasions, Lin Hao's fingertips nearly grazed the ball. The point difference was not significant, yet the Zen master still furrowed his brow. The Lakers had no point guard available. With only Sasha Vujasic as the sole backup for the sole pure point guard Smush Parker on the team, they had to rely on him. One player was underperforming while the other lacked ball handling skills. Lin, you'll play point guard for a while, the Zen master said to Lin Hao. In his eyes, Lin Hao had become the firefighter. No problem. Lin Hao was somewhat excited. This was his first time playing the point guard position. Pippen's precise playmaking and LeBron's basketball IQ could finally be put to use. Lin Hao steadily dribbled the ball across half court. Witnessing this, the commentator was somewhat surprised. Why is Phil letting Lin play point guard? It seems that after Chucky Atkins left, the Lakers have no one to fill the point guard position. As soon as Lin Hao crossed half court, Kobe demanded the ball from him as usual. The Lakers' tradition had always been that the point guard only needed to bring the ball across half court and then hand everything over to Kobe. However, Lin Hao completely ignored him and kept dribbling himself. Oh my God, Lin actually ignored Kobe's request. Will the Black Mamba lose his temper? The Lakers fans present were both astonished and worried. So far, no point guard on the Lakers had dared to monopolize Kobe's possession. They feared the Kobe-Lin combination would lead to discord. At this moment, Lin Hao felt his mind was like a high-speed computer rapidly analyzing the situation on the court. Since the Supersonics' defense focused on Kobe, who had yet to find his shooting touch, passing to him would only result in a missed shot. If he went for a solo play, his chances weren't great either. Guarding him now wasn't the diminutive Luke Ridnour, but Ray Allen. Conversely, the Supersonics' defense on other Lakers players was somewhat lax. Thus, Lin Hao made a gesture with his left hand. His teammates immediately understood and began to act according to his instructions. Lin Hao passed the ball to Smush Parker on the left and then quickly cut toward the basket. Simultaneously, Lamar Odom on the right moved to the left, forming a triangular formation. Lin Hao executed a pick-and-roll with Chris Mim at the low post, successfully drawing the attention of two defenders. Parker swiftly passed the ball back to Lin Hao. Lin Hao then passed it to Odom, who was waiting for an opportunity on the weak side. Odom rose steadily and sank the shot. Beautiful. Phil Jackson was thrilled and couldn't help but whistle. It was a successful execution of the triangle offense. He never imagined Lin Hao could perform so well. This tactic seemed simple, but neither Atkins nor Parker had managed it before. The reason was twofold. First, they dared not ignore Kobe's demand for the ball. Even if Kobe didn't ask, they lacked the dribbling ability to draw defenders and the exceptional passing vision. The only flaw was that the team's superstar Kobe had been a mere spectator throughout. Will he have any issues? Jackson worriedly glanced at Kobe. Kobe, however, was beaming and high-fiving Lin Hao. Jackson smiled in relief. Seems I was overthinking. Although Lin Hao's shift to point guard caused some trouble, the Supersonics' head coach showed no reaction. Based on past footage, this Chinese kid occasionally showed flashes of passing brilliance, but nothing to worry about. Yet Bob Hill was proven wrong. In the next two possessions, Lin Hao's passes were like sharp daggers, repeatedly piercing the Supersonics' defense. He delivered a long pass to Kobe, who hit a three-pointer from beyond the arc. Then he passed to a cutting Odom for a layup. Next, he fed the ball to Mim under the basket for a thunderous dunk. 3 consecutive possessions, 3 consecutive assists. The Lakers' offense became incredibly fluid, greatly boosting the team's confidence and morale. Coach Bob Hill immediately called a timeout. Man, great job. Your passing is almost as good as mine, Kobe said gleefully, giving Lin Hao a firm slap on the backside. Are you sure it's almost? Want to practice more when we get back? Lin Hao rolled his eyes. Kobe's mouth twitched, and he silently walked away. It's time to officially promote Lin to the second-in-command. Seeing the harmonious scene between Kobe and Lin, Jackson's worries completely dissipated. Next, the Supersonics began to tightly guard against Lin Hao's passes. Their strategy was sound, as it was well known that Lin Hao lacked the ability to create his own shot. If they could shut down his teammates, the Lakers would still fall into isolation plays by their stars. But they overlooked one thing: Rashard Lewis guarding Lin Hao had been chasing him all over the court and was now exhausted. Lin Hao, however, was still full of energy. So this time he chose to drive directly. He used his speed to shake off Lewis and his strength to bump past Ray Allen. Oh, no. Lin is going for another poster dunk. He's going to dunk over the center. The commentators shouted excitedly. Seeing Lin Hao charging into the paint center, Jerome James chickened out. The memory of Ray Allen being posterized was still too vivid. So James covered his head and stepped aside. At that moment, the Staples Center erupted in boos. Jerome was such a coward. A poster dunk over the center was ruined. Wait, why was there still a bald man standing in the key? What the? That's Odom. Why is Odom standing in the key? Everyone stared wide-eyed at the bizarre scene. Even Lin Hao charging at full speed was stunned. Shouldn't Lamar have moved out of the way when he saw me driving? Why is he still standing there? No time to think. I can't stop now. Odom was standing there grinning foolishly at Lin Hao. He was a professionally trained player who usually didn't laugh unless he saw a Kardashian. While battling for position with Jerome James in the paint, he had accidentally caught a glimpse of the voluptuous Kardashian in the stands. By the time he snapped back to reality, Lin Hao was charging toward him with the ball. This girl is so forward. Coming right up to let me touch her. He was drooling with laughter. Wait, why is this ball yellow? Holy crap. By the time Odom fully realized what was happening, Lin Hao was already riding on his shoulders, completing a earth-shattering dunk. The entire arena was silent for a full 5 seconds. Everyone stared in disbelief at the pair of goofballs before them. Poster dunks aren't rare in the NBA, nor is dunking over a 2.08-meter-tall player. But posterizing your own teammate during a game was utterly unbelievable, arguably a first in NBA and even basketball history. The only person who seemed genuinely happy was Ray Allen. He had thought that being dunked over by Lin Hao would become the focal point of the entire NBA. Now he had no reason to worry. Lin Hao's dunk over Odom would completely steal everyone's attention. Despite this minor incident, the Lakers managed to narrowly defeat the Supersonics. In this game, Lin Hao achieved his first career triple-double: 19 points, 11 rebounds, and 10 assists. He also dunked over Ray Allen. He held Rashard Lewis to just 14 points. He even briefly played point guard, performing no less effectively than an average star floor general. Moreover, the Lakers were on a 10-game winning streak. Each of these feats was worthy of extensive media coverage. Yet the next day, the news outlets merely gave them a cursory mention. Instead, they devoted extensive space to describing Lin Hao's dunk over his teammate. Some media outlets even began to sensationalize it. Shock! Lin Hao actually dunks on his own teammate. A colossal blunder. Lin Hao angrily dunks on Odom. Lin Hao smashes teammate Odom. Friendly fire or hidden motives. Never mess with Lin Hao. He'll dunk even his own teammate. A flurry of moves only to find the dunk was on Odom. Lamar, you idiot. If you space out again in the next game, I'll tear your mouth apart. In the locker room, Kobe said coldly to Odom. Odom shrank back and quickly retreated to a safe distance. His relationship with Kobe was actually very harmonious. He even regarded Kobe as a father figure. But the moment Kobe got angry, he immediately cowered. Sorry about that, Lin. Let me treat you to dinner. Odom rubbed his head and grinned foolishly. Lin Hao nodded in agreement. In truth, he should have been the one to offer the meal. Perhaps it was because Lin Hao had displayed astonishing playmaking talent in the previous game. Or maybe Phil Jackson had grown tired of Odom's frequent lapses in concentration. Just moments ago, Phil Jackson had announced Lin Hao as the initiator of the triangle offense. This effectively acknowledged Lin Hao's status as the team's second-in-command. Odom, however, seemed to harbor no resentment. That evening, Lin Hao and Odom arrived at an upscale Western restaurant. As soon as they ordered, Odom slid over next to Lin Hao and, as if presenting a treasure, pulled out an Apple iPod video. With a mysterious look, he said, "Check this out. This is the latest MP4 player just released." Lin Hao looked puzzled. So, was this guy trying to flaunt his wealth? But an iPod video wasn't exactly expensive for an NBA star. I found this online today. It's amazing. Odom opened the MP4 and a certain kind of video appeared on the screen. Hey, we're in a fancy restaurant right now. You scoot over and show me this. Lin Hao was utterly speechless. Odom rubbed his nose. I'm telling you, I spent half an hour last night finding this video. I'm showing you because I consider you a brother. I wouldn't even share it with anyone else. Lin Hao looked disgusted. What are you two doing? Just then a clear voice rang out from behind them, startling Odom so much he nearly dropped his MP4. Huh. You guys are so sleazy. Watching that kind of video in public. A young, beautiful woman looked at Lin Hao and Odom with disdain. Are you Brittany? Odom's face lit up with surprise as he looked at the woman. If you know it. The woman was quite smug. So she was Britney Spears. Tonight she had arranged to have dinner with her agent and discuss the release of her new album. But as soon as she stepped into the restaurant, she spotted two towering men, both over 2 meters tall, huddled together, eyes fixed on the MP4 before them with intense focus. Brittany's sharp eyes immediately recognized them as the Lakers' second and third stars. What could have the two players so engrossed? Her curiosity piqued. She quietly walked over to take a peek. She hadn't expected to be utterly astonished by what she saw. "Can I have your autograph? And can you go on a date with me tonight? Brittany, I'm your biggest fan." Odom transformed into a sycophant, swallowing hard and wearing a lecherous expression. Brittany looked at him with contempt. "Get lost. I only date handsome guys." Ignoring him, she lifted her chin and said, "I'm going to report to the media that two NBA players were watching that kind of video together." "Hey, don't mess around. Lamar showed it to me." Lin Hao was deeply frustrated. He was completely caught in the crossfire. His good buddy had shared his treasured video, so he had to show some respect. In the States, watching that kind of video wasn't illegal. But if it got to the media, what would happen to his image? Giggle. Brittany laughed uncontrollably. "I can keep it a secret, but you'll have to pay a price." "What price?" Alarms went off in Lin Hao's head. "I just signed with the Lakers. Ooh, I don't have any money. If you want cash, go ask Lamar." Brittany's laughter abruptly stopped, and she stamped her foot in anger. "What does this jerk take me for? Do you think I'm after your paltry money?" Odom rolled his eyes. "What's Brittany's net worth? And what's yours? Don't you have any self-awareness? She earns more from one concert than you do in a year. Do you really think she'd covet your money? Even Kobe, compared to her, could only claim a narrow victory, not a sure win. How about this? I'm about to release a new album. You can be the male lead in my MV, and we'll call it even. What do you say?" Brittany blinked her lively big eyes and looked at Lin Hao with anticipation. "What?" Odom was frozen in shock, his eyes wide as saucers. "Oh my God. Countless people would kill for the chance to be the male lead in Brittany's MV. This was a rare opportunity to boost his status. How did that kid Lin Hao become so lucky? Moreover, I, Aodamu, am standing right beside him. How could I be ignored so easily? I'm not any worse than Lin Hao." Aodamu's mind was screaming in frustration. "Me? The male lead in the MV? Miss Brittany, you can't be serious." Lin Hao looked bewildered, pointing at himself and asking incredulously, "What? You don't want to? This opportunity is one that others can't even dream of." Brittany shot him a glance. "Ahem. Miss Brittany, it seems you've forgotten that there's a taller and stronger man beside Lin." Aodamu stepped forward, puffing out his chest. "Step aside." Brittany pushed him away and mischievously said to Lin Hao, "If you refuse, I might just leak that incident to the media." Reluctantly, Lin Hao agreed. He shot a fierce glare at Aodamu. "This guy is simply a jinx. Just going out to eat with him brings bad luck." On the other side of the restaurant, "Brittany, why didn't you discuss this matter with me first?" Brittany's manager frowned and said, displeased, "What's the problem? Lin Hao is handsome and fit. I think he's perfect for it." Brittany blinked her eyes and replied nonchalantly, "But Caucasians might not appreciate yellow skin. Your album is primarily released in Europe and America." The manager said anxiously, "Lin is a Chinese national and an NBA star, which can open up the Chinese market and attract his fans. Isn't that great?" After finishing the meal, Lin Hao climbed into the Ferrari, the one Kobe gifted him, under Aodamu's resentful gaze, and sped away. He was in such a hurry because he needed to get back to the training facility to challenge Kobe. Ever since their game against the Celtics, Kobe had frequently been challenging him to improve Lin Hao's defensive skills. Such a great opportunity to gain attribute points. Lin Hao was not going to let it slip. As soon as he arrived at the training facility, he heard the sound of basketballs bouncing inside. "You finally made it, you bastard. I thought you went to a nightclub with Lamar," Kobe said irritably. "Stop wasting time, let's get to the unknown." Lin Hao eagerly responded. After 3 rounds of unknown, Kobe unsurprisingly won again. However, his expression was very serious. This kid has improved again. If he used 70 of his strength to win against Lin Hao before now, he needs to use at least 80. Only a few players in the entire league can make him use 80 of his strength, like McGrady, Iverson, and James. How have you improved so quickly? Also, your jumping ability seems to be better than mine now. How did you do it? Kobe asked in confusion. Haha, no need to envy, buddy. I'm destined to become the basketball god. Lin Hao laughed. Although Kobe was his good brother, he still dared not reveal the existence of the system. Seeing that Kobe wanted to dig deeper, Lin Hao hurriedly changed the subject. Guess who I ran into while having dinner with Lamar today? Just say it. I'm too lazy to guess. It's Brittany. Oh, Lamar nearly drooled when he saw her. Brittany also invited me to be the male lead in her new album MV. Oh, wait, what did you say? I said Brittany invited me to be the male lead in her MV. After hearing this, Kobe looked Lin Hao up and down. I think you should change careers and write Mary Sue novels. What's wrong? You have an overactive imagination. You don't believe me. Lin Hao was somewhat baffled. He actually didn't care about Brittany's matter. Bringing this up to Kobe was just a way to divert his attention. But Kobe's reaction was too strange. A top pop star would personally invite you to be the male lead. Are you dreaming? I'm not that bad. After all, I'm an NBA star. You're only slightly more famous than Lamar. Kobe disdainfully said, she is a top-tier pop star in the entertainment industry. You are merely a second-tier NBA celebrity. Besides basketball is at most the third biggest sport in our beautiful country. The number of people who know you might not even be a fraction of her fans. Come on, even someone like me, Kobe, who is also not invited by Britney, would she invite you? Dream on. Since there's a training match tomorrow, their unknown had to end here. Back at his bachelor apartment, Lin Hao eagerly opened his attribute panel. After the game against the Supersonics and the unknown with Kobe, Lin Hao had earned a total of 35 attribute points. After thinking for a long time, he ultimately decided to invest the points in his dribbling. Now he had become the initiator of the triangle offense, so dribbling skills were quite essential. Thus, Lin Hao's dribbling skill reached its maximum score. Additionally, Kobe had been persistently questioning him about his jumping ability. To dispel his doubts, Lin Hao decided to max out his jumping as well. At present, his jumping ability had reached a perfect score of 100, the strongest level in the NBA. Even Vince Carter only had a score of 98. At this moment, Lin Hao felt an endless power in his calves, an impulse to dunk that he could hardly contain. However, he was still in that cramped bachelor apartment, and if he jumped, his head would hit the ceiling, so he had to give it up. By the way, Pelinka had already found him a place, but he hadn't had time to check it out. To Lin Hao's surprise, he had drawn another injury potion. Just then his phone suddenly rang. Who was calling me at such a late hour? Looking at the phone, it was an unfamiliar number. Dear, during this time apart, I've thought a lot, and I've realized that I can't let you go. After leaving you, I understood how important you are to me. Give me a chance to go back to the way we were. Without your company, everything feels meaningless. On the other end of the line, Wang Meiling said heartbreakingly. It turned out that after breaking up with Lin Hao, she immediately jumped into the arms of a white man named Tony. But after spending some time together, she realized that Tony was just a complete loser, and all his claims of wealth were merely pretenses. As Lin Hao's fame grew day by day, Wang Meiling was filled with regret. This ambitious woman had eagerly followed Tony when she saw he was wealthy. Now, seeing Lin Hao's rising fame and bright future, she shamelessly wanted to come back and reconcile with Lin Hao. She only thought about gaining from Lin Hao's light and living a glamorous life with no real feelings involved. Crazy. Lin Hao immediately hung up the phone and prepared to block the number. He had been so busy that he had only deleted Wang Meiling's number, not expecting this trouble to come back. Just then the phone rang again. If you call again, I swear I'll report you for harassment. Lin Hao pressed the answer button and cursed, then hung up again and blocked the number. In a high-end hotel, Brittany looked at her phone screen, her face flushed with anger. This bastard actually treated her so rudely and even blocked her. This time I will definitely make you pay. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, and a mischievous glint sparkled in her bright eyes. On this day, the Lakers welcomed the Rockets, who had traveled from Houston. To Americans, this was merely an ordinary NBA regular season game. But to the Chinese, it was a momentous match that stirred the hearts of millions, because Lin Hao and Yao Ming would appear together on the NBA court. China Central Television placed great importance on this game, deploying an exceptionally illustrious commentary lineup: Zhang Heli, Su, Kun Su, Jiqing Yang. Media coverage of the match was overwhelming, with striking headlines that read, Lakers vs. Rockets, a peak duel, two Chinese stars shining on the court. At NBA headquarters, David, NBA Deputy Commissioner Adam Silver barged into President Stern's office without bothering to knock. Adam, what's got you so worked up? Stern asked in a deep voice. David, news from China. The viewership rating for this game has reached 90. Silver's voice trembled with excitement. What? 90? That's utterly incredible. The document slipped from Stern's hand, and he sprang to his feet. What did a 90 viewership rating signify? In the 1980s, Hong Kong's TVB drama, The Bund, aired in mainland China. In that era of cultural scarcity, the series caused a sensation, emptying the streets. When broadcast time arrived, nearly every household gathered around black and white televisions, waiting for the opening theme of The Bund to play. It was said that on the night of the finale, there were almost no pedestrians on the streets. Everyone had gone home to watch Su Wenqiang's death. The Bund had a viewership rating of 87. Yet before the Lin Yao showdown had even begun, its rating had already surpassed that drama. This is an unprecedented spectacle. The influence of these two Chinese players is staggering. Silver gasped for breath, waving the data report. Stern walked to the window and murmured to himself, it seems we still haven't paid enough attention to the Chinese market. Silver paced back and forth in the office. We need to leverage this opportunity to further expand our business in China. Stern turned around, his gaze fixed firmly on Silver. Notify all our partner media to concentrate all efforts on reporting Lin Hao and Yao Ming. On game day, the Staples Center was packed to capacity. There were not only fans from Los Angeles, but also Chinese supporters who had traveled from other states. They wore jerseys representing Lin Hao or Yao Ming, their faces beaming with excitement and pride. The moment Yao Ming and Lin Hao stepped onto the court, the entire arena erupted, cheers surging like a tidal wave. That night, even Kobe and McGrady were relegated to the background. Zhang Heli's voice rang out with fervor, barely containing his excitement. Yao Ming, this giant from China, his dominance under the basket has long been renowned worldwide. And Lin Hao, this rising star making his mark with the Lakers, has captured attention with his exceptional defense and three-point shooting. Today they meet on the NBA court. This is a glorious moment for Chinese basketball. Viewers who had gathered early before their televisions stared intently at the screen, their eyes filled with anticipation and pride. Some leaped from their sofas in excitement, while others cheered and embraced family and friends. Subsequently, the starting lineups of the Rockets and Lakers took the stage, pushing the atmosphere to its zenith. Lin, do you need me to take care of McGrady in this game? Just go out there and score. Kobe patted the exhilarated Lin Hao. A wave of warmth surged through Lin Hao's heart. What a loyal brother. However, he shook his head. He no longer needed anyone's help to deliver a stellar performance. More importantly, how could he pass up such an excellent experienced target as McGrady? At that moment, Yao Ming approached and embraced each Lakers player. When he hugged Lin Hao, the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. Big Yao, don't think he'll go easy on you just because we're compatriots. Same here. The two exchanged smiles. At the commentary desk, the commentary lineup for this game was equally illustrious: Steve Kerr, who had yet to become the head coach of the Warriors, and Reggie Miller. Reggie, which team do you favor in today's game? The Kobe-Lin combination has shown formidable power, but I still lean toward the Rockets. After all, the truth that he who controls the paint controls the game remains unshakable. Many say Lin Hao's three-point shooting is as accurate as yours. What do you think? Oh, buddy, what do I think? I could never pull off a feat like 38 seconds and 16 points. Reggie, which team do you favor in today's game? The Kobe-Lin combination has shown formidable power, but I still lean toward the Rockets. After all, the truth that he who controls the paint controls the game remains unshakable. Many say Lin Hao's three-point shooting is as accurate as yours. What do you think? Oh, buddy, what do I think? I could never pull off a feat like 38 seconds and 16 points. The game officially commenced. The Lakers' starting lineup consisted of PG Parker, SG Kobe, SF Lin Hao, PF Odom, and C Mim. The Rockets' starting lineup featured PG Bob Sura, SG, David Wesley, SF, Tracy McGrady, PF, Juwan Howard, and C Yao Ming. At that time, Battier had not yet joined the Rockets, so McGrady temporarily played the small forward position. Yao Ming, leveraging his 2.26-meter height, easily secured the jump ball. The Rockets advanced on offense. Like the Grim Reaper, Parker Bob Sura was also a tool point guard. As soon as he crossed half-court, he passed the ball to McGrady. Lin Hao quickly took his position, guarding McGrady with intense focus. Inside the China Central Television broadcast studio, several commentators noticed this and exclaimed in surprise. What's happening? Lin Hao is actually defending McGrady. Are my eyes deceiving me? Let me explain for viewers who don't usually watch games. McGrady is a two-time NBA scoring champion. In terms of scoring ability, he's on the same level as Kobe. Why didn't Coach Phil Jackson send Kobe to guard him? This could be troublesome. No matter how strong Lin Hao's defense is, can he really stop a scoring champion like McGrady? China Central Television did not broadcast all Lakers games. Moreover, domestic media paid far less attention to Lin Hao than to Yao Ming. Therefore, Zhang Heli, Su Jiqing, and others were unaware that his defense had improved several levels. Chinese kid, don't think he'll go easy on you just because you're Yao's compatriot. He'll crush you today. A sharp light burst from McGrady's hazy, sleepy eyes. Stop boasting. He'll turn you into a blacksmith today. Lin Hao felt an immense surge of excitement. Thus far, the man before him was the most prestigious star he had ever faced in a game. At this time, McGrady had already won 2 scoring titles. In terms of scoring prowess, even Kobe and Wade would have to step aside. McGrady grew somewhat angry. He first attempted a fake move to shake off Lin Hao, but Lin Hao remained unmoved, sticking close to him. McGrady then decided to force a drive, lowering his center of gravity and charging sharply to the left. However, Lin Hao swiftly adjusted his footwork, firmly blocking McGrady's path. It seems this kid really has some skills. McGrady was astonished. Faced with Lin Hao's tight defense, he found no immediate solution and had to resort to his signature fadeaway jump shot. He leaned back, slightly stepped forward with his right foot, and snapped his wrist to send the ball toward the hoop. His posture in the air was graceful, his movements fluid and natural. Yet this beautiful scene was shattered by Lin Hao. Hey, race a block for you. Lin Hao leaped high, letting out a roar. Extending his long arms and combining them with his extraordinary jumping ability, he actually snatched McGrady's just-released shot out of the air. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Lin Hao actually blocked McGrady. This is simply incredible. Even more astonishing, it was a catch and block. Inside the China Central Television studio, the commentators shouted hoarsely. After grabbing the ball, Lin Hao hurled it forward with force. At that moment, Kobe had already dashed like lightning to the front court, scoring with an elegant and effortless dunk. Less than a minute into the game, the brilliant performance of the Kobe-Lin duo ignited the entire arena's passion. The over 20,000 spectators in attendance erupted into frenzy, screaming hysterically. The noise seemed to pierce the arena's dome and soar into the sky. Inside the broadcast studio, Su Kun said, "Teacher Zhang, what are your thoughts on Lin Hao and Kobe's performance just now?" Zhang Heli exclaimed excitedly. Being assigned to guard Tracy McGrady shows that Lin Hao's defensive skills have already earned the recognition of Phil Jackson. Perhaps some people couldn't fully grasp the significance of Lin Hao's block just now. Let me break it down for everyone. McGrady's fadeaway is characterized by his quick takeoff, explosive speed, and high leap combined with his physical advantages, making it extremely difficult to defend. This is one of his most potent weapons as a two-time scoring champion. The fact that Lin Hao managed to block his shot indicates that his defensive awareness and leaping ability have reached the top tier of the NBA. Also, that pass earlier seemed ordinary, but it fully demonstrated Lin Hao's court vision and the chemistry between him and Kobe. The Rockets were on offense again. Before Sura could even bring the ball past half-court, McGrady demanded it. By now, he was seething with rage. Before the game, head coach Jeff Van Gundy had repeatedly instructed him to feed the ball to Yao Ming, emphasizing that Yao was the focal point of this matchup. But McGrady had already cast those orders aside. Only one thought consumed him: crush that Chinese kid and reclaim the dignity of a scoring champion. This time, McGrady unleashed a flurry of feints attempting to shake off Lin Hao. But after facing Paul Pierce and going head-to-head with Kobe Bryant, Lin Hao had gained valuable experience. It was as if he had read McGrady's intentions, deftly adjusting his footwork to leave no opening. This kid's got some real skills. McGrady marveled internally. Forced into a corner, he resorted to a jump shot again. Not a fadeaway, but a lean back. McGrady leaned back to the extreme, hanging in the air for a full second before releasing the shot. But this played right into Lin Hao's hands. When it comes to the lean-back jumper, if Kobe claims second, no one dares to claim first. Of course, that only applies after the retirement of the old god in 2003. Having been tormented by Kobe's lean-back countless times, Lin Hao had developed a keen defensive instinct. Leveraging James' basketball IQ, he anticipated McGrady's move and leaped high. Now, in terms of leaping ability, he was absolutely number one. Even Vince Carter would have to step aside. The moment McGrady released the ball, Lin Hao's middle finger grazed it. Damn! McGrady's heart sank. As expected, the shot clanked off the rim. Kobe grabbed the rebound and hurled the ball forward. Lin Hao was already sprinting toward the front court. Catching the pass, a surge of adrenaline coursed through him. This would be his first dunk since his leaping ability reached a perfect 100. Like a cheetah, Lin Hao charged toward the basket with thunderous strides. As he neared the free throw line, he launched into the air, his body arched like a drawn bow. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. What is Lin Hao doing? He's jumping before even reaching the free throw line. Tens of thousands of fans in the arena and hundreds of millions watching on television all widened their eyes. They had a premonition. They might be about to witness a miracle. Lin Hao's body traced a graceful arc through the air. As he neared the rim, he slammed the ball through with ferocity. The hoop groaned in pain as if bowing to its king. At that moment, time stood still. The entire audience was utterly stunned by the breathtaking spectacle, frozen in place, their minds blank. Then the arena erupted in thunderous cheers and applause. Fans screamed Lin Hao's name, their voices piercing the heavens. Oh, no, it's amazing. Unbelievable. God, what did I just see? A free throw line dunk. Incredible. The courtside commentator shouted at the top of his lungs. This dunk will go down in basketball history. In the studio, Zhang Heli's voice trembled with emotion. Lin Hao's dunk proves that we Chinese can also be flying men. Su Kun pumped his fist in excitement. Beep. Jeff Van Gundy called an urgent timeout. The Lakers' momentum had peaked. If they didn't cool things down, it was over. Tracy, they'll say it again, pass to Yao, no more isolation. He screamed at McGrady furiously. McGrady's recent antics were utterly intolerable to the control freak Van Gundy. His insistence on feeding Yao Ming wasn't just because of the Chinese derby. As an old-school coach, he stubbornly believed that the closer to the basket, the higher the shooting percentage. Thus, neither two-time All-Star starter Steve Francis nor two-time scoring champion McGrady could earn his favor. Yao Ming was the true cornerstone of his team. Lin, your leaping ability. Kobe sidled up again. Lin Hao's earth-shattering dunk had proven that the title of Black Mamba might need a new owner. This irked Kobe immensely. He was determined to uncover the secret this time. Have you ever seen Los Angeles at 2 a.m.? Lin Hao offered a faint smile. What? Kobe was taken aback. I have, Lin Hao replied, patting him on the shoulder before walking away. So that's the secret to your success. Kobe clenched his fist, staring at Lin Hao's retreating figure. Getting up at 4 a.m. to train isn't enough. Don't worry, I can do it too. Lin Hao wore a benevolent smile. He could vividly imagine the terrifying scene of Vanessa going ballistic. He figured it was best to keep his distance from Kobe for a while. Meanwhile, Lin Hao was completely unaware that Brittany, not far behind, had her eyes locked on him. Her gaze was filled with nothing but admiration. The Rockets were on offense again. This time McGrady dared not play isolation. Instead, after several passes, he fed the ball to Yao Ming. Yao, a top-tier center capable of going toe-to-toe with Shaquille O'Neal, toyed with Mim as if he were a child. Even Lamar Odom's double team was ineffective. He executed a smooth little hook shot, and the ball went in. Now it was the Lakers' turn. Derek Fisher brought the ball past half-court and passed it to Lin Hao. Seeing this, Zhang Heli and others were stunned. Wait, the point guard should give the ball to Kobe after crossing half-court. Kobe is the leader. He decides whether to pass or isolate. That's how it should be. What's going on? Is Phil Jackson planning to let Lin Hao run the offense? This was the consequence of the internet not being widespread in China. Moreover, China Central Television primarily focused on Yao Ming at that time and did not broadcast all of the Lakers games. Therefore, analysts like Zhang Heli actually had limited understanding of Lin Hao. In their impression, Lin Hao was still just a role player who excelled at three-pointers and defense. At that moment, Lin Hao steadily controlled the basketball. Following the triangle offense system, Kobe Bryant continuously moved and cut through the court, immediately drawing the attention of two Rockets defenders. Subsequently, Lin Hao spotted Lamar Odom near the free throw line, perfectly positioned to receive a pass. Without hesitation, Lin Hao delivered the ball precisely into his hands. After catching the ball, Odom immediately became the pivot of the triangle offense. At that moment, Smush Parker cut in from the baseline, received Odom's pass, and effortlessly scored a layup. The entire offensive sequence flowed with seamless grace, fully showcasing Lin Hao's playmaking abilities and the team's cohesive coordination. What a beautiful play! Zhang Heli couldn't help but exclaim. Yes, although Parker scored and Odom assisted, it's clear that Lin Hao was the central figure in the entire process, analyzed Yang Yi. Have you noticed? It seems Lin Hao has become the initiator of the triangle offense, Su Jiqing suddenly remarked. Absolutely. Teacher Su is spot on, Zhang Heli said. Lin Hao's role in the triangle offense just now was akin to Scottie Pippen's during the Bulls dynasty. His words immediately stunned the viewers in front of their televisions. Did you hear that? Lin Hao is our China's Pippen. Fan Lao Zhang leaped from the sofa in excitement. While there's hope for Chinese basketball, his 7-year-old son also waved his pillow exuberantly. The only pity is that Lin Hao didn't join the Rockets to partner with Yao Ming. Lao Zhang said with deep regret. If Lin Hao joined the Rockets, would they definitely win the championship? His son asked curiously. Of course. With the Yao Mak duo plus Lin Hao, if that lineup couldn't win a title, Jeff Van Gundy would be fired. Lao Zhang declared firmly. At that moment, although the Lakers held a lead, Phil Jackson still furrowed his brow. Lin Hao could contain Tracy McGrady, but how to defend Yao Ming remained a significant challenge. Yao Ming's recent baby hook shot had already proven that the Lakers' interior defense was virtually non-existent against him. Would they have to resort to the strategy used against Shaquille O'Neal? But that tactic would exhaust both Kobe and Lin Hao, making it unsustainable. Truly what one fears most often arrives. In the ensuing possessions, Yao Ming began posting up, lightly bumping Chris Mim aside to score with ease. Thus began the Lakers' catastrophe. Their bench lineup was abysmally weak to the point of utter despair. Luke Walton, Medvedenko, Vujasic, Kwame Brown. Though the Rockets were not much better, they at least boasted two scoring powerhouses in Jim Jackson and Mike James. Lin will play power forward, Lamar at center, and Kobe at small forward. During the timeout, Phil Jackson's words stunned everyone. Having Lin Hao guard Juwan Howard was somewhat odd but understandable. However, asking the 2.08-meter Lamar Odom to defend the 2.26-meter Yao Ming. Was he sure this wasn't a joke? Lin Hao, however, nodded thoughtfully. Phil Jackson was slightly taken aback by his reaction. Could this kid have grasped his intention so quickly? He never expected Lin to have such high basketball IQ. Although the Zen Master's move was risky, it was currently the best strategy against Yao Ming. What did Yao Ming fear most? First, a center who could shoot three-pointers. Second, a power forward with exceptional physique and athleticism, plus a tough defensive wing. Back in the day, the Utah Jazz's lineup was the Rockets' nemesis. Oker, though a center, often stepped out to shoot threes. Boozer used quick drives and agile moves to bypass Yao Ming and score. Add Kirilenko's help defense from the wing. Oh, and the pick and roll between Darren Williams and Boozer. With this combination of attacks, Yao Ming was run ragged. Now the Odom-Lin Okafor combination, the Zen Master setup, was a mini version of the Jazz. As for defense, fronting him was the way to go. PG Parker SG Vujasic SF Kobe PF Lin Hao C Odom. What is Phil Jackson trying to do? Letting Lin Hao play power forward. This makes no sense at all. Zhang Heli was utterly stunned. Having Odom guard Yao Ming. Has the Zen Master completely given up on the interior? Yang Yi was also astonished. As the game commenced, the Zen Master proved the truth of the old adage, the older the wiser. When Yao Ming demanded the ball in the low post, Odom served as the meat shield. Lin Hao swiftly moved to the front, pressing tightly against Yao Ming, preventing him from easily receiving the pass. Consequently, the Rockets' point guard passed the ball to McGrady for handling. At this moment, Kobe, the elite perimeter defender, finally found his purpose. McGrady rushed his shot, and Lin Hao grabbed the rebound. On offense, Odom roamed beyond the three-point line. The moment Yao Ming stepped out, Lin Hao and Kobe began to assert their dominance. If Yao Ming refused to follow him outside, Odom would rain threes. Lamar's three-point percentage hovered around 30 for most seasons. Not exceptional, but more than adequate. Yao's stamina waned, and he headed to the bench for a rest. Lin Hao returned to his most familiar position at small forward. His tireless off-ball movement left David Wesley utterly breathless. He sank 3 consecutive three-pointers and a mid-range jumper, descending like a celestial being. At this moment, McGrady held the ball. Since Yao was resting on the bench, he saw no need to pass any longer. This time he was determined to go onion on. Kid, you've successfully provoked my wrath. A sharp glint flashed in McGrady's eyes. Thump. 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 The sound of the basketball striking the court quickened, heralding the onset of McGrady's offensive. With no feints whatsoever, he suddenly drove hard to the right. Having failed to deceive Lin Hao with several feints and missed multiple pull-up jumpers, McGrady resolved to bulldoze his way through with sheer power. Chinese players were typically slender, and he was confident this approach would prove effective. After all, not every Chinese player was built like Yao Ming. As a premier swingman, McGrady possessed formidable strength and explosive power. He slammed his body directly into Lin Hao. It was then that he realized to his astonishment that Lin Hao's strength was far greater than he had anticipated. The collision felt like he had run into a wall, causing him to lose his balance and nearly stumble to the floor. Lin Hao swiftly extended his arm and deftly poked the ball away from behind. "Oh, my God!" Miller and Kerr exclaimed in shock. "Here it comes again." Having just blocked McGrady, he now steals the ball from him. "You're showing no respect to the two-time scoring champion." After the successful steal, Lin Hao dashed toward the Rockets' basket like a gust of wind. However, McGrady, now in a frenzy, chased after him furiously. He swore he had never run so fast in his entire life. This time he was determined to deliver a crushing chase-down block on that rookie, or else, where would his pride be? Unfortunately, Kobe had also quickly followed suit. He accelerated his pace, charging toward the basket. Lin Hao unhesitatingly tossed the ball high into the air. Amid McGrady's despairing gaze, Kobe soared into the air and slammed the ball violently through the hoop. A thunderous crash echoed as the rim quaked violently. The entire arena erupted with the audience unleashing deafening cheers and applause. "Oh my God, this is unbelievable. This is already the third Kobe-Lin connection. Alley-oop City. The Kobe-Lin duo has turned Los Angeles into an alley-oop city." Miller and Kerr shouted hoarsely. Subsequently, Lin Hao, whose touch was scorching hot, sank 2 consecutive shots. The Rockets' deficit began to widen. Head coach Jeff Van Gundy called another timeout, sending Yao Ming, whose stamina had not fully recovered, onto the court. Additionally, he assigned McGrady to guard Lin Hao. This arrangement suited McGrady perfectly. Miller keenly observed the situation. "Oh look, McGrady is now guarding Lin Hao. For a rookie to be guarded by him is already an honor." Standing before Lin Hao, McGrady glared menacingly. "Kid, you want score another point this time?" He decided to reclaim the pride he lost on offense through defense. Many didn't know that McGrady had built his career on defense. During his Orlando days, he was a true two-way player. Though he never made an all-defensive team, his long arms were a nightmare for many scoring machines. Hearing this, Lin Hao curled his lip and passed the ball directly to Kobe. The latter caught it and executed a fadeaway scoring. For Kobe, no double team meant an open shot. "Did you think I'm like you, obsessed with isolation plays, eh?" Lin Hao tossed out this remark before turning back on defense. Whether he scored on McGrady or passed, he earned the same number of attribute points. Only a fool would choose the harder method. Jeff Van Gundy frowned deeply. He was truly at a loss against a player like Lin Hao, who could both shoot and pass. In the China Central Television studio, "Have you noticed? So far, Lin Hao has held McGrady to 6 of 15 shooting. It seems we've all greatly underestimated his defensive ability, Yang Yi remarked. And he's done well in playmaking too. The Lakers' offense has been running smoothly under his direction. Su Kun added. Scoring, defense, playmaking. Lin Hao appears to be a versatile warrior. Su Jiqing exclaimed. In the ensuing fourth quarter, the Rockets executed their game plan. Of course, what Jeff Van Gundy considered a tactic was merely force-feeding Yao Ming. Yao dominated the paint with consecutive scores, nearly demolishing the Lakers' interior. Neither double teams nor fronting could contain his performance. However, Phil Jackson made no adjustments, nor did he deploy the earlier small ball lineup. Because Kobe erupted, he scored 14 consecutive points in the fourth quarter, firmly preserving the lead. Phil Jackson's philosophy was, since we can't stop Yao, well, match them shot for shot. Even if Yao scores 50 points, I don't care as long as we win. The game ended without suspense. The Lakers won the Chinese Derby 98-85. Inside the arena, it had become a sea of madness. The spectators erupted into thunderous cheers. Lin Hao. The chant of Lin Hao echoed throughout the arena as if it would tear the roof off. Most of the spectators were Chinese fans. Superstars Kobe and McGrady were completely relegated to supporting roles. Although many in the crowd were Yao Ming fans, they didn't hesitate to cheer for Lin Hao. After all, they were compatriots. What difference did it make to cheer for Lin or Yao? Under Stern's watchful eye, the arena's big screen repeatedly replayed Lin Hao's highlights. Each image triggered fresh screams and cheers from the audience. Lin Hao, congratulations, you played exceptionally well today. Chinese basketball has hope. I hope we'll have the chance to team up at the 2008 Olympics. Yao Ming approached and embraced Lin Hao warmly. There will definitely be a chance. Lin Hao said firmly. Lin, I lost this time, but next time I'll crush you. McGrady also came over to shake hands and hug Lin Hao. I won't give you that opportunity. Lin Hao smiled faintly. On the court, they were rivals, but off it they could be friends. Though not quite yet. But given McGrady's good relationships with Kobe and Yao, it was only a matter of time.